It's just gone 9 o'clock here at Spa-Francorchamps. The Spa 24 Hours continues. It's still an Audi in the lead, but it's been a night of high drama. Not unexpectedly, a number of retirements, some significant. We've had some rain as well. And the survivors have battled their way through the night, but they have still got a long way to go before the flag comes out at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Welcome then to day 2 of the Spa 24 Hours. David Addison and Hayley Coxon here as dawn has broken, and still the cars that are capable of circulating, with some good battles raging on up and down the field. Some very weary teams have battled through the night, and as I say, they have still got an awful lot of work yet to do, with a number of cars that were running competitively yesterday having retired during the night. We'll catch up on those in a few moments, but it's been a very busy 24-hour race so far. 62 cars started yesterday. It wasn't long before we started getting the first retirements and some rather curious incidents early on. There are still cars littered the circuit, with a number of retirements from yesterday stranded out on the circuit, including, you saw there, Eddie Cheever's United Autosports Audi. But as the fans come back to see the conclusion of the race, let's catch up on what happened yesterday. Let's look at some of the highlights of the 63rd running of the Spa 24 Hours. As I say, 62 cars started. The front row was BMW versus Porsche, and it was Marc Goossens in the Porsche that grabbed the race lead going towards Eau Rouge, but his lead didn't last for long. His teammate Ludovic Sunyé tried this silly manoeuvre to get past Peter Cox, smashed into the side of Goossens. Marc headed straight for the pit lane. They had to change the steering rack, although the car's now retired with a clutch problem. Sunyé limped on, but that car also retired with accident damage a bit later. Andrew Ciccotti had a huge accident in the McLaren. He was tagged off the road going through the hairpin at La Source, the first of the 3 McLarens in the entry. Very badly damaged indeed, and the race got no better really for McLaren. The second car retiring with a fire just before 10 p.m. BMW Z4s contrived to drive into each other, but they all survived, whereas Stefano Ortelli tried this move against Thomas Jaeger and tapped the former DTM racer into a big spin going up towards Les Combes, and Ortelli got a drive-through penalty for that, whilst Nicolas Meyer-Melnhof destroyed his Lamborghini while coming into the pit lane. He's quoted as saying he's no idea what happened. Well, the outcome is a destroyed car. On track, there was a great battle between Andrea Piccini and Christian Menzel. Menzel put the Porsche, number 888, into the lead, as briefly we lost the number 3 Aston Martin, Julian Rodriguez, slithering off the road, coming out of Les Combes and ending up beached in the gravel. Alain Lee's Audi was another casualty. Not his fault. He was biffed into a spin by Kenneth Heyer coming down towards the bus stop, and Eric Cairol's Ferrari badly delayed as he tried to work a way round the stationary Audi ahead of him. Dutch driver David Hart was also in the wars. He had a couple of spins, this the first of them, coming out of the pith path. He lost the Z4, spun his way through the gravel, and that halved the width of the road, but thankfully everybody avoided him. Then it was Andrea Piccini running in second place. It was his turn for some contact coming through the bus stop as he was biffed into a spin by the Porsche of Fabio Spiergi. Then a big engine failure for the Peter Cox, Mark Hayek, Jos Menton Lamborghini. That meant that both the Blancpain Reiter entries were out within really the first couple of hours of the race. A distraught Hans Reiter, very angry mechanics, and it's the second Blancpain Endurance Series round in a row where that particular Lamborghini has had engine failure. It was Hayek at the wheel, an instant retirement. Menzel pitted with an alternator problem, and that left number 99 Audi in a comfortable lead as the darkness descended. Mark Vassin, Christopher Hasse and Frank Schnippler, the drivers. Everything on track was going well. The pit stops went like clockwork, and eventually the car built up a lap's lead over the chasing Audi 33. Matthias Ekstrom sharing with Greg Franchi and the start driver Timo Scheider. Scheider had done a good opening stint. Ekstrom brought it into contention, and Greg Franchi, the local hero, the Belgian driver, being able to consolidate its place. Other Audis, though, weren't having such a good run. It was an engine problem it was traced to in the end for Eddie Cheever's car. That retired, taking to the pit exit lane, coming through Eau Rouge. Cheever got on the radio to the team. They tried to work out what to do, but in the end, the American had to just walk away and leave the car stranded. The number 98 Phoenix Run Audi had a problem when Andrea Piccini was at the wheel. Not just a contact, but also second gear broke. They had to drive around the problem, but Piccini, along with Mike Rockenfeller and Marcel Fassler, were all doing a good job, and that car was getting back into contention. It was second as we approached midnight. Off the road went Jack Gerber in the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari that Matt Griffin, in fact, had led the first hour of the racing. Not the entirety of the hour, but he led at the 1 hour mark. That car then falls down the order as a consequence of Jack Gerber's moment. And another one in problems was the Ferrari of Romain Brandella that spun coming through the Paul Frere curve. There were other cars in dangerous places. That brought out the safety car, and it let United Autosports take Johnny Herbert's Audi into the pit box. The car had a mysterious electrical issue that caused the car to cut out, and they needed to turn off the ignition, restart it, reset everything and get going again. And as Richard Dean quite rightly said, you can't really do that while you're out on the circuit and you're meant to be racing. It's too dangerous. So the car was taken to the pit garage, so also was the David Hart BMW Z4, and that brought out, as I say, the safety car once again. The race director taking the opportunity to clear up a number of cars that were scattered around the circuit, including the 18 Porsche of Gianluca De Lorenzi and Alessandro Benetti. But soon after the safety car withdrew, Mike Hezemans touched the curb coming through the Paul Frere corner, bounced off the barrier, but it broke a steering arm, and that was the end of the Mercedes that had been looking very strong. Another casualty was the 22 Ferrari off the road. Thomas Duchesne clobbered the wall, and that meant that not only did he have a punctured tyre, there was lots of suspension and steering damage and bodywork damage. He pitted and tried to resolve that problem, but the team lost a long time while it was down in the pit lane. So as the teams battled through the night, number 99 was the leading Audi, with the car being driven by Marc Bassin, Christopher Hasse and Frank Stippler. But as now we've gone to just 6 minutes past 9 in the morning, it's a very different story, because during the early hours of the morning, the number 99 Audi crashed out, and it's not the only car that's been in the wars. There you can see number 6, the Lamborghini, parked out by the side of the circuit. It was the surviving Lamborghini, Ricardo Bravo, Lorenzo Vieira de Vega, Duarte Felix da Costa, Mika Vaiamaki. That's Andrea Barlesi's Lamborghini that retired last night as well. That was a clutch failure that put that car out, not long after it had a routine pit stop in fact, but Barlesi retirement. Also car 11, Eddie Cheever, he retired yesterday evening in the United Autosports Audi, an engine failure given as the reason for its retirement. We lost the McLaren of Tim Mullen with a very spectacular fire, that looking rather forlorn, sitting behind the barrier. Andrew Piccoli's car we knew had already crashed out, and the surviving McLaren has had many a pit stop as it goes through its development process. And so what this all now means is that this car, 33, Timo Scheider at the wheel, now leads the way. It was a lap adrift from number 99 during the night, but when Christopher Hasse crashed very seriously, he was okay, but the car certainly out of the race. That took 99 straight out of the equation, and it means that 33, Scheider, Ekstrom and Franchi lead the way. And you've got a Belgian driver in the car. You've also got it run by the Belgian Audi club, so it would be a very popular result if this were to come through as a winner. Matthias Ekstrom, never done the Spa 24 hours before, but he has had, 6 goes at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Timo Scheider, a former winner of this event. In fact, if you go back to 2005, he won with Michael Bartels and Eric van der Poel when they were driving the Maserati MC12. So the Audi through in the lead of the race, and that now puts 381 laps in the book as far as that car is concerned. And it's got 2 laps in hand over the chasing BMW in second spot, run by the Need for Speed Team Schubert operation, with Edward Sandstrom back at the wheel, but in the Audi pit bunker, Wolfgang Ulrich looks on. Been a mixed night really, with effectively now just one car still competitively placed. There's 98, which had a very lengthy pit stop to sort out a big gearbox problem. It had lost second gear yesterday evening, but then had a very long stop to try and sort out the gearbox problems once and for all, and the car has fallen back into 24th place. We've lost number 99. Now, number 32, the sister car to the leading Audi, had a very long stop yesterday with front suspension problems, lost about half an hour in the pits. It has recovered to be in 8th place, but is still 13 laps away from the race leader. Car number 3, having been in the gravel yesterday evening, 11th at the moment, and the car being driven at the moment by Pierre Bryce Mena, who is one of the quicker drivers in the Hexis AMR camp, runner-up in the GT3 European Championship a few seasons ago. So there's 98. As I say, it's now way down the order. The car that was leading early on, 24th the car now is, and at the wheel of it at the moment is Andrea Piccini. But second, looking very strong at the moment, is the Edward Sandstrom, Dirk Werner, Claudia Hürtgen BMW Z4. There it is, coming through the bus stop. And this car was at the end of the first hour of the race, way down the order, keeping out of trouble in 21st place. And there it is now, up into second spot. It is, in fact, 1 lap now behind the race leader as it comes across the timing line. That lap may come back to it if the Audi has a problem. And we're just getting a report of another car that's been off the road just briefly. And it's one of the Pro-Am cars. In fact, it's the McLaren number 60. Which has just had a moment. Still going after many pit stops and many places and many laps down now, but you're riding with Edward Sandstrom as he heads through a rouge. And the BMW Z4s have been very competitive this weekend. They missed the first round of the Blancpain Endurance Series at Monza, made a big impact at Navarra, and have also been very competitive, winning races, of course, within the FIA GT3 European Championship this year. The Z4 was on pole position for the Marc VDS Racing Team, Maxime Martin's car, but that retired with diff problems yesterday evening. The team content in a sense that it improved the pace of the car, but frustrated with the retirement. But now the Need for Speed Team Schubert entry going great guns in second place. Edward Sandstrom with Claudia Hertgum and Dirk Werner, one of the BMW factory drivers. In third place, however, is a car that started from the pit lane. Andrea Bertolini, former winner of the event, Michael Bartels, former winner of the event, Nick Homerson and Louis Machiels, 2 pros, 2 AMs within this car, and every time it's Bartels or Bertolini behind the wheel of the stunning-looking Ferrari 458. It just seems to be a different car, it's going so much quicker, but the wily Bartels and his team have got it up into third spot now. So, although it started effectively at the back of the field by dint of being a pit lane starter, it's worked its way through the traffic. And although they had an early pit stop for some new tyres, the original set didn't really seem to be working very well. It went much better on a second set of tyres, and the car has been there or thereabouts, and really now upholding Vita 41's honour, because number 1, very much the fancied entry, a very fan called Nico Verdon and Jean-Carl Vernet, was in all sorts of strife early on with power steering problems, and the car lost teams worth of laps and eventually retired in the night with a gearbox problem. So it's really been now up to Bertolini to try and, with Bartels, Homerson and Machiels, salvage something out of the race for Vita 41. They did also have a third car in the race, which effectively was a Scuderia Vittoria entry, with Giacomo Petrovelli and Matteo Bobbi joining Frank Kettler in number 29. That's currently in 7th place. At the moment, it is Giacomo Petrovelli in the wheel of the car, and it is 12 laps down on the race leader. Now, Fred Makovici currently runs 4th for Hexis AMR. This another of the pit lane starters, in fact, so he's been running with Bertolini up through the order. At the end of the first hour, the car was ahead, in fact, of the Vita 41 Ferrari. But Fred Makovici, very, very rapid driver in Formula 3 a few years ago, but more recently not just in GT races, but also in the Carrera Cup France. Won last year's Porsche Carrera Cup France Championship. And Makovici working his way into contention all the time. At the moment, he's lapping quicker as well than Andrea Bertolini ahead of him, but he's got to try and find 2 laps from somewhere, and that rather means he needs cars ahead to have a problem in order to gain any further ground out of this. But problems are still possible. This year's race running for GT3 and GT4 cars exclusively for the first time. Last year there was a GT2 class, but with the greater number of GT3 and GT4 cars around these days, it is an enormous entry. 62 cars started, and yes, we've lost a fair few, but it's still a great grid and so many different brands represented. You're looking at Porsche and Aston Martin coming towards us with, in the background there, the Audi number 32 of Bert Langevin. That's in 8th place at the moment, but now 12 laps down on the race leader, and Bert Langevin turning his way up through Blanchiment, the car having lost time early on when Stefano Ortelli had a drive-through penalty, but then with suspension damage, possibly a legacy of the contact up at Lecon, lost a good half hour or so, and it means the team now having to rely in part on the dramas of others to get back into contention. The car is, though, closing on 29, and this therefore means that for 7th place at least there is a battle developing. There is Bert Langevin at the wheel of 32. At 29, Giacomo Petrovelli is the man he's catching, but the battle dilutes because into the pit lane now comes the Belgian driver. So Bert Langevin pits, comes over the pit-in line and makes his way in the Formula 1 pits down to his team. For a size of entry this large, the 2 pit lanes used, the F1 pits here and the so-called endurance pits, the old pit lane down to Auto Rouge, and if you add the 2 together, the pit lane itself is actually 1 kilometre in length. So there you've got the Bert Langevin Audi in for a pit stop, and 2-part pit stops you have within the Blancpain Endurance Series, of which this, of course, is an important round, with points being scored after 6 and 12 hours, as well as 24. So, first of all, you can do the driver change and the refuelling, but then after that, if you want to change tyres, that's got to be a separate part of the pit stop. So changing tyres clearly makes it a longer stop, but I suspect that they're going to take the opportunity this time with a different driver in the car to also put new tyres on as well. Now, car 103, we just had a report, has stopped at the end of the pit lane. That's the GT4 Aston Martin. Peter Van Algenhoven, Sven Van Leer, René Marin and Christophe Bijory. That's a car that stopped out on the circuit yesterday, was somehow coached back into life, pitted, they got it going competitively, but now it's got another problem and it's stopped out on track. So Bert Langevin's car here, he shares with Felipe Albuquerque and Stefano Ortelli, falling down the order just a little bit further, falling further away from Petrovelli as it has this pit stop. But it is a full service look with fuel and tyres and driver change. New set of Michelin's goes on. Michelin having really at the 11th hour to announce to a few teams, look, we've got a problem here, we just can't supply you. And of the race lost a few entries as a consequence of that. Others had to make alternative arrangements. There is the 103 Aston Martin. René Marin was the man at the wheel of the car, and it all looks a bit smoky, that. It has stopped at the end of the pit lane as 32 now rejoins. That car run by Team WRT, effectively the Belgian Audi club, and about to go back into the race then, as you look at Pierre-Brice Mena, currently in 11th place, but 7th in class, going out of the hairpin at La Source, the scene of Andrew Kokori's big accident yesterday. Andrew, thankfully, is okay. And there is a slow Mercedes, 55 that is. Mike Parisi at the wheel, 14th the car was, and slowly limping towards us. And if he can get to the pit lane, there's always a chance they can get the car back into the race, but it's a very, very, very slow lap, this. There, in contrast, is a much healthier Mercedes, doing a remarkable job, number 90. The Jones brothers, David and Godfrey, and the redoubtable Mike Jordan. Mike at the wheel of the car at the moment, with his distinctive orange crash helmet in the car. Mike, whose racing career goes back many a decade to his days in classic saloons and a Morris Minor, Whisper it, and then pre-74 Formula Ford 1600 racing, but more recently in the British Touring Car Championship, prior to that in British GT with Porsches, with the Lister Storm, in which he had a lot of success. And these days Mike tends to engineer this car in British GT Championship races for the Jones brothers, who've been long-standing customers of Mike, with his Porsche specialists hat on. They've since raced an Ascari, indeed winning the British GT Championship a couple of years ago, the Joneses, and switching to this Mercedes this year, and very, very competitive indeed they are. They're, 58 years of age now, the Jones brothers, and Mike's a little younger, and they've just done a very good, consistent job here. The car has, dare one say, metronomically gone round and round and round without any problems, in contrast to the Graf Racing Mercedes there you see that has now expired by the side of the road, heading out of the Paul Frere curve. So Mike Jordan, who comes now out of Blanchimont, out of Paul Frere corner up towards Blanchimont, running in a good 9th place. And his son Andrew, one of the leading lights these days in the British Touring Car Championship, is part of the team as well this weekend as a refueler. And Andrew was saying he'd much rather be behind the wheel, but he's keeping involved as Mike comes up now towards the bus stop chicane, up to complete his 372nd lap. Let's go back to the pits though. Wolfgang Ulrich is with Haley Coxon.
Gus Ulrich, we can see through the night Phoenix have had some issues, but WRT are doing great. Can you update us on all 4 cars?
Yeah, the 2 Phoenix car had some issues. Unfortunately, the 98 car was struggling with a gearbox problem. The 99 car was running very well and constantly quick, and always most of the time in the lead. And then the car spun out of the racetrack and crashed into the tire wall and could not come back to the pits. Therefore, it was out of the race, which was very difficult for the team. The 98 car is now running again with really good lap times. At WRT, the 33 car is the one that was running until now without troubles and leading the race now. The 32 car was hitting some troubles, but is in the race and is going to catch up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, 32 is the Ortelli Langin Albuquerque car, and it's now Felipe Albuquerque, the Race of Champions winner, behind the wheel of it, with 33, Timo Scheider still being the race leader. There he is, going through Toulon, Timo Scheider, who had a year in the FIA GT Championship when he didn't have a drive in the DTM, and Timo joined another former DTM racer, in fact, Michael Bartels, and Eric van der Poel to win here in 2005 in the Maserati MC12, but then Timo was picked up by Audi, went back into the DTM, initially with a year-old car, then was promoted to the contemporary machinery and a double champion. Very quick single-seater racer many years ago, but having been a real star in the German Formula 3 Championship, a bit unlucky in his early DTM days driving for Opel. You can see there Mike Parisi, the French driver, out of the Mercedes, trying to work out what the problem is, what can be done about it, and whether or not he can bring it back to the pit lane. Let's have a look at how we stand in the different classes. The Pro Cup, first of all, being led by the overall race leader. Second is the BMW, currently with Edward Sandstrom at the wheel. Third in the class is Fred Makaviki's Aston Martin. Fourth is the number 35, Stefan Lemeray, driven Mercedes. And then fifth and sixth, you've got Matteo Bobby Ferrari ahead of now Felipe Albuquerque's Audi R8. And you're riding on board with Timo Scheider. Let's have a look at a lap of the fabulous Spa-Francorchamps circuit as he goes now down towards La Source. Traffic ahead, including the Dodge Viper, but the race leader Timo Scheider now accelerates. Adam Lassource grabs a gear, sets off downhill. Nudging 206 kilometres an hour. He approaches Eau Rouge, climbs uphill now. Speed building to around about 268 kilometres an hour by the time they get up towards Les Combes here. Dives up the inside of the Viper, puts another lap on the Gentleman Trophy class car, now through Les Combes. Through the final element, back onto the power, another back marker, needs negotiating in a moment. And then now down towards the very slow right-hander at Bruxelles, turn 8. And the car ahead is Porsche, which was leading the race, in fact, yesterday evening. Hans-Guido Riegel is at the wheel of the Haribo Team Blancpain entry, the car of Richard Westbrook and Christian Menzel. And he's looking for a way by is Timo Scheider on the inside, coming into point. You can see that he's flashing the light. Oh, getting very frustrated now with the gentleman racer. Come on, he says, get out of my way. Porsche moves to one side, but Timo's going to have to be pretty bold on the brakes there. Dives up the inside as he heads into the pith path. Goes now down towards the Paul Frere corner. Through the second element now, speed building all the time on the run up towards Blanchimont. Cars approaching 258 kilometres an hour, going through Blanchimont up towards the bus stop. In the meantime, the car that's in third place now in the pit lane, Andrea Bertolini, has brought the number 2 Vita 4-1 Ferrari into the pit road. And the Italian rather looking a bit staying behind the wheel. The refuelling almost completed. Are they going to change tyres, or can they save time on this pit stop by sending Bertolini back out? They are going to change tyres. Up it goes. To be a longer stop as a consequence of all of this, but that car, remember, is 2 laps ahead anyway of the pursuing Aston Martin in the hands of Fred Makovicky. In the Pro-Am Cup, this is the class leading car from number 20, which is the Ferrari currently being driven by Guillaume Moreau. And then third in class is number 90, the British team of David and Godfrey Jones and Mike Jordan. Fourth in the class, number 44, now got Hubert Voss at the wheel of the BMW. Fifth in the class, the Ferrari number 50, Marco Ciocci at the moment. And sixth is Hans-Guido Riegel in the 888 Porsche, the car, as I said, that led early on but lost chunks of time with an alternator problem. And this does not look great news, does it, for Vita 4-1? A look into the engine bay. Mechanics peering in, and just laptop computer arrives in case they need to do anything electronic or download data. And Bertolini out of the car. Oh dear, oh dear. Now, there's going to be a driver change. So that was a late decision, but they may as well do that because it looks like the car's going to be here for a long time. It may even, in fact, have to head to the pit box here. Now let's just see how long a stop this is going to be. There is Guillaume Moreau running second in the Pro-Am Cup at the moment. Now he is 6 laps down on Vita 4-1. So in other words, to be fair to Michael Bartel's team, it can afford to take its time and make sure everything is right on this pit stop. It's not like they're fighting for seconds here. They've got a few laps in hand. So Bertolini helping with the driver change, but still mechanics clambering into the engine bay there to try and get to the root of the problem. Bertolini wanders across to Pratt Perch. Has a word with the team. We'll have a look at the timing screens, but he's also trying to explain what the car feels like. I think we need to send Haley in that general direction because this is significantly class-leading Ferrari with a problem. And Andrea Bertolini, who is a very experienced racer as well as test and development driver, explaining what's wrong with the car. Fred Makovicky there, going out of Les Combes. Now, this, remember, was 2 laps back on the Ferrari for third place. It is now 1 lap back, so it's certainly possible that while the Ferrari is in the pit lane, it possibly be able to keep its class lead, but it could lose an overall position here. And now, look, we've not just got the Vita 4-1 mechanics having a look at this, but also Ferrari technicians as well. But it's not looking terribly promising, is it? Laptop has been plugged in, and the Ferrari engineers trying to understand first of all what the problem may be, then what they can do about it. In the meantime, it's all gone horribly quiet in the cabin. You can see all the cabling plugged into the computer so they can get the data, so they can have a look at what's really going on in the electronics of the car and then understand what it is and how to cure it. But that's a furrowed brow if ever I saw one. It's not looking all that promising at the moment, this is it. So Andrea Bertolini having brought the car in third place. It may well be that when it does rejoin, it's going to be a few more places down. Can it hang on to its class lead? This, of course, the best placed of the Vita 4-1 entries. And you can see the concern there that you can't have too many people across the yellow line, therefore perceived as working on the car. So another of the regulations in this championship means you can't have lots of people in the pit lane, only two at a time working on the car. So the Ferrari technicians doing their work at the moment, Vita 4-1 mechanics are going to stand back. So over the timing line now, also to do 381 laps, goes the number 4 Aston Martin, and as it drives past the Ferrari, then that effectively now puts it up into third place. Fred McAveeki then, who like Andrea Bertolini was a pit lane starter, and that car has battled its way up the order. 17th at the end of the first hour, and now running just into the top 3. See all the rubber that's been scattered on the ground going through Eau Rouge for the first element of the race. We've now got just over 6.5 hours to go, but there's been a huge amount of tyre wear. We've had quite a few people with punctures as well as accidents, and so now the circuit very, very dirty indeed. And it's not just rubber that's lying on the ground as well. You've also got gravel in certain places where people have been off the road and brought gravel or dirt back onto the track. McAveeki here working his way through traffic, and number 2 rejoins. So back into the race the car now goes, and as I say, it's lost its third place, but it's kept its class lead significantly. Meantime, Fred McAveeki goes through Bruxelles, drops downhill, past the parked McLaren, past there the parked Lamborghini. 1 or 2 more cars, I think, still dotted around the lap as well. Ahead of him there you can see the Giacomo Petrobelli driven Ferrari, another of the Vita 4-1 entries, but with Scuderia Vittoria engineers working on the car this weekend. Giacomo Petrobelli, former Spanish GT racer, he's racing Formula Parma Audi there. He is in the red and black Ferrari, as about to rejoin the race is number 2 then. So another frustrating part of this race for Vita 4-1, the team that won at Navarra in the most recent round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, and at the end of the race, Michael Barton said to me, right, we've proved we can do 3 hours, now we just need the reliability for another 21. It's not quite there yet, is it? It is Louis Machiels who has taken over that car, so he's about to rejoin the circuit. He does so now, feeds back in, powers uphill. Louis Machiels began in karting many years ago before he had a spell in the Ferrari Challenge, a former winner in fact of the Zolder 24 hours. So that car is back in the race, still leading its class, as in the meantime there you can see Petrobelli working his way past the 23 Audi, coming into the bus stop. 23 at the moment, in fact, with Zach Brown, the co-owner of the team at the wheel of it, the American, and he's about to be negotiated as well by the new third placed car. Over the line there goes Fred McAveeki, turns his way through the hairpin at La Source. McAveeki now 5 laps down on the car that he's chasing, the Team Schubert BMW Z4. So for the moment, rather in no man's land is McAveeki. He's not going to gain much more unless people have problems, but is he going to be caught by Louis Machiels? I wouldn't have thought so, because he's quicker than Machiels. So the number 2 Ferrari looks as though it's going to be content with 4th place at the moment. Now let's find out exactly what's been going on for car number 2. Andrea Bertolini is in the pit lane, and ready to pose the questions to him is Hayley Coxon.
Andrea, unfortunately, some issues there. What was going on?
We have the alarm of fuel, press of the fuel. So we take a decision to check. The car worked well, but it's much better to check if we have a problem, because you know the first target here is finish the race. We are here, me and Michael, to try to help Luis and Nick for the championship of the Pro-Am. So it doesn't matter if we lose 1 position or 2, we need to score point, and at the end of the race we'll see where we are, because the race is not finished.
You have been extremely competitive through the night, dominating Pro-Am, considering you started from the pit lane. What was the reason for that?
Yeah, the problem is we have a plan to scrap the second tire and the second one, and everything was fine, but the problem here is old pit. everything, all the people who was there with the trolley, with the tire, and blocked me. So, and I arrived there, and the light was red. So I say, okay, quiet. We have a lot of to do. We have 24 hours, but we make an amazing stint at the beginning, because if you consider we start from the pit, 65 car, and 3 hours. So we overtake 61 car. Was fun. Was fun.
Thank you, Andre.
He's absolutely right about that first amazing stint. At the end of hour 1, the car was 30th. At the end of the second hour, it was 5th. And it has then always been there or thereabouts in the top 6. And Andrea Bertolini illustrated the point that they want a class win here to help Machiels and Nick Homerson within the Pro-Am Cup of the Blancpain Endurance Series. This is round 3. It's been already to Monza and to Navarra. And just to make the point about the championship, you score points at the 6-hour mark and at the 12-hour mark. And therefore the points in the Pro Cup went the way at that point of 33 Audi, the Scheider Extra Franchi car. And you're riding here with Louis Machiels, and the wiper has been on. It's on intermittently, granted, but 1 or 2 spots of rain in the air. Is that going to come to anything? It's been a very fickle weekend weather-wise, as perhaps you should expect at Spa. Certainly on Thursday, when they had free practice, pre-qualifying and qualifying, it was very wet indeed. They've had very little dry running, in fact, over the course of the weekend. Most dry running has come during the course of the race. You saw early on in the highlights package how Mark Goossens was smashed out of the way by his teammate, and that car finally has now been retired with drive shaft failure. We've also had news that the number 70 Lotus has retired. Now that was the GT4 class leading car, the Mansell brothers, along with Eduardo Piscopo and Gianni Giudici, who was planning to get it right at the very end. That has retired after an internal fire. It's another retirement therefore. So that means that after 364 laps, when this bulletin was published, we had 38 cars still running in the race, despite the fact that we may well be losing 1 or 2 more, because I think now the Mercedes, Mike Parisi, that we saw stopped out on the circuit, is looking like the next retirement. Louis Machiels, though, here, working his way through traffic over the start and finish line, the F1 start line. That'll be where the race finishes, but there was the traditional ceremonial start down on this element of the circuit, coming out of La Source. The car now goes. Let's have a look at Machiels in traffic. This was coming into the bus stop. Ford Mustang with the VDS team ahead, and Machiels trying to work his way very swiftly around the outside of the Porsche, then nips up the inside of the Wing Mustang, coming over the timing line. And this is how it was from on board. Traffic, an issue really after what, the first 10 laps of the race or so. And Louis Machiels goes up the inside of the Ford Mustang, which itself makes a great noise. It blasts past the pits, the car of Marc Douay, Jean-Michel Martin and Eric Bachelard. Now there is a car that has led and is back in the lead of GT4. Chris Ward at the wheel of the RJM Motorsport Nissan. And back into the race, but going rather slowly by the look of it. There is the number 20 Ferrari, which has now been handed over to Jean-Luc Bobelic. But it's not really going at a great pace, that is it, as it comes up towards Les Cons. Jean-Luc Bobelic, an experienced driver. Now, you could argue that he's not going to do anything silly on his outlap, but I would still suggest that car is going, even at this part of the lap, too slowly and almost runs out of road. Something is not right here. Like, he doesn't want to handle properly. It's very jerky in the way that it's being driven. And so, is there a loose wheel? So, Jean-Luc Bobelic goes down towards Bruxelles, but as we've just seen that car come out of the pit lane, it makes you wonder whether they've not tightened up a wheel properly and he feels there's something wrong with the steering or the handling of the car. Meantime, the Nissan, number 63, in the pit road. Chris Ward brought it in, and this car now back into the lead of GT4. Had damper problems, electrical problems, and a puncture earlier on in the race. Now, looks like another long stop this for the Nissan, which is currently 6 laps clear in GT4 with the BMW in second spot, oil being added. So Chris Ward, Jordan Tresson and Alex Bunker will drive as the regular combination, in fact, of running the Blancpain Endurance Series. All looks good. Bob Neville's team telling him to fire up the engine. And Chris, these days, being senior instructor at the Silverstone Race School, goes back into the race, but a man that up until this year hadn't really done much racing for a long, long time, just occasional outings in things like V2V in the UK, but back in the mid-90s. champion of Alton FF 1600 title winner. 85 is in. This is the Raff van der Straten, Jose Close, Julian Schroyen, Benjamin Bailly Ford Mustang, run by the VDS Racing Adventures team. And it is a car that's already been in the wars a little bit as far as the stewards are concerned, with people exceeding their allotted maximum driving time early on in the race. 38 the car currently runs. And it was Benjamin Bailly who brought the car in. The car running in the Gentleman Trophy, although Benjamin Bailly is very much a career racing driver. Spent last season in the FIA Formula 2 Championship, in fact won a race on home soil at Zolder. There's a certain air of languidity about this pit stop, isn't there? It's not quite as urgent as one or two that we've seen. Mechanic having to do this tire change, almost looking disinterested in life now. It's been a long night for this team. But yes, there isn't quite the same haste that you see in other pit stops. The Belgian team with the Ford Mustang. There, in the meantime, is another significant pit stopper, 124, the Porsche that leads the Gentleman Trophy. Martin Rich, Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch and Jochen Krumbach in the pit lane. Now this has had drive-through penalties in the past for ignoring pit lane exit red lights, and also it has been another car, I think, that's gone the wrong side of the maximum driving time allowance, but this looks a bit more serious now. 124 in the garage. Now in terms of its class lead, it's got 5 laps in hand, so again it's a team that can afford to take its time here, but this looks very serious looking at the amount of parts that are on the floor. It was Martin Rich brought the car in, running in 25th place, and Lorna Motorsport, an experienced team, waiting to get the car, if they can, back into the race. Martin Rich, Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch, the son of the experienced German racer Roland Asch, and Jochen Krumbach, a regular in the GT3 Championship these days. The driving combination, but it's going to be here for a while by the look of it. So with just over 6 hours to go, still there are problems, perhaps an increased level of problems now as the cars have battled their way through the night. And now you're getting to the point where teams are just concentrating on a finish. Carnival 19, which is second in the Gentleman Trophy, coming over the line at the moment. It's got to place Herkimer at the wheel, and the Level Racing Porsche with the pseudonym Brody, aka Philippe Brodkoren, along with Christophe Cotin and Kurt Dujardin as the drivers. Dujardin, a former winner of the Zolder 24 Hours, and there's no shortage of experience in this car across Belgian and Dutch GT racing. But it's got to make up now 4 laps before it can think about getting into the lead of the Gentleman Trophy class. But you've got them now 25th and 26th, the 2 leading cars in the classification. There's the class leader, but can it remain as the class leader? Martin Rich, who, as I say, brought that car in, experienced years ago in UK racing, Formula Ford 1600s, then Caterhams, then he had a spell in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Raced at Le Mans this year, part of the Jet Alliance Lotus Evora project. Does an awful lot of long-distance racing these days. Well, there's the second-place BMW with Edward Sandstrom at the wheel of the car, not lapping as quickly as Timo Scheider, but I would imagine that they want a good podium finish out of this. So now if they can run to a rhythm, the 3 drivers, the team working very well together. Just thinking back, not aware, this is tempting fate, but not aware that this car's had any real dramas. It's just gone on and on and on. It's risen up the order. Its lap times are competitive, and Edward Sandstrom in second place, a lap down on the race leader, turning his way through La Source once again. Now, what sort of margin has he got in hand over his pursuer? 6 laps, so he's looking very, very solid at the moment in second spot. Sandstrom goes downhill. Now, one of his co-drivers, the very rapid German driver Dirk Werner, and we've managed to find him in the pit lane. Let's head back to pit road and join Hayley.
Dirk, it's quite some pace you guys have picked up through the night.
Yes, it was a really difficult race for us, especially in the beginning. We came from starting position 49, now we are second. So great effort so far from the whole Schubert team. And I mean, in the night it was difficult to stay out of trouble. There was a lot going on, a lot of safety cars, and the weather really gave us a hard time. But the car is quite easy to drive, so for us, it was so far a lot of fun. Now it gets quite tough.
Thank you.
Yeah, now it does get tough because they've got to keep out of trouble, but it's at this point where if problems are going to set in, of course, after the rigours of the night, and they're going to rear their head. So the team will be having a good look at the car, good look at the data as well to make sure that there's nothing that's just starting to deteriorate on this. Sandstrom there in a bit of correction, going through Pouan, the fast downhill double left-hander. But after its lowly grid position, qualifying was something of a lottery depending on which tyres you're on and when you're out on track and whether you got a clear lap right at the very end, as it started to dry right at the end of night qualifying. The grid counting for very little, but what it did give a fair few people, like this team, was a lot of work to wriggle through the traffic. The same, of course, is true in the end of Bertolini and Machiavicchi starting from the pit lane. You're riding with Sandstrom then as he comes up towards Blancpain. Speed building, grabs a gear through the left. And now up towards the bus stop, hard on the brakes in a moment, down through the gears and up towards the completion of lap 393 for BMW number 76. Up through the gears over the timing line, and then now down towards the hairpin at La Source. Team looking as though it might be getting ready for a pit stop, so this may be the last lap that Sandstrom does within this stint. We'll keep an eye to whether he does pit at the end of the lap. Climbs up now through Radion, using all of the curve, all of the available room on the road there, and heads now up towards Vacon. The car, in terms of its last lap time, in fact the slowest of those within the top 7, but with time in hand and a big gap over the opposition, it's no bad thing. Just run at a good, sensible pace here. The car looking good at the moment in second spot. Car number 10, incidentally, the Ferrari of Olivier Pau, Julien Jousse and Patrice Gouillard, currently in the pit lane, and the team manager of that car just being summoned to the race director, so it may well be a pit infringement that has been committed there. Meantime, you're riding with Sandstrom still. Plunging through Pouan. Contrary to how it has been at much of the race, traffic not an issue at all on this lap. Managed to have a pretty clear run through the pit path. Part of the circuit formerly known as Les Fagnes, and now down towards Campus Corner. Then the Paul Frère, named after the great Belgian journalist and racer. Fantastic noise that BMW makes. Brutal looking car and increasingly competitive in GT3. It was one of these cars run by a different team, the Mark VDS squad, that was on pole position. But Team Schubert doing a very good job, as Dirk Werner was saying, and the car having risen its way up the order. It was at the end of the first hour in 21st place, and now running in a very good, solid second spot. Comes over the line now. Up lap 2:27. Timo Scheider still leading the way in Audi number 33. Looking very strong indeed up front at the moment. So there you can see the Porsche at Milner Motorsport, Martin Ritchie's car, 124 that we saw a little while ago. Well, the work is still going on, but of course it's now losing that big advantage. Martin Ritchie in spectacles, in fact, standing in the background there looking at the monitors, so he's bailed out of the car. And they've got 2 more laps to get that problem sorted and go back out. Otherwise, the class lead is going to be lost to car number 19, the Level Racing Porsche, with at the moment the car in the hands of Matthijs Hakema. Some rather worried faces in the Milner Motorsport camp. The Curiacos Aston Martin there, just going through the shot. The car that went off the road at around about 7 o'clock this morning. Ollie Bryant was at the wheel, lost 4 laps while it was pulled out of the gravel and rejoined, but that car still doing a good solid job. Was running up in the top 20 before nightfall, but of course has fallen down the order a little bit as a consequence of being off the road. Just in fact crept back into the top 20, so the team doing a good solid job now. Alistair McCaig is the man currently driving the car, so as I say, it's worked its way not so much into contention, but it's getting back up the order, and a finish is the main aim for the 4 young drivers at the Curiacos. Alistair McCaig, whose father Hugh these days effectively is a Curiacos, Ollie Bryant, Andrew Smith and Joe Twyman, the 4 drivers of the car. And there it is, the Curiacos Aston heading up towards us. 20th place it runs, and in terms of lap times is going quicker than the car ahead. However, it's also got to try and make up 2 laps, so it's not an easy task. There's number 19 Porsche, worth following this car at the moment, and Matthias Harkema, to see whether or not a class lead is going to go its way. And you've got to suggest that given the state of the problems for Milner Motorsport, it looks as though a class lead is beckoning for this now. The Level Racing Porsche coming down in the Gentleman Trophy towards the corner at Bruxelles. Matthias Harkema turns through the corner, and as he does so, then this time around he will do the same number of laps, and when he goes over the line will take the class lead in theory. And that Porsche is going nowhere in a hurry, is it? That's still a long way from being completed. Into the pits then, Cam 76, so Edward Sandstrom stops on his marks, and going to be Dirk Werner to take the car over. Now Sandstrom is not slow, but Dirk Werner really is very, very fast indeed, so he gets into the car, and that's going to be well worth watching in this next stint. So, as I say, it is in second place overall, but now 2 laps down on the race leader. Werner makes himself comfortable, windscreen is cleaned, there'll be fuel and tyres as well, the full works in this pit stop. So Sandstrom brought it in, but you've seen the driver change, and Dirk Werner, the man now behind the wheel of the car, very much a BMW specialist these days, but came via the Ford Puma Cup, in which he was the champion in Germany back in 2002 via the Renault Clio V6 category. In fact, I don't think they did put tyres in the car, did they? It just looked like fuel and a driver change, but he's gone back into the race now. He's won the Silverstone in Dubai 24-hour races in the past as well. He's raced successfully in the American Le Mans Series as well as in the Le Mans Series itself, and now the ILMC this year. Right, here over the line then comes the number 19 Porsche, and as it does so, it has also now done 358 laps and effectively takes over the class lead, because it is on its 359th lap. So also is 124, but 124 is going nowhere in its garage, so this is the new class leading Porsche. So Matthias Harkema has brought number 19 into the lead of the Gentleman Trophy now, with 6 hours and 10 minutes of the race remaining. Goes through a Rouge, climbs uphill, and still there's a lot of work to do at Milner Motorsport, and I just wonder whether they are going to be able to get it back out at all. They're still working on the car, but at some point rather looks as though a decision's going to have to be made about that. So Dirk Werner rejoins back into the race now. There's Fred Makovici, who is currently in 3rd spot. So Makovici 3rd place, and that car going through a routine stop. 124, we understand, is gearbox problems, so that's why it's in the garage. It has been for a while, and there you've got the new tyres coming out for the Aston Martin. Now that car, having been gifted 3rd place after the Vita 4-1 Ferrari had its longer pit stop, and is in danger of losing that 3rd place here, of course, because you've just seen Louis Machiels coming up towards Blancpain, and he is on the same lap as the Aston Martin. So as he comes now down to the bus stop, you need to keep an eye on the Aston relative to the Ferrari, because this could now be the change for 3rd place. In fact, as the Aston back into the race, Porsche pitting in the endurance pits, where some of the smaller teams are put. Right, over the line then goes now Louis Machiels, and that should put him up into 3rd place, because if you look right, you'll see the Aston Martin, I think, going down the pit lane a kilometre. The pit lane is, in terms of length here, with the F1 pits and the endurance pits together. Yeah, there's the Aston Martin, so back up into 3rd place now goes number 2 Ferrari. but it's a long, long drive down the pit road, isn't it? So the Hexis AMR entered Aston Martin is about to go across the white line that is pit out, and Fred McAveeky, having stayed behind the wheel of the car, now has got a bit of a charge on, but I think this is going to be a good fight because he's quicker than Machiels and might be able to make up, should be able to make up that deficit. There's the Aston Martin. And just the way the car pounces out of the pit lane, you know that McAveeky means business here. So he's going to be in a hurry as he makes his way up now towards Les Combes. Viper behind that runs in the Gentleman Trophy, number 116, the car of Patrick Chaillet, Thierry Delattre de Bosco, Benoit Gallant, Christophe Geffroy. Half the team of which are journalists, but very quick journalist racers. There you've got McAveeky coming down towards Bruxelles. That car now on lap 391. And the sister car also coming into the pit lane, and Pierre-Bryce Maynard at the wheel. It's overshot its pit box, hasn't it? So they need to get the car back to where it should be. And now the work can go on, but it's all a bit chaotic. The fuel hoses arrive now. So I think part of the problem was Pierre-Bryce Maynard had to go round the United Autosports Audi there. There's not much lock on the GT car, so he had to overshoot. The mechanics pushing back. Hopefully that's going to be okay. But if the race director doesn't like, he will soon let the team know. And the refuelling continues. This car with Pierre-Bryce Maynard at the wheel in 10th place, having been in the gravel early on. When Julian Rodriguez was at the wheel. There's Michael Bartels in the black cap talking to the team, and we'll be discussing when it's time for him to get back behind the wheel of the car. Looking for a class win now in this year's event. Here is the number 2 Ferrari then in 3rd spot, coming up over the line, and Louis Machiels, an experienced Ferrari racer, made a good job, goes through now only in fact on that last lap a 10th slower than the race leader Timo Scheider. Problems for the Aston Martin number 3 though there, look, as into its garage goes Pierre-Bryce Maynard's car. Now what's he got in hand over number 44, the pursuing BMW? Nothing is the answer, because he's going to lose 10th place this time. 44, Hubert Vos, Harry Colen, Archie Hamilton and Xavier Marson, and Hubert Vos at the wheel is going to take over 10th place now. So another of the BMW Z4 set to gain a place. There is the cumulative pit stop time. You can see that 35 minutes for the leading Audi, 38 minutes for the second place BMW, 42 minutes, nearly 43 for the third place Ferrari, and you're into the 50s by the time you get to 4th, 5th and 6th. And so, as ever, the least time you spend in the pit lane the better, and it's all looking good for the so far quick and reliable number 33 Audi. So brake issues here need resolving for the Aston Martin. Get the hammer out to try and pads and the discs off. Hammering away. And eventually, off come the old, they can now go to work. There's the sister car, number 4, with Fred Macco at the wheel, now running in 4th place. Now, this time we'll get an idea of a lap time, and a drive-through penalty has just been given to Andrea Bertolini's Ferrari, now with Louis Machiels at the wheel. So the car that's running in 3rd place is about to get a drive-through penalty. So dramas then for Vita 4-1. I'll see it on the screen, and it is Article 96 that they have violated, and that says during any pit stop, whatever the reason, the driver is obliged to turn off his engine. The car's engine may be restarted when the car is in contact with the ground on its complete wheels and is about to rejoin the race. In other words, if the engine was running while other work was being done, that is the infringement, and so a drive-through penalty is heading the way of this car. So Louis Machiels, who was running rapidly, needs to run even more rapidly now because he's got this drive-through to worry about. The leader is in, incidentally. Timo Scheider, number 33, has just come into the pit road, and as he did so, he completed lap number 400. Does Machiels pit this time? No, we're going to stay out for another lap, so the message is on the timing screen. The team will see it. They will hopefully now relay the news to Louis Machiels, and next time around he should come through to serve that drive-through penalty. Goes out of La Source, and the gap that he has got over Fred McAveeky is 14 seconds, and McAveeky on his first line lapped over 5 seconds quicker anyway, so the gap's coming down between 3rd and 4th, but it's going to change come what may when we get that drive-through penalty being taken. Machiels climbing uphill, coming into this race. Louis, one of the drivers bidding for honours in the Pro-Am Cup, the class having been led after Navarra by Gianluca De Lorenzi, Alessandro Bonetti and Stefano Borgi, at their Porsche out of the race. So they were 4 points up on Nick Hummerson, Louis Machiels and Paul van Splunteren, a regular other driver of the car, but he's gone back to Pro Speed Porsches at the weekend, and his car an early casualty when Ludovic Sunier was doing silly things early on in the race. So in terms of points, Van Splunteren is going to lose out in this race, with points being scored at 3 opportunities, 6, 12 and 24 hours, and it's all looking very good now for class points for Louis Machiels and for Nick Hummerson, aided and abetted really in this race by Bartels and Bertolini. Effectively, you get half the available points at both 6 and 12 hours, and then the full quota at the 24. So 25 points for a class win, but you get 12 and a half each at 6 and 12 hours. So Louis Machiels in traffic, but he's going to have to pit this time. Timo Scheider's Audi in the pits, and Dirk Werner pressing on in second spot. Right, Vitaphone, or Vita 4-1 as it is these days, it's the Vitaphone colours, but they're getting ready for that car's drive-through. Back onto the pit apron has come number 3. So the car will be dropped down, and the engine has to fire up from the pit apron. You can't fire it up in the garage and drive straight out, so it's away now. Another of the beauties of the Blancpain Endurance Series, not just the number of different cars on the grid and different brands, but the different shapes and sizes and sounds that they all have as well, different engine notes. Aston Martin, another car that makes a superb noise. Right, you're on board with Louis Machiels, and he's going to stay out for another lap. Interesting, so that's, since it's been on the timing screen, twice past the pits. I'm surprised that they've not brought him in yet, but for the moment at least, Louis Machiels is trying to continue, and he goes through there to put another lap on the 43 at BMW. That was a car that was running quite well early on, but after a couple of spins when David Hart was at the wheel and it had a long pit stop as well, it's fallen down the order. Back into the pit lane has come 888. Hans-Guido Riegel has brought the Porsche in. He's the man behind Haribo Sweets, hence all the sponsorship on the side of the car. And this is going to be another brake disc and pad change, I think, you're looking at, as the Team Manthey mechanics go to work. Now that car, 13th when it came in. Both Richard Westbrook and Christian Menzel yesterday had turns in the lead in that car. Now for Hexis, they've got one car with problems, number 3. Number 4 is running 4th, and Philippe Dumas, the team principal, is in the pits with Haley.
Philippe, can you give us an update on the brake issue with car number 3?
I know, just on our rebuild, we changed the brake, and we didn't expect to be here with both cars. So I'm happy, and we'll see. Now the goal is to finish.
Was it a routine change?
Yeah, exactly. Only a routine.
And now it looks like that car number 4 is going to go 3rd overall once number 2 has taken his drive-through penalty.
Yeah, we'll see. But now it's only a big bonus. So it's a victory for us. So we'll see.
It's quite an achievement with car number 4 after starting in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, quite funny. Quite interesting.
And what was the reason for that, starting in the pit lane?
We did a mistake. Maybe the first time we did a mistake. But for the moment.
Thank you, Philippe.
So Philippe Dumas, who you get the feeling is somewhat nervous about the last 6 hours of the race, desperately wanting his cars to finish. Yes, I suspect that it was a similar problem for the Aston Martin as befell Vita 4-1 before the race started, trying to get another lap's worth of wear into the tyres and couldn't get back out of the pit lane. Pit lane had closed. So Fred McAfee started in the pits and was 17th at the end of the first hour. Remarkable effort. There is Louis Machiels then, and coming into the bus stop. Is he in this time? No, another lap about to be completed. Now, why are they not bringing him in? What is the team hoping to gain by leaving him out there? Unless they're arguing the case with the race officials and saying, no, we didn't violate anything. But it's on the screen. So these matters normally are referred to the stewards. The team is consulted before the news breaks, but for whatever reason, Vita 4-1 keeping Louis Machiels out on track. There is the car that's chasing him down, and 3 seconds a lap quicker last time through was Fred McAfee. So the Aston Martin is catching for 3rd place Louis Machiels. Past the endurance pits goes the Aston Martin, and Fred McAfee, who has, as ever in the Blancpain Endurance Series this year, illustrated his pace, but Hexis, a team that really grew up around 1 hour GT races, have had to learn about long races like 3 hours and now 24. So that's why Philippe Dumas was saying that just to get here is a real victory. Anything now is a bonus because this has been a real test of the team. Hitting both cars, in fact, this far. Both of them still reasonably well placed. One fourth, about to become third, and the other, despite its woes, in 12th position. Fred Makovici has just done the best first sector time of anybody in the race so far. So with just under 6 hours to go, this could in fact end up being the best lap of the race. Fred Makovici absolutely flying now in the first sector alone, then doing the best of anybody in the race to date. There in the pit road is 29, which is the VT41 Ferrari that's been brought in by Giacomo Petrobelli. The car 6th when it came into the pits. Petrobelli, the amateur racer, quick single-seater racer, these days concentrating more on GT racing. Had a spell in the International GT Open, now into the Blancpain Endurance Series, which has been a big hit with the amateur and gentleman racers because they get a lot of track time in a short space of time. They don't have to have many days away from business. Now 32, lower down the order here. The car that lost time with its suspension problems earlier on in the race, starting to work its way back towards contention here. And it is chasing after Giacomo Petrobelli's car. So 7th now is where you find 32. The Portuguese racer Filipe Albuquerque at the wheel, coming through Blanchiment. So the gap will be down, of course, this time between Petrobelli and Albuquerque, who has also got a bit of traffic to worry about coming down towards the bus stop. The traffic, if that's the right phrase, is Fred Makovici's Aston Martin. And what about Makovici's lap time? Well, his middle sector was a bit slower than it had been, in fact quite a bit slower, so the suspicion that it might be the fastest lap of the race has come to nothing, but it started off very impressively. Now waiting on the timing screen to see it go red for Louis Machiels to say that he's been down the pit road, but it's not happened yet. Been through to complete his most recent lap, lap 395. The gap now between Machiels and Makovici is 7.4 seconds. Timo Scheider, meantime, now back on track after his most recent pit stop, has just done a personal best lap in that car, a 2:22.2. Though on new tyres, going much faster now. There is Louis Machiels, and look behind, you can see Fred Makovici hunting him down. There's 32, Filipe Albuquerque at the wheel. So now that car in 7th spot. Louis Machiels being brave in the traffic there, squeezing up on the inside of Hubert Vos, number 44, a winner at Silverstone in the GT3 European Championship this year, the former Renault Megane Trophy racer and Dutch Clio Cup front runner. Had a spell in the Euro Cup Megane Trophy most recently, along with one of his co-drivers, in fact, Harry Colin, and Xavier Marson, who's also driving for the team this weekend. Very much the gun driver in that car, with a good single-seater pedigree before turning his attention to GTs. And you've also got Archie Hamilton, the British racer, grandson of Le Mans winner Duncan Hamilton, driving that car. First race here, but they have all acquitted themselves very well on the car running in the top 10. Smiles all round at Hexis then. So the leading car currently 4th. And there was a car stopped at the entrance of the pit lane. Teams are being told on the timing screen. Can't see which one it is from our vantage point here, but a car, we'll pick it up in a moment, no doubt, has expired coming into the pit. You can see there Mike Parisi's Mercedes still stranded out on track, which parked there many, many laps ago now. And it's the Ecurie Ecos Aston Martin, oh no, the car that was running in 20th place and it's ground to a halt. Could it be out of fuel? Well, the car stationary at the entrance of the pit lane. Louis Machiels probably this time told just don't bother coming in because you can't get through. Going to stay out for another lap. The drive-through penalty, though, the board is there for Machiels, so comes down towards the hairpin at La Source. There's the Ecos Aston being dragged out of the way. Now that's based in the endurance pits, so it's got a long way to go yet before it reaches its team. Andrew Smith at the wheel of the car. Now, has it expired because of a serious problem, or is it out of fuel? Let's see when it's returned to the team. Barwell Motorsport running that car. Louis Machiels then still pressing on in car number 2, but the drive-through penalty board was being shown to him last time. So the drive-through penalty board there, and I just wonder, given that it was flashing in the neon lights, whether there might be a radio problem and the message hasn't got through to Mack Heels. Now they're having to do it via the pit board, so it may be that it's not so much the team telling him to stay out, it's that he doesn't know he's got the penalty. Andrea Bertolini looking a bit concerned, but the next problem for the team is, if they haven't pitted within a given number of laps, is that going to incur a further penalty? So hence the message being vigorously given now to the driver of the car, Louis Mack Heels, still in third place and still being caught by Fred Makovici. Now, we've had a report from the pit lane confirming what I was just thinking, that they can't get hold of him on the radio. There's a communication problem. That's why the pit board is there, so they're having to do it manually. So at the moment, Mack Heels is blissfully unaware of this, and that's why, you can see it, to drive-through penalty. And there's going to be much arm waving, I think, this time when Louis Mack Heels comes across the line. Andrea Bertolini getting more and more concerned about this, because you can see that his car potentially is going to fall further and further down the order if there's another penalty, and the team now marching towards race control to say, look, we're doing our best, we're having to do this manually, we've got the board, we've got the neon light, but we just can't get hold of him. So Louis Mack Heels, blissfully unaware of all of this, coming up now towards Blancpain. Well, unless he saw the board last time, he's going to stay out for another lap, isn't he? But let's see what happens. There's the drive-through penalty board being shown to number 2. The Vita 4-1 engineer virtually hanging it over the barriers now, ready to try and attract the attention of his driver. But is Mack Heels going to notice it this time? Let's see. He's not pitting, is he? No. Another lap about to be rattled off here. So up towards the line comes Louis Mack Heels, and much arm waving to say come in, and more vigorous waving there by Andrea Bertolini. So number, drive through, and the arrows pointing to the pit lane. Has the message got through? It also means they've got something else to worry about at the next pit stop, which is to try and sort out the problem with the radio. Is it a connection that's not been plugged in, or has the whole system gone down? If it's that problem, then that's going to be a bigger issue to resolve. If it's a cable that's not been plugged in properly, that's easier to sort out for the next stint. Mack Heels thinking, it's all gone quiet here, what's going on? He's still pressing on to good effect, being able to pull away a bit last time, in fact, from Fred Makovici. Goes through Lecombe, and up front it is still, just to recap, 33, Timo Scheider leading the way, Dirk Werner second, so it's Audi from BMW, Ferrari third. Last year's 24 hours looked like it was going to be a BMW victory, and then in the last 45 minutes the leading car went off the road, had a suspension problem, fell to third, and it gave us a Porsche win. The leading Porsche this year is down in 13th place. It's the Westbrook, Metzel, Riegel and Sturzberg car, run by Team Manthey, so it's not going to be a repeat victory for Porsche, that's for sure. There's Louis Mack Heels, still pressing on. Hopefully, though, he's got the message this time. All the arm waving that was going on from the team and from co-driver Andrea Bertolini. Hopefully that would have been enough to attract his attention. Coming up towards the end of the lap now, that this radio problem is the reason that he doesn't know about the penalty. They've no doubt been shouting at him, but it's one-way traffic. Not being able to get the message for whatever reason. Through Blancpain he comes, and the team now hoping that he's going to be in this time to serve the drive-through. And the answer is he still hasn't seen the board. So he comes up over the line, and I'm looking down on the Vitafone pit box, and there are 3 people now leaning over the wall and waving at him. There's a neon light that says drive-through. There's a board that says in. There it is. And the team getting ever more concerned about this. But the race officials are also doing their bit from the gantry coming out of the bus stop with the drive-through penalty board. So the message is there, but goes to show these days how reliant drivers are upon technology. There's the black flag and the drive-through penalty board saying come in. But it goes to show that drivers tend to rely on what's being told to them on the radio, perhaps not looking really at flags or pit boards anymore. So, with the radio having gone down, Louis Mack Heels continues to be blissfully ignorant of all of this, but it may well be, depending on the attitude of the stewards, that there could be another penalty looming for having stayed out so long with that drive-through penalty instruction having been displayed on the timing screens. So it's not the team that are keeping him out, far from it. They want him in. They've wanted him in for many a lap now. Machiel's about to lose out to Fred Makovici. Right. Look at this. Which part of the word in do you not understand? So, in this time. Each lap he gets another in, doesn't he, on the pit board? So, every time he goes by, another in is put there. Maybe they need more boards rather than more ins. Black flag to car 2 for not respecting time limit for drive-through penalty. There you go. So, a black flag now. Black flag exclusion. This is getting very serious. Is it black flag so they can report to the stewards? Is it black flag exclusion? This now is becoming a big problem, and a car that was comfortably leading its class potentially is about to leave the race. Machiels comes out of the pith path. Just wonder whether actually the race director has been made aware that they're doing their best to get him in. Could argue, well, it's not my problem. In fact, the normal regulation says that normally 3 laps is the number you've got to respond to one of the drive-through penalties within. It's long since gone past the 3 laps. Now, there's the pit board, and I think they're going to have to try. Yes, they've got more than one board now, so there are more and more boards being positioned in different places up and down the pit lane. But it's this black flag that is the concern now. Machiel's coming up towards the bus stop, and he's in. Thank heavens for that. But is it too late? That's the question now, because with that black flag having been issued, both physically and on the timing screen, is that the end? Let's see, down the pit lane he comes, so this is effectively, is Machiel's taking the drive-through penalty. So he's gone past the team, who will need, of course, to find another method of bringing him in at the end of this stint, because he's still got the same problem with communicating with the driver. Yeah, the board says car number 1, so there's an element of confusion potentially from Louis Machiels when he saw that. Car 1, though, retired quite a long time ago, so again, you could argue if Machiels were keeping abreast of things in the team, he'd know that that was being waved at him, not for a car that had been retired, but even so, it was a board for a different numbered car. But as I say, if the radio has gone down, then they need somehow to get the message to him at the end of the stint that he needs to come in, otherwise he's going to run out of fuel out on the circuit, isn't he? It's the next problem they've got to address, so I think we may have some more vigorous board waving toward the end of the 65-minute stint that he's got to do. Back into the race. So Machiels, as a result of that, of course, now will have lost his 3rd place to Fred Makovici. But what else is there in the saga of car number 2? Number 50 you're looking at, Marco Ciocci, 11th. That was a car that led early on in the hands of Matt Griffin. And 2 Machiels is rejoined by the look of it just ahead of 76, Dirk Werner. So Andrea Bertolini, having given the car over to Louis Machiels, now somewhat frustrated, no doubt, in the pit lane. Let's hear from him, because Haley Coxon is there with him.
Andrea, a tense and frustrating time for you. How will you be interpreting the black flag?
It's horrible, really, because we push like a crazy also all the race, all the team. Now we receive black flag. I would like to speak also with the marshal, because we had a big problem with the radio system, but so we try, we do our drive-through, you know, it's not a sprint race, it's a 24-hour. I hope for something, because it will be really frustrating. We receive a black flag, we drive safe all the race, we drive really perfectly, just because we don't have a problem with the radio. So I hope somebody think about this, and we'll see what is the last decision, because I don't know what is possible to do.
Will you keep pushing until you do get to speak to the officials?
Yeah, I would like to speak with the official, because I think everyone understands we have the problem of the radio communication. Everyone wants to do the drive-through, because everyone but also the driver is really tired. No, I don't know what we do. I don't know, really.
Thank you.
Very frustrating situation this for the team, and as he comes across the timing line once again. Black flag shown, so if the black flag is still there, the car is needed back in. It's not just, therefore, for the drive-through penalty. If it's still being shown the black flag, then they want it in the pit lane, and that does suggest that it's going to be excluded from further participation. But no doubt Vita 4-1, which is a team that understands the rule book very well, will be talking to the officials, trying to do something about keeping the car in the race. For the moment, they may as well just keep out there, and as Haley was suggesting to Andrea Bertolini, keep pushing until a definite answer is given. But there are furrowed brows I can see on the Vita 4-1 Pratt perch, and so that black flag being shown would suggest to me that it's exclusion. So we are having that confirmed now from the race director. So the car is going to be excluded from the race for not responding to the drive-through penalty in time. And you can see the frustration on everybody's part, that they were doing their best to get the car in, but the other side of the coin is a rule is a rule. It didn't respond to the drive-through penalty notification within the allotted number of laps, and if you don't, then you are in trouble. So Louis Machiels, who is still soldiering on in 4th place, not responding to the black flag, didn't respond in time to the frantic efforts to bring him in with the pit boards, but black flag to car 2 for not respecting time limit for drive-through penalty, it says on the screen. And there is Michael Bartels, who walks back to the pit bunker, and I suspect is not quite ready to talk about this to Haley just yet. Has a word with the mechanics, and of course he's going to want to know exactly what the problem is with the radio. Why have they had that problem? This therefore becomes the surviving Vita 4-1 Ferrari, and it's currently being driven in 6th place, soon to become 5th therefore, by Giacomo Petrobelli. It's the car that is shared with Matteo Bobbi and Frank Kechler, the young German driver. But Giacomo Petrobelli doing a good job here, the Venetian, and he's set to gain another place. But having said that he's doing a good job, you also have to bear in mind that he is being caught by this car, because now right up behind him is Felipe Albuquerque. So you've got a battle developing now, 6th and 7th on track, with the exclusion, as we understand it, of car number 2. It's going to be 5th and 6th. He's in this time, so here comes Louis Machiels, but this may well be the last time you see the car move. And he comes in, and that's it, say the officials. Stop. And I think Louis Machiels is being told to go and see the race director, but he's blissfully unaware of what he's done wrong here. Go to the box means go to your pit bunker, the pit garage, and then go and see the race director. So black flag, car 2 in the pits, and that, we are told, is the car excluded from the race. Now this is about to be a change of place for 6th spot. Felipe Albuquerque goes through them, goes ahead of Giacomo Petrobelli. So with 5 hours and 40 minutes remaining, still got battles going on, still there's high drama, still there's changing places. And now Albuquerque goes into 6th place on the road, and it is about to become 5th with the demise of this car. The message sinking in to Louis Machiels, who is not amused, nor, to be fair, is the team. So that car is there in the pit lane. The team still discussing with the officials to see what, if anything, can be done to change minds, but I think it's all too late, isn't it? And Bertolini shakes his head. So what was a super effort by the team to get the car into contention has come to nothing, sad to say. And there it is, down the pit lane, and it parks, and that's the end for Ferrari number 2. Stony faces all round. Andrea Bertolini, who, having his first outing in the Blancpain Endurance Series this year, has been a race winner in the Superstar Series, driving Maseratis, but what was looking about an hour ago was a very promising race with a class win beckoning, now looks rather bleak. So Louis Machiels out of the car. Let's go down to the pit lane. Louis walks away, marches to the back of the garage. That rather sums up the mood, doesn't it? Nobody daring to look at him. Andrea Bertolini on his way as well. After all that effort, something as simple as a loss of communication between car and driver means, in the end, they're excluded from the race. But Andrea Bertolini made a very valid point. We wanted to do the drive-through. We were doing our very best to bring him in, but there was no response from the driver. So, lucky to be crossed that the radio had its problem. The team crossed that he wasn't responding to the pit boards, wasn't looking at them, therefore. So, the net result is that we lose car number 2 from the race. Just to catch up on one or two other things that have been going on of late. Remember, we saw the Graf Racing Mercedes parked out by the side of the circuit. It was damage to the tyre rim that stopped that car, we are told. And the number 10 Ferrari that made a long stop, the Olivier Pla, Julien Jus, Patrice Cuellar car, that was gear related. The electronic elements of the gearbox giving problems, and the gearbox command not responding, so that's why it was a long pit stop for that car to try and sort out the problem. No such dramas, though, for one of the few bulletproof cars in the race so far, 33, Timo Scheider at the wheel. He's dropping downhill then, currently on lap 411. Working his way through the traffic. And Timo Scheider now is still effectively 2 laps up on Dirk Werner. The BMW Z4, another car that he's trying to keep out of trouble, do everything right. Another car that's creeping up the order again after a busy old race. We've had a couple of incidents. Is 35 Mercedes, which has now got Thomas Jäger at the wheel, and that's about to inherit 4th place. But you're riding for the moment with Timo Scheider, and this is what Spa looks like on board an Audi R8 LMS. Bus stop then comes Timo Scheider over the timing line down towards La Source, starts lap 412, and with this 2-lap cushion now it's looking pretty good so far for the Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club entry. Timo Scheider, the German driver, Swede Matthias Ekström, Belgian Greg Franchi, the driving force of this car. Running to a good solid rhythm in the 225s. Quickest man on the circuit of late has been Andrea Piccini, number 98 in the Phoenix run Audi, after its long stop for gearbox maladies last night, now up into 19th place. Long drag up towards Les Combes for Timo Scheider. Stands on the brakes, drops it down a gear. Out of Les Combes now. Second clipping point there, going through Bruxelles, now to so-called Speaker's Corner. But easier left-hander these days in terms of a bit more runoff on the outside, when it used to be just grass and the barrier. It used to catch many people out, but now if you do run wide, you've got that extra tarmac runoff to help you. Same is true at Pau through the double left now. Right and the left, and then the brass down towards campus, past the educational facility building, and up towards the Cours Paul Frere. On this lap, Timo Scheider about a second down on the absolute best in the first 2 sectors, so running at a good conservative rhythm and consolidating this healthy lead that he's got. There's number 20, the Ferrari of Jean-Luc Beaubeli. They've had that very slow exit from the pit lane, if you remember, a few laps ago, but he's now in 8th place and has just taken over, therefore, the Pro-Am Cup class lead, Jean-Luc Beaubelic, with the demise of number 2. He's not yet done as many laps as the number 2 Ferrari, but with that being excluded from the race, so Jean-Luc Beaubelic, Guillaume Moreau, Franck Morel and Ludovic Badet, stalwart Blancpain Endurance Series racers all, are going to find themselves now up into the class lead. Another car that's speeding up and is about to break into the top 10 lower down the order is car 50, Nicky Cadot at the wheel of the AF Corsa Ferrari, having just done that car's best lap of the race, running in 11th spot, soon to break into the top 10, of course, with the exclusion of car number 2. Jean-Luc Beaubelic, however, is now lapping in the 2:31s. Now, he's in danger of losing his class lead to good old Mike Jordan here, because what's happening is Beaubelic is losing 4.5 seconds a lap to the Mercedes. They're on the same lap. It's 22.5 seconds between them. So now number 90 Mercedes suddenly becomes the car to watch, because it's a candidate for a class win. We're getting a bit excited too soon about this car possibly, but the Jones brothers and Mike Jordan in number 90, 20th at the end of the first hour, are now 9th. They're about to become 8th, of course, with the exclusion of number 2 Ferrari, but they are catching the class leading Ferrari. So eyes open for a Mercedes, because, as I say, Mike Jordan now has got a realistic chance here of getting himself up into the lead of the class. Ludovic Badet is going to take over soon. He's getting ever more edgy. Now, I think Ludovic, it is fair to say, as a Formula Renault single-seater hot shoe, is going to have a little bit more pace than the Joneses, so the gap may increase again. Now, there's the Mercedes hidden behind the Ford Mustang, but Mike Jordan comes out of La Source, and that last lap from Beaubelic was a 2:33.2. Mike Jordan 6 seconds a lap quicker. The gap is now down to 16.4 seconds, so they really need to get Beaubelic out of that car and put Ludovic Badet into the Ferrari as soon as possible. So let's see if we can grab a word with Ludovic Badet before he gets in the car. Let's head to the pit lane and Haley.
Ludovic, you're now leading the Pro-Am Cup, but it's still a long way to go.
Yes, I think it should be a long race again, and for the moment we must stay very cool and no aggressive with the car, because 5 hours again, it's still long.
Thank you.
So he's going to get in soon, and I understand why Ludovic Badet is a bit nervous. He's trying to focus on his next stint, and it's going to be an important one, as I say, to preserve that car's advantage in class. Also a report of a spin from number 12, which was the Auri Luyendyk, Alain Lee, Richard Mines and Henri Richard, United Autosports Audi. It has rejoined. It was Henri Richard driving it. And there is Jean-Luc Beaubelic heading through the piff-paff. As he's getting on in the sectors on this lap, he's lost very nearly 2 seconds in the first sector alone to Mike Jordan. Though the Cressy Spark sponsored Mercedes, run by Team Pyro, one of the top UK teams that has a good pedigree in one-make racing and has turned its attention in the last 2 or 3 seasons with the Joneses to GT racing. It is now looking very strong within the Pro-Am Cup class. And then behind, also going great guns now, you've got the 44 BMW Coupe Boss. Now, is this the lap on which Jean-Luc Beaubelic brings into the pit lane the Ferrari? Comes towards the bus stop, but the pace is just not there in his hands, is it? He's an experienced driver, Beaubelic, but he's not being able to negotiate 23, which eventually gets out of the way, lets him go, but Zach Brown loses track position. They're on different laps, of course, those cars, but this is Mike Jordan rising to the occasion, very definitely here, Mike, pursuing the number 20 Ferrari, coming over the line. That last lap from Beaubelic was a 2:35. Mike Jordan does a 2:27. The gap is 8.4 seconds. So 2 more laps and he should be ahead on this evidence, unless Beaubelic pits. Well, even when he does pit, it's going to put the Mercedes into the lead of the class anyway, isn't it? But it'd be nice to see Mike do it on track. The Jones brothers that came out of rallying into Porsche racing in the 1990s and have been customers of Mike Jordan ever since, really, through Eurotech, Mike's business that specialised in Porsches. And these days, although they run with Team Pyro, Mike has stayed with them, engineering their cars, both the Ascari before and now the Mercedes that they've bought for this year, but making a welcome return to the Spa 24 Hours. This car going great guns. They've actually got 2 here. This is a new car for them. They have a Mercedes that they ran in the British GT Championship. That is here for parts, but they decided that given that the financial outlay for all the spare parts you would need for this event was only about €50,000 less than buying a new car. They may as well buy a new car, which they duly did. They ran this at the test. The British Championship car is sitting in a spare garage, ready to be cannibalised for bits if needs be. But the Pressy Spark Mercedes, having gone, find some wood to touch, so solidly so far, and you can see how much closer it is getting to Jean-Luc Bobelic's Ferrari, which is there ahead of us, coming towards Piff Paff, and Mike Jordan storming on in the Mercedes. Mike, very successful in the early 90s in the Wilhar 24 Hours in the UK, and has done quite a bit of endurance racing in his time, not just the mini enduros of British GT, for example, but he has been a regular at the Spa 24 Hours. He's done the Silverstone 24, so he knows all about long distance racing. Total contrast from racing towards the end of the 1990s, when he had a half season doing stock rod racing at his local circuit in the Midlands. So he has raced in all sorts of weird and wonderful categories over the years, as Mike Jordan. He remains very, very quick, and it's been great to hear from Mike when he gets out of the car, because I'm sure he's going to be grinning very, very wildly about this good stint that he's had and bringing the car into contention for a class win effectively now. Does Bobelic pit this time? Comes into the bus stop, going to go out for another lap. So let's see what the gap is going to be this time through. It was 8.4 seconds last time when Jean-Luc Bobelic came over the line. And Ludovic Badet, in all due deference to Mike Jordan, should be quicker than the British driver, but that gap is getting less and less. Mike Jordan busily flashing the headlights there at Zach Brown going through La Source. The Mercedes always looks an enormous car, but it breathes in, squeezes through the gap on the inside, and Jordan now accelerates past his pit, as they're based in the endurance pits, down towards Eau Rouge, and that gap that was over 8 seconds is down to 3.7. This lap should put the Mercedes into the lead of the class, is the prediction. We're going up now towards Les Combes. There is the Ferrari that he's chasing after, and the gap is coming down and down remorselessly now. 161 ahead is the Porsche in the Gentleman Trophy Cup with Pascal Muller, Patrick Jaladet, Didier Grandjean and Dominique Sandona. That's going to go another lap down to Jean-Luc Bobelic very shortly. There is Bobelic through the traffic on the inside. Porsche slopped back in behind through Bruxelles. And the 458 then being caught for the class lead, remember this, by the number 90 Pressy Spark Mercedes. The Joneses, both of them, can be fairly forceful drivers on occasions. We saw some very good defensive driving in the first hour of the race from David Jones when he was behind the wheel of the car, but now Mike Jordan is about to be negotiated by Niki Kadai here in number 50. He can afford to let him go because they're on different laps. The AF Corsa Ferrari goes very, very wide round the outside at Pouin, but will move itself through, will it? No, it doesn't, so not quite able to get himself unlapped against the Mercedes there, but you can see how much closer Jordan is getting to Bobelic now. Come out of the Piff Paff. The gap coming down and down between number 20 Ferrari. It lost 2.5 seconds in the first sector, so they're almost together now as they come up towards the end of the lap. These cars running on lap 402, so they're quite a long way behind the race leader, but as far as they are concerned, it's the class positions that matter. And Mike Jordan also just needing to be aware that this car that's caught him is not fighting for position. Number 50 Ferrari is down in 11th. It is 3 laps down on the Mercedes, so Jordan could afford to let that go. Does Bobelic come into the pit lane? No, he doesn't. And Mike is right on his tail then, so Jean-Luc soldiers on for another lap, accelerates out of the bus stop. They go across the line almost nose to tail now, and the gap is just 0.4 of a second. And while all this is going on, I think now number 50 Ferrari is going to have to make its move, isn't it? Yes, Niki Kadai, the Italian driver, dives up on the inside, moves his way through. So that's just going to interrupt the battle for the Pro-Am Cup lead for a moment or two until he's got past Jean-Luc Bobelic as well. And if Mike Jordan's on his toes here, he'll probably slot right in now behind Kadai and just follow him up the hill. So as soon as the black Ferrari makes its move, the Mercedes can go by as well. Jean-Luc Bobelic defending the place. He doesn't need to, let's say they're on different laps, but now Kadai goes to the inside and Mike Jordan tries to follow suit. Is he going to be able to do so? Got the lights on, flashing the headlights to say I'm coming through. And this effectively now for the lead of the class, and Mike Jordan goes through then to take over the lead of the Pro-Am Cup. Great effort this, and ahead of him a sideways Niki Kadai pressing on in number 50, the AF Corsa car. So that is effectively in 10th place now with the exclusion of car 2. And rather nervous looking Joneses in the garage. But Pressy Spark getting quite excited about this now as Mike Jordan has put the car into the lead of the class. There it is in replay. Let's go to the pit lane, let's join Haley.
David, you just actually watched your co-driver there. He's in the lead. Are you happy with the performance of the car, obviously?
The car's been absolutely brilliant. No troubles whatsoever so far, and we haven't had any serious rain, which has been the main thing. We're pretty happy at the moment.
It's quite an achievement you've had in the race so far as well.
Well, we've got another 6 hours to go, haven't we? But I've got to get in the car in a minute or two, so just make sure we try and keep you there.
Thank you.
So David Jones, great enthusiast, British GT champion a couple of years ago, and as he says, he'll take over from Mike Jordan. But yes, stay where you are, Haley. I think we need to hear from Mike at the end of this. Great effort. So the new Pro-Am Cup class leader, Mike Jordan, David Jones, Godfrey Jones. There's not much to choose between the Joneses. It's probably fair to say that Godfrey is just fractionally the quicker, but as I say, there's very little between them in terms of outright pace. And so now in 7th place overall, this car, Mike Jordan comes out of the bus stop over the timing line once again, and there's going to be another happy Jordan family member no doubt in the pit lane, because as I said earlier on, Andrew, his son, touring car race winner these days, is one of the refuelers on this car. He's got itchy feet. He said to me yesterday, I'd much rather be driving it than filling it with fuel, but the Joneses are a bit particular about who they let co-drive, and Mike Jordan is that man. They trust Mike. He helps them develop the cars, does a lot of the testing with them, and has done a superb job here with the car now leading the class. Into the pits has just come, there it is in fact, number 20. Out gets Jean-Luc Boboli, in gets Ludovic Padet. So now it's going to be, effectively for the bulk of the next stint, Padet versus David Jones, and Ludovic should be quicker, but it's going to be quite an interesting fight, isn't it, as the pendulum swings back and forth between the Pressy Spark Mercedes and the Sofrev Ferrari 458 Italia. So Ludovic Padet gets in. Padet and Guillermo, two very quick ex-single-seater racers. Franck Morel, Jean-Luc Bobolique experience, but not as quick, so it's going to be an interesting mix of the drivers and therefore pace as well. But there's attention to the back of the car. And is this going to be a longer stop? And I think they're happy. Let's see. Yep, engine fires up. And down the pit lane now goes number 20. So let's have a look back at some of the highlights of this all-action Spa 24 hours. A 62-car start seems a heck of a long time ago now, but cast your mind back, Mark Goossens it was that led the way until his teammate Ludovic Sunier tried this silly manoeuvre coming into the bus stop, bounced over the curb, bounced off his teammate, and effectively put both cars out of the race. Andrew Cocody then had a big accident at La Source when he was tagged by Wolfgang Haug's BMW M3. Andrew rather shaken, went to hospital for a check-up, but he's back at the circuit, he's okay, the car rather less so. Thomas Jaeger, the ex-DTM Mercedes racer, biffed into a spin by Stefan Ortelli. Ortelli got a drive-through penalty and later had some damage on that car, but not as much as Nicolas Mar-Melhoff had as he crashed the Lamborghini inexplicably coming into the pit lane. On track we had Christian Menzel fighting with Andrea Piccini, and the Porsche pounced going up towards Les Combes. Julian Rodriguez for Hexis AMR was in the wars at Les Combes, slithered off into the gravel, and they lost quite a lot of time getting the car back, getting the gravel out of it, and then to rejoin. Alain Lee for United Autosports tapped into a spin by Kenneth Hyatt coming into the bus stop. Eric Cairol delayed as well as he tried to find a way past the parked car. The next man in the wars was David Hart, the Dutchman spinning as he came out of Pifbaf. And the experienced, successful, historic racer able to rejoin, then had another spin later in the evening. Andrea Piccini tagged while in second place into a spin by Sviergi's Porsche at the bus stop. 11 seconds lost by the Audi, and the engine was lost by Mark Hayek as the Blancpain boss had a big engine failure going past the endurance pits, and the second of the Reiter engineering Blancpain entries, a retirement really within the first couple of hours of the race. The Porsche of Christian Menzel, which had been leading, then had a long pit stop with an alternator failure. That needed changing, and so the 99 Audi had a good, healthy advantage with Frank Schnippler, Mark Vasseg and Christopher Hasse doing the driving, with Scheider, Ekstrom and Franchi running in second place. Scheider had started, Ekstrom brought the car into contention, and that was running very strongly indeed, in contrast to Eddie Cheever's Audi that retired coming through Eau Rouge. He peeled into the pit exit lane to get out of harm's way, and it was, sad to say, an engine problem that put him out of the race. Into the night, 99 was the leading car. The circuit littered with rubber, chunks off tyres, and also with gravel, not helped by cars like Jack Gerber's Ferrari sliding off into the gravel and bringing the stones back onto the circuit. That was enough to catch out other drivers as well, because the next spinner was Romain Brandella. He had a big lose at the Cours Paul Frère, but he was able to rejoin after quite a lot of time was lost. But with the GDL Racing Porsche off the circuit as well, safety car was deployed. United Autosports took Johnny Herbert's Audi into the pit garage to try and trace a strange electrical cat-out problem that the car had. The consequence of that was that Herbert lost a fair chunk of time. The marshals were busy getting stricken cars out of the way. On the restart, we lost another though. Mike Hezemans hit a curb, hit the barrier, broke a steering arm, and the Mercedes, which had been running strongly within the top six, was a retirement. And then lots of damage was done also to the 22 Ferrari, Thomas Duchesne, spinning and bouncing off the wall, heading towards Blanchimont. As the battle continued through the night, 99 led, but crashed out. There were other retirements as dawn broke, including the Ferrari of Sofrev, including the Lamborghini, and also we had lost the 58 McLaren with a fire. Then Mike Paris's Mercedes was a retirement, and 33 found itself in the lead of the race, with Greg Franchi having given the car over to Timo Scheider, and the Belgian Audi Club entry looking very strong indeed up front with a 2-lap advantage over the 76 BMW. Scheider, a frustrated man in traffic, but there was dramas for Vita 4-1 as well. Louis Mathias was installed in the car, but with a pit infringement, a drive-through penalty was handed to car number 2. The radio had gone down, and so Mathias didn't know about it, stayed out for longer than the regulation 3 laps, the net result of which was exclusion. Second place was the BMW Z4. Edward Sandstrom handed it over to Dirk Werner. Claudia Hürtgen having started the race in that car, but the BMW 2 laps down on the leading Audi. From a pit lane start up into third place, come the number 4 Aston Martin, Fred Makovici, while Vita 4-1 was trying every means possible to bring into the pit lane car number 2. But by this stage, the black flag had gone out, the team even using alternative cars pit rules to try and attract Mathias's attention. He eventually did serve the drive-through, but by that stage the black flag had gone out. Black flag means exclusion, and so car number 2, which was comfortably leading its class, out of the race. So very disappointed Andrea Bertolini could only shake his head and think about what might have been. Louis Mathias frustrated that he didn't get the message, the team frustrated that he didn't come in when the pit boards were hung out, and there was no point trying to have a conversation as the class leader walked away. But the class lead changed yet again as Mike Jordan moved his way through in the Mercedes ahead of Jean-Luc Beaubely going up towards Les Combes, and that has put the car into not only the class lead but 7th overall. 5¼ hours remain here at Spa in a race that has still got a great deal to offer. And there you can see 22, a car that really has been in the wars during the course of the race. It was the one that Thomas Duchesne crashed in the night. André-Alain Courbel had just brought it into the pit lane, and it was on pole position in its class after qualifying. Leonard Comel did a very good job of putting it onto class pole. Leonard, somebody who suffers from arthritis and is raising money for the charity. Now, this is 888, which is being driven by Mike Sturzberg. It was a car that led the race outright, of course, in the early hours, but now the car is in 13th place overall. It's now just done 401 laps, but it's moving up the order within the Pro-Am Cup, and will, of course, gain another place in class now, because it has just equalled the number of laps done by the excluded Vita 4-1 Ferrari. So another place gained outright, another place gained in class then for the 888 Haribo Manthey Porsche. And the class leader, incidentally, has just pitted. Mike Jordan has brought the Mercedes into the pit road. So having taken over the lead of the class, the Cressy Spark Mercedes comes into the pit road, that car based in the endurance pits. In the meantime, Mike Sturzberg, a regular in the VLM, the German long distance championship, charging his way through traffic on the way up now towards Les Combes. So you've got Sturzberg at the wheel here, riding the curb, going down towards Bruxelles. And the car now up into 12th place. Next target for an overall position will be the number 3 Hexis Aston Martin. But in class, it's going to be the number 50 Ferrari. But that's 2 more laps up the road, so it's not going to be easy to gain much more ground, for a moment or two at least, because you're going to need a few more cars to have problems, but they seem to be rearing their heads now with regularity, don't they, these unforeseen problems. There in the pit lane, look, is the car that Mike Jordan had put into the class lead. So David Jones, we were being told, was going to take it over. And with the tyres changed, new driver on board, refuelling completed, the car shortly should be able to go back into the race. Mike Sturzberg still pressing on here in the Porsche. Experienced long-distance racer, as I say, and he's doing a pretty good job at the moment. Last lap was a 2:26, which is the right sort of pace. The quickest man on the circuit at the moment, Felipe Albuquerque, lapping in the 2:23s, but the pace that Sturzberg is doing puts him within that leading group of cars. There is the Cressy Spark Mercedes, which went, stopped, right-hand side door open and closed, and down the pit road now goes David Jones. See where he's fallen to in class. Of course, they should give the class lead back to Ludovic Badet's car, number 20 Ferrari. This the best Porsche now in the race, 12th overall, as Mike Sturzberg comes over the timing line. Another lap done in the 2:26s, so still pushing on strongly. Goes out of La Source, plunges downhill, and there, David Jones on track. Cast your minds back to the very first hour of the race. There was a good battle that went on between David and indeed that Haribo Porsche, where Richard Westbrook was at the wheel of it. Richard working his way up through traffic, but David Jones is not an easy man to overtake, as that's been proved in many a British GT race over the years. So there is the Furiacos Aston Martin back into the race, which is good news. It had that drama a little while ago. Ground to a halt coming into the pit lane. Where has it fallen to? 21st, which is still a very good effort from that car. But 888 here, still going very, very effectively now. It is catching number 3 Aston Martin, but with a lot of ground to make up. As we look back down to the 22 Ferrari. The team still hard at work with all the damage that they've had to try and sort out overnight. That car has lost a great deal of time, but they will keep it in the race because the team raising money for arthritis research, and they're looking at getting something like €300,000 if they complete the race. That's how much sponsorship they will raise. So the team desperate to keep going for as long as possible. David Jones in traffic in the number 90 Mercedes, and Mike Jordan has just done this great job of getting the car into the class lead. Not bad for an old chap, that, in Mike Jordan's hands, the Mercedes. Let's hear from Mike Jordan with Haley.
Mike, wow, what an impressive stint.
Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed that. We were just going to run single stints through most of the event, but in the middle of the night it was pretty horrible and greasy, and so David let me do a double one then. Shirai's are used to it and everything, and in that one it just started getting a little bit greasy and he was due to go in. I said, look, do you want me to stay? He said, well, you might as well, because it'll take him a bit longer to get onto the pace. You know, all of our pace is very good, so it was just to get through the night consistently. But no, that was good, and the BMW that was running on the road ahead of us is the one behind us, so he was very keen not to let me get another lap on him, but he really worked his tyres too hard and we got past him in the end, so it's good.
Thank you.
A job well done, and there is number 90, which is now down because of the pit stop, second in class once again, and the margin is 36.8 seconds between Ludovic Badet and David Jones. But as long as that car can keep out of trouble, and it has done so far, they're looking good for a podium finish. But does a class win Beckham? Well, we've got another 5 hours yet, which is very nearly 2 full rounds of the Blancpain Endurance Series, because they run to a 3-hour maximum, but nearly 2 full rounds still to go. And the Mercedes carving its way up now towards Les Combes. Ahead there on the road you can see number 16, which is another of the class rivals, Rafael Vanclaw, Marius Ritschkes, Prince Benedict van Oranje and Dennis Retter. 35 Mercedes pits. Now that car, 4th place, despite its spins earlier on in the race and being involved in contact with other cars. Thomas Jaeger has done a good job, brought it into contention. The car being shared by Kenneth Heyer and Stefan Lemeray, the Belgian journalist, who is another driver that always goes very well at his home event. Lots of experience of this. Just had confirmation via the steward's bulletin that because car number 2 just came back to the Vita4 Ferrari, it didn't respect the drive-through penalty. The stewards decided to exclude car number 2 from the race. So that confirms what we were seeing in the pit lane and what we'd heard from race control, and it's now been published as such. So great disappointment for Vita4 Started with 3, they're down to 2, but 29 is still going and is in 5th place. That's the 2nd placed BMW now in the pit road. Dirk Werner, I think, staying behind the wheel of the car. Now 44, Hubert Vos has brought the car in out of 9th place. Been refuelled, brake test supplies, new tyres go on as Dirk Werner then sets off down the pit lane, ready to rejoin. BMW Z4s, great looking and sounding cars, really have done a good job in the hands of different teams in this race. The pole sitting car from Mark VDS we lost quite early on with a diff problem, but the Need for Speed Team Schubert entry and the faster racing by DB Motorsport cars have all gone very well so far, but we've got over 5 hours still to go. Best lap of the race, incidentally, now credited to Mike Rockenfeller, whose car is in 18th place, many laps down after its big gearbox issues earlier on, but he's lapping, or has lapped in the 220s, and it's great attention going on for the 35 Black Falcon Racing Mercedes down in the pit road. So it'll be a longer stop, but it's factored into the team's calculations that discs and pads have to be sorted out during the course of the race. Thomas Jaeger brought the car in, and that is in 4th place, but it's 2 laps up on Giacomo Petrovelli's Ferrari, so they are able to have that longer pit stop. Lights flash as David Jones tries to work his way through traffic, and does he successfully get by going up through Les Combes? Yes, he does. The KRK Mercedes at the moment Van Oranje gets out of the way. The Dutch Prince racing the GT3 Championship last year, and although that car comes up as being driven by Mike Jordan, what they haven't done is flip the transponder switch to the correct setting, so it's David Jones at the wheel. But the problem now that they face, if that information is not relayed to race control properly, is that if Mike's done a double stint and the information thinks that he's doing this stint as well, then the danger is that incorrectly he'll be perceived as having exceeded the maximum continuous driving time of 3 hours. And they don't want that problem, so they need to try and get that transponder in the right place. Now Claudia Hurtgen has got back behind the wheel of the 76 BMW, car that runs in 2nd place. Into the pit road has just come the 3rd place car of Fred Makovici. Claudia Hurtgen here pressing on. Claudia, who many years ago was a rising star in single-seater racing, came through Formula Ford and Formula 3, then had a big accident and broke her arm at the Monaco Formula 3 Grand Prix, and that prompted a career switch across to production saloon car racing in Germany, then into the early days of the BPR and FIA GT championships for Rogue Racing in Porsches. As a co-driver, in fact, to Stefan Ortelli initially. And Claudia then went back to racing in Germany, but came into the GT3 Championship, 3 years ago now, with the BMW Alpina B6. There's great guns in this Z4, and she goes down now towards the hairpin at La Source. The car in 2nd spot. Currently 3 laps down on the leading Audi, but it's been such a good, solid, consistent run. Do not rule out this car of being 2nd at the end. So far, so good for the Team Schubert operation. I know that the 33 Audi is running strongly, but could this possibly be a car to inherit the lead if it gets a problem? Well, as long as it stays out of trouble, it's conceivable. The last female winner of the Spa 24 Hours was Lillian Brinner, going back to 2004. Former show jumper, turned very rapid GT racer. But Claudia Hürtgen in second place at the moment, doing a very good job as the BMW powers out of Blancpain. A short stint though done by Dirk Werner, which is interesting. Just a single stint in that car, but maybe they're trying to make sure that the right person is in at the end of the race. Pit stop for 23 then, which is for United Autosports, and it was Zach Brown who brought the car in from 17th place. This is the car that he shares with Richard Dean, Johnny Herbert and Stephanie Hansen, and the car with a combined age of its drivers of a mere 185 years of age. So it's been a bit of a mixed race this after its electrical issues earlier on. The car having lost more time than the team really could afford to have lost, so now bringing it to the finish is the main aim. But it's 3 laps down on the car that it's chasing, the Black Falcon Mercedes, number 38 of Andre Labed, Brett Curtis, Peter van der Kolk and Jeroen van der Heuvel. Next is Aston Martin back on track. Now how's David Jones getting on? Still pretending to be Mike Jordan as far as his transponder setting is concerned, but he's in traffic. And there is Mike Sturzberg, 5th in class now in the Pro-Am Cup. Class opposition that he's chasing is the 44 BMW. He's got to make up 2 laps yet, so again it's a situation where you need cars to either have a problem or a lengthy pit stop to reduce that deficit. On board with Mike Sturzberg as he comes now out of the bus stop. Olaf Manthei's team, vastly experienced. Olaf himself for many years a Porsche race winner and champion in Germany. Does not be running cars for customers. Really specialises these days in the VLN, the long distance championship in Germany, and can bring that experience of running the cars on this type of circuit to the Spa 24 Hours as well. And had it not been for that alternator problem very early in the race, I think this car would still be in there pitching for a good result within the top 6, but they're not done yet. Since then, they've had no dramas at all. I think the car has just gone on and on very rapidly. And another car with a case of what might have been hovering over it. Just had confirmation of 54's retirement. That was the Olivier Panis, Nicolas Lapierre, Gregoire de Moustier, Eric Debar Mercedes. So another car that was running well at the very start of the race. Olivier Panis had it up to 11th early on. Cars still in the race, dwindling all the time, but still 5 hours to go. There is, as they say, a long way to go yet. The Manthei mechanics need some more Haribo sweets, I think, to give them a bit more energy. Watching the timing screens, looking at how the car is doing. 56 Porsche. That meantime comes over the line the Marc Fagionato, Kees Stepek, Thierry Pragno, Franck Racinet car that runs within the Cup class for the older spec Porsche 911 GT3s, and this car has had its dramas at the bus stop during the course of the race, and its most recent one, just a lap ago, looped itself around coming down through the bus stop, and it was Franck Racinet at the wheel when it had the spin. Sturzberg still pressing on in 888, lapping last time in the 229s. David Jones getting a bit held up in traffic there. He's going to be caught soon on track, at least, by the Porsche. But there are 4 laps between them. Riding now with Mike Sturzberg as he comes up towards Blanchimont. Down through the gears as he comes into the bus stop now. Circulating, just talking about different manufacturers for a moment, is the surviving McLaren, the main aim of which now is just to bring it home to get more data as part of its development process. But this is the leading car heading down the pit lane, and it looks like Timo Scheider is about to bail out on the rotation. It should next be Matthias Ekström to get on board. Let's see whether that's going to be the case. So the car will be refueled, and an empty Audi for the moment sits at the end of the pit road, the car having done 426 laps. So Timo Scheider brings the car in whilst leading from Claudia Hürtgen's BMW in second place. And then the third, it's now Henri Moser at the wheel of the number 4 Hexis Aston Martin. Right, refuelling is done. The car goes up onto its jacks and is heading for the garage. So this is, I don't think, part of the plan. I know it's got 3 laps in hand. It may be that they want to give the car a bit of a check out, but there's Matthew Sector in the background. Does he get on board? Yes, he does, but is this a scheduled... Yes, it looks like it is scheduled, doesn't it, to sort out brake discs and new brake pads. So electing to refuel it, put it in the garage while they've got this big lead like this. So Matthew Sector will get on board and the team goes to work to give it new brake pads and brake discs. That should then, of course, take it to the end. We're into the last 5 hours of the race now, as you can see from the clock counting down at the top of the screen. And a car, incidentally, in the hands of Thomas Jaeger that has just done its fastest lap of the race is the 35 Mercedes. It's currently running in 4th place. We had a very good, solid drive there. So there's 76 Claudia Hürtgen over the line, and is now 2 laps effectively behind the leading car because of its longer pit stop. There it is in the garage. So WRT now just being told Matthew Sekström to pump the brake pedal, get the fluid there, so that there's something under his foot when he needs it, when he stands on the brakes for the first time. Make sure everything is right with those brakes before the car is released. So get the brake fluid levels up, pumps the pedal, and when the team is happy, he'll be released. The Belgian team, WRT, overseen by another great Belgian racing driver, Pierre Dieudonné, winner of this race himself back in 1981. In those days, Pierre was racing Mazda RX-7s with the late Tom Walkinshaw. Right, the car drops down, it's brought out of the garage, and because you can't start the engine and drive straight out of the garage, you've got to have the car on the pit apron, then fire it up, then leave. That's exactly what the team does. Brings it off the little jacks, drops the car down, and Eki fires it up. Matthias Ekström, now double DTM champion, blasts back into the race. So what looked initially like a bit of a problem was all part of the plan. Audi knew exactly what it had to do, so the car refueled in the garage, change the brake pads and the brake discs, get the car back into the race, and having built up such a big lead, it's easy to do. No dramas at all. And the BMW offered this little incentive by seeing the car it's chasing go into its garage, but still the gap is a wide one of 2 laps. There is Matthias Ekström then, going back down the pit lane. It'll be great for she's turned next in that car. Timo Scheider, as we've seen, has bailed out, so as the car goes over the timing line at the end of the pit exit. What they haven't done in all of that is put the transponder to the correct setting. So we've seen Ekström get on board the car, but it's still being shown as Timo Scheider behind the wheel. So you're looking at the leading Audi, and just to go back to that pit stop, we saw Timo Scheider bring in the car, and Matthias Ekström was the man that took it over. Now, let's have a look at this. Car stops on the pit apron, out gets Scheider, off comes the tear-off windscreen, then it goes into the garage, and there, with the Red Bull crash helmet, is Matthias Ekström, who gets in. And Timo Scheider is the man helping to strap him in there, you can see. Now, regulations say you can't change drivers in the pit garage. Well, one got out on the pit apron, one got in the garage. The entire driver change did not take place in the garage, but Pierre Dieudonné there, talking to the mechanics, may, as the team manager here, have a bit of a problem to sort out soon, because there's a little bit of a question mark over whether that was done correctly. What they perhaps should have done is do the driver change, then get the car in the garage, but it wasn't done that way. So race control, I understand, are looking at that just to make sure that the regulations have been adhered to. may have become a small grey area that needs tightening up in the future. A loophole may well have been found here. There's some discussion going on between the team. The car still leads the way, but there may be a bit more to this story. Let's find out. So Pierre Giudone, hugely experienced racer, as well as team manager. Spent a long time with Orica, with Hughes de Schoenack, before cutting to the WRT squad to run these Audi R8s, not just in the Blancpain series, but also in Belgian GT events. And there is Matthias Ekstrom then, who leads the way. The 04 and 07 DTM champion, who always had as his ambition in life to be a DTM racer. Went to Hockenheim as a small boy with his dad and sat in the grandstand and said, this is what I want to be. And he realised the ambition to be a DTM driver and a double champion, still one of the top DTM pilots. And in his first Spa 24 hours, currently he's leading the way. Claudia Hurtgen, meanwhile, pressing on. Comes through the bus stop. And the BMW, because of that longer stop for the Audi, is now just one lap behind. So depending on what they need to do on the next pit stop for this car, whether it also needs to have brakes dealt with, it means that the gap is reduced and should continue in that way. All runs to plan. Down towards the endurance pits goes Claudia Hurtgen. Matthias Ekstrom, meantime, comes through Pouin. Aki getting himself back into a rhythm behind the wheel of this car. Fresh in, of course, straight away flashing the headlights at the GT4 class-leading Nissan that's up the road. Now, let's hear from Timo Scheider, having just bailed out of the race-leading car. He's in the pit lane. Let's go and join Timo with Haley.
Timo, it's been great to see you dominating the last few hours.
Yeah, really. It was a tough night with rain and dry conditions, so in general we had to fight quite a bit during the night session. And I couldn't sleep at all because we planned it different, and I had to do another stint also in the night, so I had no second of sleep right now. So that's one thing, but the other thing is that the car is running perfectly. The guy's doing a great job so far. Just crossing fingers that it's going to be to the end.
So it was routine procedures, you bringing it into the garage?
Yeah, it was no problem. We just changed brake disc and pads just to be safe. That's like it is, and yeah, we have to save another 5 hours.
And surely that driver change wasn't allowed?
Yeah, it was allowed. We did that before as well. I think that in the plan you can do that in the pit. So everything is fine.
Thank you.
So Timo Scheider is happy, and the team don't think there's anything wrong with that, but we've got in replay the way they did it. The first driver, in other words Timo Scheider, gets out while the car is in the pit lane, and there you can see Matthias Ekstrom getting in while the car is in the pit garage. Just adjusts himself in readiness, the Swede, getting into the car. And Timo Scheider with his drinks bottle there, overseeing all of that, helping to strap in a man that's normally a rival in the DTM, as much as being a fellow Audi racer, but very much a teammate this weekend at Spa. So Matthias Ekstrom, it is behind the wheel of the race-leading Audi, and making his way down to Bruxelles with this one lap advantage. So because of that longer pit stop, the new brake discs and the brake pads, of course the margin is reduced. Second place remains Claudia Hurtgen's BMW. Third is Henri Moser, who is doing a pretty good job actually in terms of lap times for Hexis. Now he's 6 laps adrift of the car that he's chasing, so third maybe, barring a problem for those ahead, as good as it gets for the Aston, but it's still been a good effort this, up from the pit lane start. Race this for Audi in terms of having such a good lineup of drivers and teams, but problems have befallen 3 out of the 4 cars, and it makes you wonder whether there's a sting in the tail for them, or whether, a bit like Le Mans, one will survive untroubled as the others have their dramas. Here through the bus stop then comes Ekstrom. Lower down the order there, 41 in 13th place. Marcus Paltela at the wheel of the Mark VDS Racing Team's Ford GT. And that's been a car that's never really had the outright pace in the event, but has soldiered on, kept out of trouble. Paltela, somebody who knows his way around here, having spent quite a bit of time racing in Belcar, as well as in many of the Spa 24-hour races and FIA GT events that have been here. FIA GT1 World Championship last year, for example, which ran at the event, but not within the 24 hours itself. Paltela then the Finn, former Porsche racer in Germany, former kart racer, had a spell in the European Touring Car Championship, goes through on the inside there of the GT4 Nissan, which is now being driven by Jordan Tresson, 27th overall, the Nissan. The Ford GT, another of those oh so charismatic cars on the grid. Makes a great noise. Paltela, the man behind the wheel. Let's go on board with him and have a listen to the Ford GT singing its way uphill to Les Combes. Out of Les Combes, and now the V8 rumbles its way down towards Bruxelles. Paltela grabs a gear. On the brakes, down through the box, and now gently back onto the power. Got the tight left coming up at Speaker's Corner, and then on the power, downhill towards Pouhon. Now this car that you're looking at is 13th. In 5th place is Audi 32, one of the drivers of which is Stefan Ortelli. We've not heard from Stefan yet in the race. It's time we did. He's in the pits with Haley.
Stefan, you're currently sat in P5. That's quite an impressive performance considering the issues you've had.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's just out there, it's crazy. You know, the car is really, really nice. We have a lot of really, really big moment with this car. It's such nice to drive. And also to come back on the top 5 right now, it was quite challenging, and we want to have more. So we will try to get, why not a podium? But first of all, I keep my finger crossed for the car number 33. It will be really important if we can win. So that's the most important thing. And if we can close, that's going to be even better. But I can't wait to go back in the car. It's also very nice.
Thank you.
So the Frenchman lives in Monaco these days. Stefan Ortelli, the man from Caen, ready to do his next stint, and just checking, I think, with the team as to how many more laps Felipe Albuquerque has got to do before it's Stefan's turn behind the wheel of the car. Of course, a man that won outright here in 03 in a second-class car in the days when the FIA GT Championship had GT and NGT. It was an NGT Porsche he drove for Manfred Preisinger's team that came through to win outright. There's number 60 McLaren, which has had a fairly torrid race, but Glyn Geddy, the man that brought it into the pit lane most recently, one of the 4 drivers, doing a good job of keeping it in the race, bringing more and more data back to the team. Von Ryan Racing, the entrant of the car, all to do with Dave Ryan being the man in charge of this operation, and his nickname was Von Ryan. So Dave Ryan putting his name to this part of the team. This car running in the Pro-Am Cup, the 2 Pro Cup cars we lost early on. Andrew got his big accident early on in the race. In fact, Andrew, just to finish off his saga, had already copped a 5-minute stop-go penalty for changing an engine at the end of Friday into Saturday morning, and therefore the car had lost time anyway. Andrew was carving his way as best he could up the order, and then got tagged by a slower car, so it was a big disappointment all round. Number 60 has had all sorts of woes, but they just want to continue the development of the car. Chris Goodwin joined us last night and was explaining, he's the development and test engineer on the car, that what they want to do is get all the problems ironed out before the cars go on general sale to customers, so that when people spend quite a lot of money on a McLaren next year, they know it's effectively a turnkey race car that's going to win races. It's had a win already, in fact, here in British GT earlier on in the month. But this has been, it's got to be said, a disappointing weekend for McLaren. A lot of potential. I don't think people necessarily thought they were going to be winning cars, but not to have the woes that they have had quite so early in the race for two of the cars. 76 Claudia Hurtgen then, working through traffic. Just to catch up on one or two other incidents in the last hour that have been confirmed. Ferrari number 22, Lionel Comol's car overheating, that's why that's back in the pits. 92 Ford Mustang steering issues, and the 54 Graf Racing Mercedes, that's the Olivier Panis Nicolas Lapierre car, as the two-star drivers in it, steering problems and put that out. And the number 2 Vita 4-1 situation is just confirming what we knew, that Louis Machiels didn't get the message because of a radio problem, the car excluded, and there's very little anybody is able to do at the moment to console the team. Very angry all round that not just they had the problem, but the ultimate outcome of being excluded from the race. But stewards have deliberated, and they rule the car is out of the race, so it's still classified on the screen as being 18th, but of course it will not be there at the finish of the race, that's for sure. On track, Matthias Ekstrom leading, lapping in the 224s now, with Claudia Hurtgen in the 227, so in other words, although it was a lap between them, the margin is expanding all the time. There's the BMW that runs in second spot. Now you're getting to the point where you start to hear funny noises in the car when the teams start to get ever more nervous. Can they go for just another 4 3/4 hours? They've come so far in the race, but what's in store for them next? Claudia Hurtgen grabs a gear. Although the bulk of the driving seems to have been done really by Werner and Sandstrom in this car, Claudia Hurtgen still very, very quick and able to match them for lap times. Comes out of Pouhon, up now towards the pit path. And the Z4, a car that is getting increasingly competitive in GT3. And the budget this team operates on, nowhere near what Audi are doing. So it's a very commendable effort indeed. Mike Stursberg, incidentally, who we were looking at a little while ago in the Pro-Am Cup, being warned about respecting the track limits, going through a Rouge where he's been a bit curb happy. Claudia Hurtgen up towards the end of that 4.31, comes out of the bus stop, over the line, and that lap is a 2.27, whereas Ekstrom up front doing 2.23s, so now once again proving to be the fastest driver within that leading group. Other car that's still capable of doing good lap times is the 98 Phoenix Audi in 16th place, Mike Rockenfeller having done a 2.20 a while ago, but that car now at a rather more relaxed pace of 2.26s. So 2.23 for Ekstrom, putting him as the fastest man on track. As Mike Stursberg still pushing on, 12th overall now in the 888 Porsche. What are the chances of this car gaining another place? It has got to make up a lap against Lexus Aston Martin for a place overall, but in terms of a class position, he's got 3 laps to make up. So although his lap times are much better than those being offered up by 44 Harry Kohlen, one of the gentleman racers, as I say, he's got to make up now 3 laps. Stursberg doing all he can, which is to press on as fast and as hard as possible, but he needs the BMW to have a problem to really give him those 3 laps back, doesn't he? Goes out of Speaker's corner, grabs a gear, drops down towards Pouin. Sequential box on the Porsche. Down a gear into Pouin in the first element. Take the line for the second. Up a gear. Carl straightens out now, using all of the curb. Down towards Piff Paff. Down 2 gears. And now the car goes through the right and left-handers, that short straight down towards Campus. Through Paul Frère comes Mike Stursberg now, heading up towards Blancpain. In the good old days of when this part of the circuit had grass and gravel and barriers, it was even more daunting than it is now, but with the extra run-off tarmac there, if you do get it wrong, you've got a much better chance of surviving the moment, and they're darting through the traffic is Stursberg. Down to second gear as he comes into the bus stop. Up now towards the end of the lap. The car based in the endurance pits, but he goes over the finish line, which is parallel to the Formula 1 pits at the top of the circuit, and as he worked his way through traffic, he's also having his attention drawn to the fact that 32 Felipe Albuquerque, who runs 5th, wants to get past him. Right, out of La Source, past the endurance pits now, down towards Eau Rouge, and it's the next corner coming up, Eau Rouge itself, where Stursberg has been warned in the past about going the wrong side of the curb and the white line. As I said again, 2 wheels, at least not 4 there, but trying to straight line that as much as possible, shorten the lap a little bit, get a quicker lap time out of it. Wiper on as he heads up towards Les Combes, down through the gears. So that nice long straight, giving the drivers a chance to do one or two other things, like put the wiper on if needs be, perhaps talk on the radio to the team to just have a moment's relaxation as the car's going in a straight line, because the rest of the lap is so physical. Stursberg goes down towards Bruxelles now. Goes through Speaker's corner and now downhill towards Pouin once again. His last lap was a 2:25, so in terms of lap times, he is now the 3rd fastest man on the circuit, doing a great job is Mike Stursberg. The trouble is they've lost so much time early on with the alternator problem, but he really does need other people to hit problems to give that car another chance. Edward Sandstrom has done a great job though for Team Schubert in 76. Let's hear from him in the pits with Haley.
Edward, do you think you're going to gain on the Audi in front of you?
It's maybe to be a little bit too optimistic at the moment. We have been, one part of the race we were gaining against them due to strategy more, but I think for raw speed we're not really there, but we are trying, of course.
You must feel positive after the great success you had in the Dubai 24 Hours with Claudia, so you know the car can definitely perform for you at a 24-hour event.
Yeah, sure. It's last year we had a quite amazing Nürburgring 24-hour, and this year we won in Dubai, and now we are second here at the moment. So it's really, endurance has been great for us so far.
Thank you.
And another good result possible here as well. This car in second place, and after a steady first hour, it's come up and up and up the order. And it's hard to remember the car with any sort of real problem over the course of the race. You're on board again with Claudia Hürtgen now. Into the pit lane, meantime, comes Felipe Albuquerque. Stefan Ortelli was saying he can't wait to get back on board that car. Is this his chance? Door opens, windscreen is cleared, and Albuquerque gets out. I just wonder whether this is also going to be for brakes, because it's a similar situation, isn't it, to what we saw for Scheider. One driver getting out of the car, and I expect in a moment that's going to be wheeled through 90 degrees. Yes, you can see the little corner jacks coming out, so it'll go up into the garage, they'll do the brakes, change driver, let it back into the race. That will be my prediction for what this pit stop's all about. The car now having worked its way back up into 5th place, and it was a long way down the order after its earlier problems. It was down in 22nd yesterday evening. So it goes up on the jacks, the team turns it through 90 degrees into the garage, and just like we saw for 33, time for new discs and pads, and then they'll get the car back into the race. And while that's going on, so Stefano Ortelli is ready to hop on board. And Felipe Albuquerque, after another very good stint, has kept the car in contention. Now it is 2 laps behind the Black Falcon Mercedes, as he's on the same lap as the Vita 4-1 Ferrari, with now Frank Kekler at the wheel. It's going to lose that place, isn't it, while it's in the pit lane? So Kekler will go up into 5th place now. But the Audi mechanics working to a plan, and the cars then having gone through this. 33 has had it stopped, 32 now completes it, the new tyres go on, and very shortly Ortelli is going to be back into the race. Now that's 35 in 4th place at the moment, Thomas Jaeger. And that car, despite having been knocked into a spin and triggered another, has had a good solid run. Down the pit lane goes Ortelli then. There's the Mercedes. And what are the chances of that car gaining anything before the end? It's 3 laps down on the Aston Martin that it's chasing after. Thomas Jaeger, I think, has done the bulk of the driving in that car, but he is the fastest of the 3, most experienced of the 3 as well, so it makes sense to give him as much track time as possible. And swoops now through Eau Rouge, climbing uphill. The Black Falcon team with experience of the German GT3 Masters as much as the GT3 European Championship. There's Ortelli then, back into the race. But Thomas Jaeger trying to work his way through traffic. Goes through to get past the 116 Viper, that car that runs within the Gentleman Trophy, and currently has Benoit Gallin at the wheel of it. 32 Ortelli, 3 Lecombe, so that car is down to 6th, remember now. Frank Kekler trying to salvage something for Vita 4-1 out of this race, now up into 5th place. And Felipe Albuquerque out of the car, explaining to the team that he had good fun out there, working his way past lots and lots of cars, picking off places, and has brought the car back towards contention. So 5th is on the cards before the end, because I think it's got the pace to go back ahead of the Vita 4-1 Ferrari, dependent upon who's going to be at the wheel of the Ferrari at a given time. Giacomo Petrobelli not quite as quick as Matteo Bobbi, nor as Frank Kekler, but has Petrobelli done, or has he got another stint to come in that car? That's the next question to get to the bottom of. Ekstrom leads the way then. Claudio Hürtgen 2nd, Henri Moser is 3rd. The red Mercedes, Thomas Jaeger is 4th, Frank Kekler 5th, Stefano Ortelli 6th, Ludovic Badet 7th. Now that's the next thing just to pick up on, is that number 20 Ferrari, Ludovic Badet, is leading now with, in the Pro-Am Cup, David Jones 2nd, and the margin between those two is quite a big one. They're on the same lap, but it's a big margin between Ferrari and Mercedes. 3rd in that class is the 44 BMW of Harry Kolen, but that is not matching the pace. 54.9 seconds is Badet to David Jones now, so after Mike Jordan's efforts to get the car into the lead of the class, they're now back into the lead has gone the Ferrari, and it needs them to put one of the slower drivers in the car to really give the Mercedes an opportunity of bringing down the gap once again in the Pro-Am Cup, or indeed for the Ferrari to have a problem. More and more cars with the wipers on intermittently now, just to get rid of 1 or 2 spots of rain. So what's the weather got in store? That's something else that the Mercedes team, Pressy Spark, could do without, because the car on Avons, which it runs in the British GT Championship, it's fine in the dry, but they've had their concerns about the cars on the wet tyres around Spa. Talk to people that have run on the three main tyre suppliers in this race, and they're all saying that the cars just do not work anywhere near as well on wets as they do on slicks. So they're all desperately hoping for a dry race here. We had some rain during the night to make it greasy and rather difficult for the drivers, but now just a few spots of rain in the air as Ludovic Padet powers his way up towards the bus stop. 7th place this car is, and a lap down on Stefano Ortelli. So Ludovic Padet with a good track record in Formula Renault, leading the Pro-Am Cup here, helping Formorel Jean-Luc Boboli, and assistance also from Guillaume Morrow, another very fast single-seater driver converted to sports prototypes and GT cars. 41 through Marcus Palteler ahead. Palteler 13th, and what are his chances? He's 3 laps down on Richard Westbrook's Porsche. Richard pressing on, 12th overall now, and lapping quickly, having taken over from Mike Sturzberg. Riding on board now with 41 Marcus Palteler as he climbs up through Radion. Trouble for Ecurie Cos by the look of it. 79. Andrew Smith has brought the car in. Andrew, another of the experienced historic racers that drives that car, but also bear in mind, although the guys have all got lots of experience of racing historic cars, they're far from historic themselves, all young drivers. Andrew, Alison McKay, Ollie Bryant and Joe Twyman doing the driving, and the car, which had been up in the top 20, had a problem, fell to 21st, and has got 3 laps in hand over its pursuer, but a top 20 result, if they could get that from the team, would be good news. It should inherit 20th place, of course, with the demise of number 2. The Vita 4-1 Ferrari still being shown on the timing screen, drops further and further down all the time, but we know it's not going to rejoin, it won't be classified, it's disqualified from the race. So in real terms, 20th, but in the pit lane, is the number 79 Ecurie Cos Aston Martin, but it's starting to make rather more frequent pit stops now, which is a bit more concerning. Number 19 Porsche you're looking at is the car that took over the lead of the Gentleman Trophy, and coming through now, Kurt Dujardin, the man behind the wheel. It was at the expense of Northern Motorsports 124 Porsche, which had a very long pit stop with gearbox problems. That is back in the race now, being driven by Tim Bergmeister, very fast Porsche driver, single-seater driver in his youth, but lost a great deal of time now relative to number 19. That's done 396 laps, which means that it is 8 laps clear of Bergmeister's car, so it's going to be very hard indeed for Tim to do much about bringing down that deficit before the end of the race. Second now in the Gentleman Trophy is 124. There is Tim Bergmeister, but as I say, 8 laps down. A lot of work has to be done here. Bergmeister, who came from karting through the Formula Koenig category, then to Formula Opel, Formula 3, had his spell in the Carrera Cup and the Porsche Super Cup, and has raced Porsches ever since, both in the American Le Mans Series, in the ADAC German GT Masters and the VLN, so he knows his way around these cars. He's got plenty of Spa experience as well, and the Milner Motorsports 911 GT3R comes over the timing line. That lap, the 228, whereas the car he's chasing is doing 245, so in terms of pace, you expect the car to be catching up, but so much time was lost while it was in the garage that it's a rather forlorn hope, I fear. Needs number 19 to have some problems. So with now the time having gone past 11:30 here at Spa, we've still got Audi, BMW, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi as the top 6. Benoit Galland there, the Belgian journalist, running 3rd in the Gentleman Trophy in the Dodge Viper. Great to have Vipers back on the grid. It's been a long time really in GT3 races or the Blancpain races that we have seen Vipers, but they always look good, they sound superb, and I think there should be a regulation that says every GT race ought to have a Viper. They're just great cars. And the Belgian journalist, the editor of Turbo magazine, a regular in the Spa 24 Hours, and raced in fact here last year at the event in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Lots of Spa experience, but like Stefan Lemeray, the other Belgian journalist in the race, is a quick racing driver in his own right. Benoit Galland went through a rouge, climbing uphill. And he goes past the stricken Audi of Eddie Cheever in the background there, powering his way up towards Les Combes. So just over 4 hours and 20 minutes of the race remain here, the Total 24 Hours of Spa. And the way that the Blancpain Endurance Series works, with having these different classes for the pro drivers, the pro-ams, the gentlemen, the cup class and GT4, means there's been an awful lot to look for over the course of the race. The 116 Viper currently running third in the class and is in 27th place overall. That's the GT4 leader, number 63, the Nissan, which has had damper problems, electrical problems and a puncture as well over the course of the race. Jordan Tresson at the wheel in 26th place now. The opposition rather self-destructing. We lost the 103 Aston Martin, we've lost the Lotus of the Mansells and Eduardo Piscopo that had a fire and stopped early this morning, and the only other car that was in the class was the number 100 BMW M3. Well, that is still going in 28th place, the BMW M3 that has Christophe Legrand, Raffaele Sangiolo, Giuseppe De Pasquale and Wolfgang Haug as its drivers. Nissan gets out of the way. Up the inside goes Ludovic Badet in the 7th placed Ferrari, class leading in the Pro-Am Cup, remember. And also trying to find a way through is 38, which is the Mercedes of Andre Lebed, Brett Curtis, Peter van der Kolk and Jeroen van den Heuvel. Quick driver, Jeroen, in the Dutch Supercar Challenge and GT4 racing. Probably, I think it's fair to say, the fastest of the four in that car. And it's driven by Andre Lebed at the moment, and it's in 15th place, car number 38. So the circuit a little bit empty now in comparison with what it was like at the start. There's 100, the BMW M3, turning its way now through Bruxelles. And for the moment, that car with Giuseppe De Pasquale at the wheel, going downhill towards Caen. Runs in GT4 spec. BMW M3's race-winning cars within the European GT4 trophy this year, but there's no shortage of experience, in fact, within the car. Christophe Legrand, for example, is the regular driver of the car in the GT4 European trophy. The Zandvoort instructor, Raffaele Sangiolo, has been racing in Porsches in GT racing for many, many years. Giuseppe De Pasquale, likewise in Ferraris. Wolfgang Haug has been racing in this event since the early 1990s. Now, number 92 in its pit garage, Eric Bachelard at the wheel. Eric, who was a Formula 4 champion back in 1984, but having moved to America, now the man that owns the Conquest racing team, in fact the team that won the inaugural Indy Lights Championship when Eric was driving, and the 55-year-old joining 58-year-old Jean-Michel Martin and 59-year-old Marc Douay in another of the old boys' cars really in the race. Eric has never won the race, but Jean-Michel has won it 4 times. Marc Douay has won it 3 times. Audi cleans up at Spa. Look, hoovering has started in the garage now for the Belgian Audi Club team. Mike Rockenfeller still pushing on lower down the order in 17th place, having just done the best first sector of anybody in the race. So he's got the best lap of the race to his credit, and he's still pushing on as hard as he can. Stefan Ortelli also pressing on in 32. Stefan having done the car's best lap of the race last time. Sometimes you wonder with Stefan Ortelli whether these days his real strength is his speed or his experience. Sometimes you think he's perhaps not quite as quick as once he was, but he's a very dependable driver still. Well, he's proving that he has still got the speed by going quicker than his co-drivers in 32. 33, Matthias Ekström, last time lap to the 223. He's working his way through traffic, coming in towards the bus stop. And the double DTM champion comes through now to complete lap 441. Goes down towards La Source, and as he does so, the leading Audi with this lap cushion over Claudia Hertmann, still at the wheel of number 76 BMW. So for Audi, 32 lost time early on with wheel damage and suspension damage. He's still going back in 6th place. 98 lost lots of time with gearbox problems, and 99 that yesterday evening was looking very, very strong indeed. Crashed out with Christopher Hausser at the wheel during the night. So this really now is the car that carries Audi's hopes. Is there going to be a sting in the tail? WRT team most certainly hopes not, but you never know, the 24-hour race. Remember last year it was within the last 45 minutes, effectively, that BMW had its problems, and through came Porsche to win for BMS Scuderia Italia. Then we had the GT2 class last year, but with GT3 and GT4 this year, there's the GT3 McLaren in the pit garage, and you saw Rob Bell a moment ago. This is the car, though, that Adam Christo shares with Ben Geddy, Phil Quaife and Roger Wills. Adam Christodoulou returning to European racing, having been successful in single-seaters in America in Star Mazda for the last couple of years. But this rather public development process continuing. It was Glenn Geddy that brought the car into the pit lane, peering into it, trying to work out and see who's going to take it back into the race. The car's due out again. One car lost with Tim Mullen at the wheel when it had a big fire yesterday evening. Another car lost, Andrew Coccotti, with a big accident very, very early on in the race. And car 60 then is set to rejoin. Currently classified 32nd. Roger Wills, look, he's the man behind the wheel, the Kiwi, his distinctive black crash helmet. So Roger, tremendous enthusiast of motor racing, has this tremendous collection of historic cars which he races most available weekends, but this year has concentrated a bit more on modern motorsport, racing in the Le Mans series, in the 24 hours itself, and now his second Spa 24 hours. We saw the Ecurie Cos Aston come into the pit lane, and Chris Needell of Barwell Motorsport hopefully can give us an update on what's happening in pit lane. Chris, can you give us an update on the Aston Martin?
Yeah, we've been chasing a misfire all night, basically, which hasn't been a major problem because we've been able to, the drivers have been feathering the throttle to get around it. But the problem is we've been changing ECUs because they've been overheating. So we've been through about 3 ECUs now, and so we're obviously a bit worried about getting to the finish. So we're trying to find a more permanent solution to the problem, but it's proving a bit difficult at the moment. So
thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, bad news, and especially when you get towards the last 4 hours when you come so close to a finish. And there is the Ecurie Cos Aston Martin, Barwell mechanics hard at work, and this has been a great effort by all 4 drivers to raise the funding to get into this race. And even on Friday, last-minute sponsorship deals were still being done for a few euros here and there, but it's been a superb effort to get the car into the race. You're riding now with 41 Ford, which is being driven currently by Marcus Paltelet. Quite a long stint in this car, and the Finn turning his way down towards the bus stop. Now ahead of him on track is the Sofra Ferrari. Behind him is Richard Westbrook, having taken over from Mike Stursberg. Grabs a gear coming out of the bus stop. Thanks very much, he says, giving him racing room. And you can see the way that Richard, with his one style of driving, which is flat out, pushing on as hard as he possibly can. Ludovic Badet pits then now, number 20, the Sofra Ferrari coming into the pit lane, out of the Pro-Am Cup class lead. Marcus Paltelet sets off downhill. Now is this going to give David Jones back the lead of the Pro-Am Cup in the Mercedes? This seesaw fight we've got for the class honours. 7th and 8th overall, those two are. There's number 50 Ferrari. Now Jack Gerber back at the wheel of the car, the South African, who was in the wars a little while ago. Yesterday evening he went off at approaching the Paul Frere corner, went through the gravel, just clipped the tyre barrier, but didn't really suffer any damage, kept going. Drive-through penalty was given earlier on when Matt Griffin was behind the wheel of the car, and number 50 Ferrari given the drive-through for track limits. But it's been a fast car race long, and you can see in the background there Richard Westbrook flashing the lights vigorously at the Audi, trying to get number 12 out of his way. Richard Mines at the wheel of it, the Brit based in Hong Kong these days. He's getting in the way a little bit. Richard trying to get his line for the next corner, but he's not really helping Richard Westbrook's case here. Richard's on the lights again. Now lines up to have a go on the inside. It's going to be under braking, but he's going to go through on the inside at Polonius. He's gone through now, but time lost there. Richard Mines, shipbroker, somebody else who turned his back on modern motor racing to go historics. Richard started off many, many moons ago, Richard Mines this is, not Richard Westbrook, in road saloon racing in a VW Golf, then went into the National Saloon Championship with a Ford Focus and a Honda Integra, and then switched to historics. He's got Mini Coopers, McLarens, and last weekend a Williams FW07 was his weapon of choice at the Silverstone Classic. Ludovic Badet then in number 20, having the tear-off windscreen removed, so better visibility for the next stints. New tyres on the car, tank of fuel, out he goes. So David Jones then, now back into the lead of the class in the 79 Mercedes. Powering his way downhill. So it's the battle not just for the class lead between those two, the Ferrari and the Mercedes, but also for 7th place overall. David Jones making his way up now towards the Piff-Paff. Came into racing very much in Porsches, in the Porsche Championship in the UK, then into GT racing in a Porsche, but has really gone great guns this season in the Mercedes here. One or two rather concerned faces in the pit lane. The winner of the best moustache of the event, there you can see. Right, David Jones still pushing on, working his way through traffic, and he's got the Mark VDS Ford Mustang to negotiate here, coming up towards the bus stop. David Jones nips around the outside, drops into the bus stop now, and having worked his way past the Ford Mustang, comes towards the end of a lap. Mercedes growls by, back up into 7th place. Let's see what sort of margin he's going to have at the end of this lap over number 20, which I think stayed with, yes it did, Ludovic Badet at the wheel. And number 50 has got a puncture by the look of it. Jack Gerber, 10th place. It's a real snakes and ladders race for this car. It's up and down the order, and just having broken into the top 10, this punctured tyre means it has to limp through Les Combes, and it's happened at the start of the lap. So poor old Jack Gerber has got to limp it round for a full lap of the circuit here, and a full lap is just under 7 kilometres. So it's going to be a long, long lap for number 50. Jack Gerber limping the car back down now towards Bruxelles. But this is going to cost it yet more time. Now, being chased by number 3, it's got a lap in hand over the Hexis Aston Martin of Jan Claret, but I think that place is going to be lost, isn't it? Because a slow in lap plus the pit stop to sort out the punctured tyre is going to go against them. So Jack Gerber slowly making his way down towards Caen, that white flag there to warn drivers that there's a very slow-moving car up the road ahead. And so now as number 3 goes across the timing line, a place in the top 10 beckons now for Jan Claret at the wheel of the Aston. Turns his way through La Source. The slower Ferrari 430 to negotiate in a moment, but that won't be a big issue. Fingers crossed. The 22 car, isn't it? Thomas Duchesne crashed last night, that'll get out of the way in a moment, or will it? We get to the point of the circuit here where the drivers, the amateur racers, are so concerned about making sure they get through a rouge safely that they concentrate on that and not quicker cars behind. But I think now Claret should be able to go storming past on the run up towards Les Combes. Yes, the Aston Martin booms by, so that takes track position. But oh dear, tyre off rim now. This is becoming a real struggle for Jack Gerber. He's not been racing for that long. The South African raced in the UAE on occasions, got into racing along with his mate Leon Price, who races at a lower level. Another South African who races in the GT Trophy in the UK. But Jack Gerber racing, having been in the Ferrari Challenge, moving up this year into the Blancpain Endurance Series with Matt Griffin as his regular co-driver. And a bit frustrated, I think, is Matt, because every time the car looks like it's got some potential, something else happens to it. Jack Gerber, having been off in the night, he's actually going at a fair old pace, despite the fact that the rim is now grinding along the ground. Then he slows a little bit, coming towards the bus stop. He's going to have to come into the pits quite clearly this time, but lots of time lost. We've got David Jones in the pits, by the way, now, in the Mercedes, which has just rumbled underneath me. And from 7th place, leading its class, in has come the Pressy Spark Mercedes. So this cat and mouse battle in the Pro-Am Cup continues. Meantime, Jack Gerber, South African, heads for pit lane from 10th place in the number 50 AF Corsa Run Ferrari. One of the top Ferrari teams, Amato Ferrari's squad, but they lost another of the cars. 51, the Yannick Malagol, Jean-Marc Machelier, Howard Blank car with a gearbox problem during the night. And so here, running 7th in class, but 11th overall, soon to become 10th overall, is Jan Claret. And refuelling, first of all, for the AF Corsa Ferrari. When that's done, they can worry about the tyre change. And are we going to get a change of driver as well? Keep an eye to that, as Claret comes then now towards the bus stop. And now the tyre change for Jack Gerber's car. That's completed. And so the engine fires up, does it? Should do. Or is there another problem now with the starter motor, just to add to the woes? It's not got going yet. Still it's stationary. Time is being wasted here. And Jack Gerber gets going, but yet more time lost. Jack, a bronze graded driver. There's the driver grading system within the Pro-Am Cup. Platinum, gold, silver and bronze, depending on levels of success and experience of racing. Jack Gerber is a bronze gentleman racer, relatively new to the sport, and that car now will have fallen back behind the Aston Martin of Jan Claret. So we've had that change, therefore, for 10th place, and there is Jan Claret heading up towards Les Combes. There's Jack Gerber rejoining them. It's going to put him down to 11th now, that pit stop, and the way that Richard Westbrook is going, it may not be long before the Porsche pulls back a lap against that car and demotes Jack Gerber yet further. Then, of course, you put either Matt Griffin, Marco Ciocci or Nicky Caddo behind the wheel, and its pace will improve once more, and it may well be that it's going to be the last 4 hours of the race shared between those three drivers to give it a much better chance. But Jack Gerber has to do 6 hours minimum as a bronze driver to score points. Rejoins now, and having had a big accident at Navarra quite early on in the race, did a lot of damage to the car after Matt Griffin did some heroic stuff in qualifying. It's been an important race this for Jack Gerber to get his confidence back, and the car is still running in 11th place. Not a bad effort. He's about to go another lap down though, because the race leader is catching him. There is Matthias Ekström. So there's Ekström, race leader. He's done 4.46 laps now. He's got a lap in hand over the 76 BMW. And you can see the way that the pace of the Audi means that he's catching up all the time onto the tail of the Jack Gerber Ferrari. So you're looking at the way things are in Pro Cup at the moment, with Matthias Ekström leading the way, and in real terms it's a 1 lap advantage he has, because the next time that the BMW in second place crosses the timing line, it will be confirmed as a 1 lap margin. In third is the number 4 Aston Martin of Henri Moser. Fourth is 35 Thomas Jäger. Fifth is the Ferrari 458 Frank Kechler at the wheel, and then sixth Stefan Ortelli in the number 32 Audi, the second of the WRT entries. Ekström goes past the tyre that's come off the rim of Jack Gerber's Ferrari. Standing by the side of the road now, but no dramas for Ekström at the moment. 4 hours to go, anything could happen. Then second place BMW, Claudia Hürtgen at the wheel. And this car that has had such a good solid run, the Audi, was always there or thereabouts in the opening hour of the race. This is a car that just crept its way up the order, but took over second place in the 11th hour and has remained there, going solidly. Is it going to be good for second place? Can it go even better? Claudia Hürtgen at the wheel of the car at the moment, going up through Les Combes with the right, left, right sequence. And then in third place is the number 4 Aston Martin in the hands of Henri Moser. And this is a car which is 2 laps down, 6 laps down I should say, on the BMW, 2 laps ahead of the pursuing Mercedes in the hands of Thomas Jäger. So in a good solid third place at the moment is Henri Moser, former GT3 European champion. But it's when you get Fred Makovic or Steph Dusseldorf behind the wheel of the car that its pace quickens, but Moser doing a decent enough job here, coming towards the bus stop for him to complete lap 440. He's going to complete it in the pit lane, in fact, so Henri Moser bails out of this. And down the pit lane he comes. Is he going to do another stint, or is it time for a driver change in that car? Let's find out in a moment, as the Aston Martin heads towards the Texas Mechanics. Another pit visit from 44 Harry Kolen in the 9th placed BMW. So the pit lane getting busy. And Fred Makovic is about to take over the car. He started it from the pit lane and was 17th at the end of the first 60 minutes of racing. So the Hexis team, as we were hearing from Philippe Dumas earlier on, delighted, maybe even surprised to have got this far. It's not a team with a great history of long distance racing, having really been brought up on 1 hour GT racing, a GT1 World Championship or the GT3 European Championship. 3 hours of Blancpain has been a bit different this year, never mind 24-hour racing. So we've got just over 4 hours to go. Let's have a look though at what else has been happening in the race. 62 cars started a packed grid yesterday just before 4 o'clock here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it was Marc Goossens from the outside of the front row that just grabbed the lead on the way towards Eau Rouge, but his lead did not last long as Ludovic Sunier, his teammate, careered into him coming into the bus stop and effectively wiped out any chance of a good result for the Pro Speed Porsches. Andrew Cocody was tagged into an off at La Source, a very big accident for the McLaren driver. Andrew okay, but a bit shaken, a bit sore, but the car well and truly out of the race. Stefan Ortelli made a move against Thomas Jaeger, knocked him into a spin. Ortelli got a drive-through. Jaeger, thankfully, undamaged and not badly delayed. Nicolas Meyer-Melhoff destroyed his Lamborghini coming into the pit lane. And Christian Menzel, driving the Manthey Haribo Porsche, worked his way past Andrea Piccini into the lead of the race. Piccini was tagged by the Porsche of Spurgi coming through the bus stop. That cost him around about 11 seconds. He was able to rejoin, but Mark Hayek had a big engine failure in the Lamborghini in the hands of Peter Cox. That car had led the race. It meant that both of Hans Reiter's cars were out within the first couple of hours. After the efforts of Westbrook and Menzel, into the pits came the Manthey Porsche. An alternator failure meant that needed changing, and Matthias Ekstrom brought number 33 Audi into contention, up into second place, chasing after number 99. 98 had a gearbox problem and fell down the order. 11 in the hands of Eddie Cheever had an engine problem, and that stopped out on the circuit. As day turned to night, it was the Stifler Hauser Basseng Audi that led the way and had at one point a 2-lap advantage. It was looking very strong indeed. Others had their problems. Jack Gerber's Ferrari ran out of road, bounced off the tyres and was able to rally across its way back onto the circuit. As more cars ended up off the road, a safety car was deployed, at which point United Autosports took Johnny Herbert's Audi into the garage to try to cure a strange electrical cutout problem that the car had, and with the safety car on track to allow the officials to get cars out of a dangerous place, one of which was the 18 Porsche of Gianluca De Lorenzi. Of course, the gaps bunched up in some cases. On the restart, though, we lost another, and it was a leading car. Mike Hesemans, who'd been running well, had just had a brake disc change and then ended up spinning into the barrier, breaking a steering arm and retiring. Thomas Duchesne spun into the wall, did lots of damage to his Ferrari, but was able to drag it back to the pit lane. It was repaired, carried on in the race, but now plagued by an overheating issue. 99, the leading Audi, crashed out in the night. We'd lost Lamborghinis, we'd lost McLarens, we lost more Mercedes as well. Mike Parisi having to park the number 55 car out on the circuit. Greg Franchi, Timo Scheider and Matthias Ekstrom had taken over the lead of the race during the night, and 33 now remains as the leading car. It took the lead during the 10th hour and it remains at the top of the classification. Scheider was held up in traffic early on in the morning, venting his frustration against the slower Porsche. But then attention turned to Andrea Bertolini's Ferrari. The team put Louis Machiels into the car during a lengthy pit stop, but they committed a pit lane infringement by having too many people working on the car at a given time, and the net result of that was a drive-through penalty. Machiels, though, did a good job in his stint up to a point. Got back onto the circuit, managed to hang on to a good place, did good lap times as the 76 BMW went from being Edward Sandstrom behind the wheel to Dirk Werner. And the BMW star clambered on board the Z3, put in a good stint to keep the car in second place. Up into the top four had come the number 4 Aston Martin, and with a drive-through penalty being given to Louis Machiels, it would inherit third. But it wasn't just a drive-through that went the way of Machiels, because it didn't respond within 3 laps, because the radio had gone down and Machiels couldn't hear that the team wanted him in. A black flag, an exclusion from the race was the penalty. They resorted, as you saw, to using the pit board from a different car, desperate to try and attract his attention. But once that black flag had come out, that was the end. Exclusion. Stop, said the officials. And Andrea Bertolini, after all his hard work, just couldn't believe it. 33, the leading Audi, went to its garage for new brake discs and pads and a new driver as well, as Timo Scheider handed over to Matthias Ekstrom. And it does look as though Audi is going to clean up in the Spa 24 hours as the car 33 leads the way. The most recent drama, a punctured tyre for Jack Gerber. It means then that with just under 4 hours to go, Audi leads the 24 hours of Spa. From David Addison and Hayley Coxon for now, goodbye. We're into the final 2 hours of the total 24 hours of Spa, and it's a race still being headed by Audi. This, the third round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. It's a round where points are scored at the 6 hour, the 12 hour and the 24 hour mark, and that in itself has really spiced up the championship with 2 more rounds to go at Magny-Cours and then at Silverstone. We've had some rain during the night. The race predominantly has been dry, and it's being led by Audi, a manufacturer that had 4 cars in the Pro Cup. 3 of the 4 have had problems, but one still soldiering on up front, Greg Franchi being the man that is driving 33 at the moment. We started with 62 cars yesterday afternoon. It was a massive grid, the race running this year for GT3 and GT4 spec machinery. And it was Mark Goossens who took the lead for Porsche early on, only to be muscled out of the way by his teammate, Ludovic Sunier, who pulled this silly move going into the bus stop. Andrew Coccoli was an early retirement. His McLaren having a massive accident at the hairpin at La Source. It was tagged by another car. Andrew shaken, sore, but okay, and is back at the circuit. He wasn't the only one in trouble though, because Thomas Jaeger was tapped into a spin by Stefano Ortelli's Audi as they went up towards Les Combes, and that started problems for Ortelli with damage that became greater and greater. Not as bad though as Nicholas Meyer-Melnhof, who destroyed his Lamborghini coming into the pit lane, as on track Christian Menzel's Porsche battled with the Audi of Andrea Piccini. Piccini was later tagged into a spin by the rather uncooperative Porsche, the Fabio Spergi, coming through the bus stop, and then a big engine failure put the 24 Lamborghini of Mark Hayek, the Blancpain boss, and Peter Cox and Jos Menton out of the race, and that meant that Hans Reiter's team had lost both of its cars within the first 2 hours. There was woe also for the Richard Westbrook Christian Menzel Porsche that needed an alternator change, and the pendulum swung in favour of Audi, as from Team Phoenix there was the car in the lead, and in second place for WRT, Greg Franchi's car up into second spot. Other Audis weren't so lucky. Eddie Cheever, a retirement, for example, for United Autosports, he parked the car at the pit exit lane as the 99 leading car of Mark Bassing, Christopher Hasse and Frank Stipper continue to build its lead as the cars race into the night. Conditions that could caught out many. One of those drivers that was caught out, Jack Gerber, ran off the road through the gravel, bounced off the tyres and was able to rejoin. And when the safety car came out with cars in dangerous places around the circuit, United Autosports took the chance to put the Audi of Johnny Herbert into the garage and try and trace a curious intermittent electrical misfire that was becoming ever more of a problem. Gradually, those errant cars were retrieved, including the GDL Racing Porsche, but when the race got back underway, it wasn't long before the next incident happened. Mike Hazelman's Mercedes crashed against the barrier, bounced back onto the road, but with a broken steering arm, it was going no further. Then Thomas Duchesne had a big lose and lots of damage was done to his Ferrari. The car continued, but is now retired with a gearbox failure. With the fireworks overhead, the cars raced on towards midnight, and it was during the night that we lost the leading number 99 Audi after a big crash. We lost Lamborghini, we'd already lost McLaren's, and in the early hours of the morning, we lost Mercedes as well. Mike Parisi parking his Graf Racing car with damage to a wheel rim. Through it all, though, has come the 33 Audi. It took the lead at the 10-hour mark, and it's still up front now. Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom and Greg Franchi, the 3 drivers, the car for the Belgian Audi Club, leading the way, and now with a margin of 3 laps over the opposition. Timo Scheider, however, was being held up on occasions in traffic and getting very frustrated about some of the driving standards. There was more frustration for one of the fancy teams, Vita 4-1. They put Louis Machiels into the car. Andrea Bertolini not happy with the way the car was in his stint. Ferrari engineers came to have a look at the problem, but in so doing there was a pit infringement, and the net result of that was a drive-through penalty for the number 2 Ferrari. Louis Machiels took it over, turned in some good lap times, but that was only the start of the story. In second place would come the BMW Z4. Edward Sandstrom had done a good job in that, gave way to Dirk Werner. Claudia Hürtgen, the third driver of that car, and he is still well placed, running in second spot, trying to close the gap to the 33 Audi. Number 4 Aston Martin was up into third place, having started from the pit lane. But its battle with the number 2 Ferrari was soon to come to an end. The drive-through penalty being applied for Louis Machiels for the pit stop infringement, but the radio had gone down. He didn't get the message. Eventually, despite using pit bulls from other cars, the car did pit, but it was too late. It had gone past the drive-through penalty board 3 times. That meant a black flag and exclusion. The team felt it was rather hard done by. It was not that they didn't want to do the pit stop, they were all busy trying to get the car in, but with the radio having failed, there was just no other way of communicating with Machiels. It took a long time to get the message across. Andrea Bertolini's face said it all. With its healthy advantage, the Audi team was able to put the car in the garage and do not only a driver change, but also a disc and pad change. It was time to sweep up in the garage. The Jack Gerber, though, more problems. A punctured tyre, the wheel coming off, the tyre coming off the wheel rim, and as the Ferrari limped back, it fell briefly out of the top 10. So 33, Greg Franchi at the wheel, continues to lead the 24 hours of Spa. We're into the final 2 hours of what has been an intriguing race, and still there is more to come. It's Audi, Mercedes and BMW battling within the top 3. The Audi number 32 here in 4th place. The car lost time last night when the contact between Stefano Ortelli and Thomas Jäger's Mercedes became ever more serious, and about half an hour was lost, so it fell way down the order. But some good stints today by Ortelli, Felipe Albuquerque and Bert Langin has brought the car back up into 4th place. Now it is 11 laps down on the race leader, but even so it is still pushing on, and a podium may come their way, you never know, because now it is on the same lap as the 35 Mercedes, so there's a battle developing now for 3rd and for 4th places. Also in the last couple of hours we've had a stop-go penalty for number 29, the surviving Vita 4-1 Ferrari. That was for a tyre infringement using non-regulation tyres. So 29, Matteo Bobbi at the wheel, has now dropped into 5th place. And the other great battle that's been raging on all day is 7th overall, but also importantly the lead now of the Pro-Am Cup, helped by the demise of the number 2 Vita 4-1 Ferrari. But effectively it's the number 20 Sofrev Ferrari now in the hands of Guillaume Moreau versus Mike Jordan driving the number 90 Cressy Spark Mercedes. That's the best British crew as well. It's Mike Jordan and the Jones twins, David and Godfrey. That's the 2nd place car you're looking at, Claudia Hürtgen at the wheel of the BMW Z4, the same type of car that took pole position in the hands of Maxime Martin, run by Mark BDS Racing. This car, however, run by Need for Speed Team Schubert, and Claudia Hürtgen now running 3 laps down on the leader, Greg Franchi. But it has been an impressive run, that's for sure. And with now under 2 hours to go, very hard, you go back to the race history to find any real problem for that. Touching wood, can it survive unscathed to the end? All they've done is refuel it, change discs and pads, put new drivers in it, put new tyres on the car, but it's been a very impressive run indeed. Claudia Hürtgen, who's got a GT background going back to the mid-1990s, threading her way now through the traffic. Edward Sandstrom and Dirk Werner, the other 2 drivers in this car, running in the Pro Cup, which, as the name suggests, is purely for the professional drivers. But you've also got the Pro-Am competition to look for, the Gentleman Trophy Cup class, the older spec Porsches and Ferraris within the Gentleman Trophy, and GT4, that's being led by the Jordan Tresson, Alex Bunk and Chris Ward Nissan. The Mansell brothers and Eduardo Piscopo were leading that until around about 9 o'clock this morning, when an oil leak became a fire, became a retirement, and put the Lotus Evora out of the race. Claudia Hürtgen now starting to close a little bit onto the tail of Guillaume Moreau. Now Moreau lapping at the moment, not quite as quickly, having just taken over that car, as the Mercedes and Mike Jordan has taken back the class lead. So the Pro-Am Cup battle, seesawing between the two, it's going to go right down to the wire, that, depending on who pits when within the last stint. 65 minutes being the maximum you can go on a tank of fuel these days under the regulations. There's something flapping, I think, on the right hand side of the 2nd place BMW Z4 there, just turning towards La Source. Is it anything serious? Doesn't look to be. This is the car that's running a very impressive 3rd, the Kenneth Heyer driven Mercedes. Kenneth, who's Father Hans Heyer, a very successful touring car racer in his own right, 3 times a winner indeed at the Spa 24 Hours. and in 3 different types of car. The 5 and 6 Series BMW, he won it in one of each, and also driving with the late Tom Walkinshaw in the Jaguar XJS in Hans Hire. And Kenneth, after experience of Bell car racing and the GT3 European Championship, also the long-distance VLN races these days, he's done a very good job in that car. Stefan Lemray, the Belgian journalist, who always manages to find a drive in the Spa 24 Hours, not surprisingly, and generates lots of coverage for the team he drives for. He's the third driver of that car, but really it's Thomas Jaeger, the former DTM racer for Mercedes, who has done the bulk of the driving and indeed has been the quickest of the 3. So the Mercedes then running at the moment in 3rd place, and it has just done 490 laps, and it's being chased by 32, which is now Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel, and that is on the same lap, albeit there's quite a gap now between the 2 cars. Now for the Audi Sport Team Phoenix squad, they started with 2. They had 99 leading the race very comfortably, going at just past midnight, and then a big accident. Christopher Haas crashed out. The surviving car, 98, has got Marcel Fasser at the wheel. It's the one ahead, in fact, on track of the Mercedes you're looking at, and that had a big gearbox drama last night and lost a lot of time. Number 4 Hexis car in 12th place, Fred Makovici at the wheel, and having had a very lengthy pit stop with power steering problems a little while ago, that car has fallen a long way down, as I say, from the top 3 into 12th place, and Steph Dusseldorp can explain more about the team's woes. He is in the pit lane with Haley Coxon.
Steph, can you explain what's going on with the car?
I had a small collision with one of the Audis from United Motorsports. He was blue flagged, but I thought he gave me some space. He made the corner, we hit, not really hard, nothing special. 40 minutes after, I started having some smoke and some liquid on my windscreen, and problem was the power steering gave up, and they fixed it, but now we're back on P12, I think. So, too bad.
Thank you.
It is P12, and it means the car now is 24 laps down on the race leader. So when we heard from the team boss, Philippe Dumas, earlier on in the day, he was saying just to get to the finish now is a real bonus, because they've never done a race of this length. The team, each hour is completed, it's another learning element for them. Stefan Ortelli there, talking to Wolfgang Ulrich. And the car that Stefan Ortelli drives, number 32, with Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel now. As I say, it's on the same lap as the Mercedes we've been looking at. It's within a minute then, and is lapping quicker, so the gap is coming down and down between 3rd and 4th. Now, there you can see the 32 Audi dropping downhill towards Pouin. Felipe Albuquerque doing a very good job here, and the car, which was way down in 22nd place yesterday evening after the time was lost, has battled back. It can't really make up the lost laps, but it is gaining places. It's 12 laps off the lead car, the sister car, but a podium for both of the Belgian Audi Club entries, TWRT, would be a great result. Bert Langin, I think, has done his stint now, so it's going to be Felipe Albuquerque possibly to even bring the car to the end. Stefan Ortelli may get one more stint out of it, but Bert Langin has been in the media centre for a little while, talking to the Belgian journalists. It's not looking like a man that's eager to get back into the car. Past one of the many stricken cars around the circuit comes now Felipe Albuquerque, goes past Mike Parussi's Mercedes, and Felipe, who raced in Formula Renault 2 litre and 3.5, Race of Champions winner. He's raced in Superstars, in A1 GP, and first came into GT racing 2 years ago with one of these Audis in the Italian Championship, and goes very well indeed. And he, Stefan Ortelli and Bert Langin make a very good combination of drivers. Now, the last lap the car did was a 2:23.8. Across the line has just gone Thomas Jaeger, and he now is doing 2:23s. This is the Mercedes you're looking at, but now leads the Pro-Am Cup. It's Team Prezi Spark, and it's Mike Jordan at the wheel, and the car is now up into 6th place. Now, with the Sofra Ferrari having pitted, it's gone back into the lead of the class. It's Mike Jordan and the Jones twins, David and Godfrey, and this is how Pro-Am Cup looks at the moment. The Joneses and Jordan lead in the Mercedes from the number 20 Ferrari, and then in 3rd spot now is 888 Richard Westbrook, Christian Menzel, Mike Sturzberg and Hans-Guido Riegel in the Olaf Manthey run Porsche, which led outright early on in the race. And then it's Ferrari, BMW and Mercedes to round out the top 6, as into the pit lane comes 33, then Greg Franchi gets out, Timo Scheider gets in, and this should be now Timo Scheider through to the end in that car, I would propose. So the man that started looks like he's going to be the man that finishes, and this car has just gone like clockwork. So for Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club, the 33 Audi pits, and there is the second placed BMW, Claudia Hürtgen, having had quite a long stint in the car since the mid-morning, going very strongly. There was a short stint by Dirk Werner. Claudia Hürtgen took over and has done a long stint behind the wheel of the car now. For 33, it's going to be new tyres. It's the full service here. New driver, fuel and new tyres, and with two-part pit stops. In other words, you can do the fuel and the drivers as one part, but you can't do any other work. That means that only now can the two mechanics, all that's permitted under the regulations, work their way around each of the four corners and do the tyre change. Now it's 3 laps between the leading Audi you're looking at and the second placed BMW. That gap will come down a little while we've got the leading car in the pit lane like this, of course, with an hour and 3/4 of the race to go. We've never, in the history of the 24 hours, had an outright win for an Audi. BMW has won many a time. Now what's happening for 33? It goes, and then it's told to stop, and it looks as though they just want to make sure there's nothing caught in the radiator at the front, so the mechanic is happy. Is the team manager happy? Yes, he is. Now he lets the car go. Okay, a few seconds lost, but when you've got a 3-lap lead, neither here nor there, is it? So better to be safe than sorry. The car making its way now back into the race. Timo Scheider at the wheel. Claudia Hürtgen still storming on in the second place BMW. The car that was at the end of the first hour of the race down in 21st place. Now in terms of the cumulative pit stop times, you can see on the caption there, the leading Audi has spent the best part of over a minute less in the pits than the BMW. The third place Mercedes, an hour and 4 minutes, and an hour and 18 for number 32. That's because it spent a lot of time in the pit lane last night as they sorted out the suspension damage, but proof of the old adage of endurance racing that the car that spends the least time in the pit lane is looking good for a race win. It's borne out by the graphic there showing you who has stopped for how long in the race. The Mercedes, in the hands of Mike Jordan, has stopped for just 54 minutes, and that has been another car that has done a remarkably good, solid job. One of the 2 Mercedes that the Jones twins own. They run one in the British GT Championship, which is here, and is available for parts should they need them. And the Avon Shod Mercedes, the same tyres it runs on in the British Championship, going great guns here, up into the top 6 now. Second in the class is for the Software Autosport Promotion team, this Ferrari. Now Guillaume Morrow at the wheel of the car, and he's second in class. He's on the same lap as Mike Jordan, 19.3 seconds behind, lapping quicker. But when you consider that that car has got 2 very definite pro drivers and 2 AMs, whereas the Jones twins and Mike Jordan are all quick amateur racers. I know Mike's been in the British Touring Car Championship and won British GT, but even so, he's not perhaps as much a career driver as the 2 single-seater hot shoes are in the rival Ferrari. Makes the fact that the Mercedes is doing so well very impressive. New tyres going on 888 here, which Christian Menzel brought into the pit lane, the Blancpain team Porsche. Christian Menzel out of the car, so driver change affected. And that car, having got itself up into 8th place overall, is now 3rd in the Pro Am Cup, and it could well lose that, in fact. And there, look, flames coming out of the back of the car as it goes down the pit lane. I say it could lose that, not just because of the big blaze that suddenly starts, but also because the pit stop will have cost it time, and it stops at the end of the pit lane, and there's black smoke and there's lots of flame. And it was Richard Westbrook that had just taken over the car. Now it creates a traffic jam at the end of the pit lane. There's no room for anybody to get out now, so this is a big drama. Richard Westbrook gets out of the car, but look, a traffic jam has formed and the BMW behind has got no way through. They've got to do something about getting this car out of the way. The pit lane is now completely blocked. It's at a narrow part of the circuit. They need to get the car out of the way, but now 43 losing chunks of time. It was a long way down the order anyway, but this is a disaster for anybody wanting to come out of the pit lane, and as yet nothing's being done to move the car. So that needs a big shove, just a car's length, that's all it will take. But for now, because of the way that it's stopped at the narrowest point where there's a barrier on either side, nobody can get by. And Richard Westbrook, I think, yes, realises the problem. He's trying to push the car, get it out of the way. 43, as I say, was a long way down. So that car now is being pushed clear. And so that's the end of Richard Westbrook's race within the, last hour and 40 minutes. Pit stop looked to have gone absolutely fine. And then all of a sudden, as he goes down the pit lane, so there's a fire. And that, disappointingly, is the end of Richard's race. Now, we've also talked over the course of the last 23 hours or so about the McLarens and what sort of a checkered race it's had. Let's hear from one of the drivers, because Phil Quaife has joined me. Phil, it's not been the perfect race for McLaren, I know, but it's all part of this development progress that you're having to go through.
Of course, McLaren. Well, first of all, hi, how are you?
Good, nice to see you.
Yeah, we've come this weekend. We're still very much in the development stages with the McLaren MP412C GT3, and not many manufacturers come to a major race like the Spa 24 Hours to do their development ready for their customers in 2012.
Yeah, it's all very public, isn't it, really? Because Goodwin was up here last night saying, we are being fairly brave doing this in full view of everybody and people watching every lap as it unfolds.
For sure, and I think, as you can see, the 60 car, which I'm driving myself with Adam Christodoulou, Glyn Geddy and Roger Wills, is still going at a great pace, and we're showing that the car is performing very well and very competitive.
What's it like to drive? I mean, I know you've driven a great variety of GT cars, but this must be the ultimate, surely.
It's fantastic to be part of the programme.
Yeah.
Driving the McLaren is something very, very special, and I've had a very enjoyment weekend and loved every minute of it, and I can say it is a great car to drive, and I don't want to be getting out of it.
When's the next race where you're going to be in that? Have you not worked one out yet?
I haven't worked that out.
But it's on the shortlist, I'm sure. Big disappointment this for Richard Westbrook, isn't it? Just as you walked through the door, we saw the car go up in flames, and poor old Richard, it's been one of those races where he's done everything possible, but what do you reckon caused this? If you get a chance to look at this replay with us, because the pit stop was completed, the car's waved away, and then as it sets off down the pit lane, suddenly...
Well, Richard Westbrook is a good friend of mine, actually, so I'm actually really gutted to see that. He's had some great pace throughout the race, and we had a little battle ourselves with him last night, but we obviously don't want to see this happen.
No. Just listen to the audio down the pit lane. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Comes to a grinding halt. And Richard, I think, knew that it was a big problem. Stopped it as soon as he could. But yes, you can see it sort of jerking, can't you, as it comes to a halt there.
It's very hard to pick up exactly what's happened, but as you say, it's clatter, 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 and obviously the flames from behind. So I can't really tell exactly what's happened there, but it looks like it's game over for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a big fire, and of course that in turn then blocked the pit lane exit. Now, a quick word about your car, because I know it's been a difficult race. You are still going, as you say, but what sort of dramas have you had to work your way through? We've seen you in the pit lane a fair few times as you've been developing the car and sorting everything out.
Well, as we all know, it's still very much in development, and considering that, I don't think we spent too much time in the pits at all. I think we're learning the car, and everything that we get from this race is going to be noted and put in the books, ready to be put on the car, ready for the next test. And like you say, we're just getting the best for our customers in 2012.
So it's the ideal circuit to test it at, of course. It's got just about everything. You've got the high-speed bits, you've got the fairly daunting bits as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to make out that Roger Wills, my teammate, gentleman driver this weekend, he has done an absolute fantastic job, especially on his last double stint. He just got out of the car, and he was showing pace with the top 10 drivers. And that shows that the McLaren is so easy to drive, very competitive, and a big hats off to McLaren and CRS back at base.
This project that's come about, I mean, it is badged as McLaren, but CRS and Andrew Kokodi, of course, has a major part in that, instrumental to the programme, aren't they?
Of course, yeah. I think obviously it's a good partnership. Goodwin's very much involved, CRS, and everyone back at MTC. So I think they've really put a fantastic car together. As you can see, it's battling with the Audi R8 at the moment, and hats off. I think it looks fantastic. We've got so much good publicity from it this weekend, and a lot of fans are backing us out there.
It's Adam at the wheel, isn't it, at the moment?
It is Adam at the wheel. Just got an hour and a half to go, and he'll take the checker flag.
Excellent, okay. Just
hopefully.
Talk us around the lap of Spa, because now, of course, you've driven it in anger around here. Come out of the bus stop, straight onto the power.
Yeah, the car's got fantastic traction. We've got running the paddle shift system, again, which is absolutely brilliant. Coming down into turn 1, all the way from 5th gear down to 1st. The brakes with ABS are absolutely incredible, and now heading down into Eau Rouge, one of my favourite corners, a real driver's corner. Approaching the corner at a lot of speed, and in 5th gear, a little brake, and then back on the throttle all the way down to Camel Straight.
You can see as well on this part of the circuit all the amount of rubber that's by the side of the circuit. Of course, if you run offline, particularly in the dark, you're going to get your tyres in such a state.
Oh, massively. It's definitely, you've got to stay on your line. Like you've mentioned, as soon as you go off it, you've just got so many marbles. We've been racing nearly 23 hours now, and the amount of rubber that gets thrown off the tyres is pretty impressive. So definitely the key is to stay online and let the fast cars go around you.
They're going to say in a situation like this where you're coming up on traffic, they've got to hold their line and you've got to go around them. Is that the
yeah,
best
for
option?
sure. Obviously, it's only mainly on the exit of the corners, so into kind of turn one, well, any other corners really, which are not so fast speed, it doesn't tend to collect so much rubber.
Let's just have a look at Andrew's moment of yesterday. I know it's not the sort of thing you necessarily want to see, but what it does illustrate is just how strong a car this is. Top left of the screen is where Andrew's moment is about to be revealed. He got tagged, didn't he, by a slower car, I think, coming out of the hairpin at the source. It was a big impact, that.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen it on TV, and definitely I was in the car myself when the accident happened, and for sure it was a big impact. And I don't know exactly what happened, but like you said, I think he got tagged from behind and just completely sent him into the inside barrier, and he was a passenger at that point.
But Andrew's okay. I mean, he's back at the circuit, bit sore, bit bruised, but he's now got his team principal hat on and he's looking after you guys.
For sure, yeah. We've got around 60 people on car 60 and 3 engineers, so a lot of people, back at MTC as well, wanting this car to finish and show that McLaren have built a fantastic car along with CRS.
Excellent, Phil. Good luck for the rest of the race. Hope you take the checkered flag. Let's find out quickly what happened to Richard Westbrook after his rather warm exit from the pit lane. He is down in the pit lane, and so too is Hayley Coxon.
Richard, I thought you would have needed a seat after that rather hot moment in the car. What happened with the Porsche?
Well, I didn't know, actually. It was just they were screaming down the radio, and they forgot I don't speak German, so luckily I knew there was something wrong. And yeah, that's it, game over. And I think we were 29 seconds behind the, a podium finish in Pro-Am, and that's what we, really wanted for everyone at Haribo. We sort of really feel like we deserve a result. We were fighting for the lead at the first few hours, and then we just hit problems one after the other. But, we came back from 42nd to top 10, and then just right at the end where I was given the green light to go and push and get that podium, and don't even make it out of the pit lane. So it's been a tough year, and looking forward to next year, if I'm really honest.
Certainly racking up the 24-hour races anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, and with not a lot of success, I have to say. It's been a tough year, but I'll be fighting another day for sure.
Thank you, Richard.
Cheers, thank you.
Richard Westbrook trying to be positive, but you can sense the disappointment, can't you, as he walked away from another 24-hour race. But the pro driver that he is, giving it his best shot, done everything that was asked of him, just go as quick as he can for as long as he can, but disappointing. 888 in the end, out of the race. Another car that retired a few hours ago, the number 22 Ferrari that was on pole position in the Gentleman Trophy class. Lionel Comol put it on pole position, trying to raise money, succeeding in raising money indeed, for the Arthritis Foundation. Lionel himself is a sufferer, and they'd worked out that raising efforts, if the car were to get to the end, €300,000 could be raised. Well, with a broken gearbox, it is not going to finish, but they have raised a very commendable €22,300, which is an absolutely superb achievement, and it's disappointing the car is no longer in the race. There you're looking at Adam Christodoulou in the McLaren. You just heard from Phil Quaife, one of the drivers in that car, and Roger Wills is the third driver, Glyn Geddy, who races a Ferrari 458 in the British GT Championship, fourth driver of the car. In fact, Glyn was a class winner in the International GT Open Series at Brands Hatch a week ago, so he's been racking up the miles as well. And Adam Christodoulou back into European racing. We've seen him successfully in single-seaters in America of late in Star Mazda. 12 Audi goes through. This is the Ari Leindyke, Alan Lee, Richard Mines, Henri Richard car that needed an ECU change yesterday. It's Ari Leindyke at the wheel, car 12 at the moment, running in 17th place. And there's Mike Jordan still charging on. 6th the car is at the moment, and the Audi behind flashing its headlights to say come on, get out of the way. And it's the leading Audi indeed, Timo Scheider, wanting Mike to move out of the way. Now there you've got Guillaume Moreau, who is lapping quicker, as you might expect, in the Ferrari. 15.6 seconds is the gap now between Mike Jordan and Guillaume Moreau. Now the number 20 Ferrari has done more pit stops. It ran slightly out of sequence against the Mercedes, but Mike Jordan can keep double stinting. He's the quicker of the three drivers in that car. They've still got a chance. A podium is definitely on, as long as it all holds together for them. But I think on pace, this Ferrari is going to catch ultimately and move back ahead of the Mercedes. But it rather depends how many more pit stops that car has got to make relative to how many pit stops the Mercedes makes. When the Ferrari pits, it loses its lead to the Mercedes. So we need to see whether or not it's going to be one more stop or two more stops for each respective car. There is the class leader then now. The Pro-Am Cup suddenly burst into life this morning with the exclusion of the Vita 4-1 Ferrari after Louis Machiels was black flagged and excluded from the race. Looked long down the list. Then he found this great battle that was going on between, at the time, Jean-Luc Bobelic, who was going rather slowly in the number 20 Ferrari, and Mike Jordan, who was reeling him in, and Mike found a way through going up towards Les Combes. So the Midlander comes into the bus stop. It's St Andrew, one of the leading lights in the British Touring Car Championship these days, and in fact here this weekend, not driving, but as a refueler for the team. So he's earning his corn. Over the line goes the Mercedes, and that lap that's just been done is a 2:28, whereas the Ferrari chasing it is in the high 2:25. So the gap's certainly coming down, but there's no shame in that. As I say, Mike Jordan, a very rapid driver, but he's being pursued by young 20-something Guillaume Moreau, very much a single-seater star in his early days before he switched across to GT racing. There is the Ferrari, and another 2:25, meaning the gap is down to 13.2 seconds now. When the Mercedes pits, the Ferrari will take back the advantage in class, but seesaws between the two, dependent upon when the pit stops fall. Up through Radiol now goes the Ferrari. Guillaume Moreau works his way through the traffic, and having raced in Corvettes initially for Luc Alphon's team, these days for the Oak Pescarolo squad of the Le Mans Series. 41 though, Marcus Paltela, who seems to have done the lion's share of the work in the Ford GT, able to go through, and this isn't a battle for position. Marcus Paltela a few laps behind the Ferrari, but still going rapidly, and 38 now has come into the pit lane. This the Black Falcon Mercedes. Brett Curtis brought it in. He shares the car with Andre Lebed, Peter van der Kolk and Jeroen van den Heuvel, and the Hexis Aston Martin with lots of smoke out of the back of it. It's Fred Makovici. It was power steering problems earlier that dropped it down the order. This looks terminal, doesn't it? The car slowly making its way uphill. Now, is it mechanical or is that a puncture? It could be, looking at the car. Tyre smoke. Need to get a better look of it as it comes into view. Ahead of it is the number 3, the sister car, with Pierre-Bryce Maynard at the wheel. That was in the gravel yesterday afternoon, but it's 8th at the moment. And Fred Makovici heading up towards Les Combes. Turns through the corner. No, it's not a puncture, it's mechanical, isn't it? So it's coming from front left, but Makovici doing his best to bring the car back to the pit lane. And as the car runs down towards Bruxelles, more dramas then for Philippe Dumas' team to sort out. They lost a lot of time sorting out the power steering issue on that car. And now, in the last hour and a half of the race, there's another drama to try and get to the bottom of. Makovici bringing the car down through the so-called Speaker's Corner, down towards Pouhon. And so the Aston Martin is in 10th spot. Now, 11th is a car that is no more, because it's the Richard Westbrook Porsche. So the next car, potentially, to gain a place away from the trouble at Aston here is the 41 Ford GT that you've just been looking at of Marcus Paltela. That's the next car then, that is looking fairly good in terms of its pace and reliability now. Should therefore be able to gain ground, and that would put Marcus Paltela up into the top 10. That demise, incidentally, of Richard Westbrook means that the best placed Porsche in the race is going to be in 19th place, and it's the Wilmer Motorsport car out of the Gentleman Trophy of Martin Rich, Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch and Jochen Krumbach. Porsche, of course, last year with the GT2 car, winning the race outright. Mike Jordan's last lap was a 2:27.7, whereas Guillaume Moreau behind him did a 2:27.2, so the gap hasn't come down by a huge amount, 12.7 seconds. Right, let's go back to the Pressy Spark garage. David Jones is with Haley.
The gap is closing. What position are you hoping to finish in?
First. It's very tight. We've both got one pit stop left. I should think we're both marginal on brakes, and we're not sure who's got to change tyres. So it'll be tight.
So a tense time for this remaining amount of time for you.
For me, it'll be what it'll be. I've done my bit.
Thank you, best of luck.
Well, David's done his work. It rather sounds like Mike Jordan's going to take the flag in that car. So all the Joneses can do is bite the nails, sit and wait, as there looks like the end of an Aston Martin, doesn't it, with loads of smoke billowing out of the front. The gaffer tape you can see was after contact with the number 23 Audi. Stephanie Hansen was assaulted by this car around about lunchtime today, coming out of the bus stop, and he was hit in the rear, so that was another reason the car had to pit, to have the damage taped up. Then there was the power steering problem, and now there's all of this smoke as well. So Fred Macko brought the car in. Now that the fuelling has been done, they can wheel the car into the garage and start to do some other work, but this could be a rather lengthy pit stop. And now you're getting towards the point of the race where for some teams they're looking up the walking wounded, just trying to get to the end. But from 10th place as it is now, this is another car that is going to drop down the order, and the Hexis AMR mechanics that have worked so hard over the course of the last 22 and a half hours are not done yet. The car goes into its pit box. Engine cover comes off, and now they look into an engine bay, and I'm not sure they're going to like what they see there. There's a driver change being effected, you can see, for when the car is ready, if it's ready, to go back out into the race, but the team have got a bit of work to do yet to get that car back out onto the track. So it has been this rather mixed race for the Hexis team. And there is 35 Thomas Jaeger, still doing a very good job as he comes up towards the Lassour's hairpin. This car currently in third spot, and it is 10 laps down on the race leader. So Thomas Jaeger accelerating through towards Eau Rouge now, just looking at whether or not that car's got a chance of gaining a place, only if others have problems, because it's 8 laps down on the second place at BMW. But for this to get a podium, it would be a great result. Now it has got itself clear for the moment at least of Felipe Albuquerque in number 32 Audi. Through Les Combes comes Thomas Jaeger. This was the scene of his accident yesterday when it was tagged into a spin by Stefan Ortelli. So the two cars yesterday ran together and made contact. We've got them bunching up again now, with the Audi being quicker. Is it rather inevitable therefore that 32's going to catch? Well, not now, because on this lap it's just come into the pit lane, so that takes some of the pressure off the Mercedes team for the moment. Felipe Albuquerque then down the pit road. Is he going to stay in the car, or is that going to be handed back now to Stefan Ortelli? Stefan, we saw a little while ago in the garage, looking as though he's eager to take over. Very wide there goes Thomas Jaeger off the road. It's going to do his tyres a power of no good, because he'll pick up all the marbles there, so it's going to take him a lap or so to clean those. Work his way now down through Piff Paff with the right and the left, with traffic ahead that he's going to have to worry about soon. And there is 32, so the fourth place car, which was catching the Mercedes, now having lost some time, so the car then shortly to rejoin. And as we look at one Audi, we've got to catch up with dramas for others in a moment as well, because United Autosports has had a rather busy race, it's got to be said, and Mark Blundell, one of the drivers of number 11, which disappointingly we saw retire yesterday evening. Mark, nice to see you, but I know you'd much rather be out there than in here, wouldn't you?
It's good to be here, that's for sure. It's been a quiet weekend for me so far.
Did you ever get a stint in the car in the race or not?
No,
nothing at all.
Only got to do 5 laps in the practice and the qualifying, and we unfortunately didn't get in the car for the race. But that's one of those things. That's motor racing, as they say, the old cliche.
Exactly. Now, was it an engine problem, or was it an electrical gremlin that caused an engine issue?
We actually don't know, because the car is still out on the circuit.
Fair enough.
And unfortunately, Eddie Cheever was at the wheel and decided to leave the car, and the regulations stipulate that once you leave the car, you are out of the race. Right. Of which then you can't recover the car. Yeah. So it kind of caught us short. But there you go, it's one of those things.
I know you enjoy GT racing. You were here last year for the Spa 24. You've done a bit more as well. There is in fact the car. Not a great sight for you, I know, but that's where it is.
No, that's not a good sight for me. I'd rather not look at that, to be perfectly honest. But Yeah, but you know that's one of those situations. It happens. Unfortunately for us, you know, I was very confident that we could have had a good result again this year. We managed to finish on the podium last year. The other two guys in the sister cars with United Autosports are running still very well, very strongly. And there's cars going out, as you just saw very early on with the Triple Eight Porsche there with Westbrook behind the wheel. Unfortunate for him, but that's one of those things.
Absolutely. Now, of course, with your wealth of experience, you're very much in the pro category, but there has been some rather wayward driving. Some of the AMs look very AM, don't they?
I have to be really honest with you. I think at this stage of the game, and especially with the depth of field that we're having this year, which is very strong, with a number of manufacturers participating, I think there's been some levels of driving out there which are not really where we should be. I think there should be a little bit of a higher standard. And some of it's not actually the pure driving behind the wheel, it's just what they do on the circuit in traffic situations. I know Stefan Johansson, one of my teammates there in the other car, in the 23 car, you know, something happened there with him which was unfortunate, but I think it could have been avoided if there was a little bit more experience and a bit more forward thinking.
And it's one of those events, isn't it, where safety cars breed safety cars. Somebody goes off, everyone gets bunched up, there's more chance of an incident, people go off, they bring things onto the circuit, there's more chance of an incident, and it's all self-perpetuating.
It's the concertina effect.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly that. It's like the M25, isn't it, on a Friday afternoon.
Now, the Pro-Am battle here, Mercedes versus Ferrari. Fascinating situation, this. You've got the amateurs, the Jones brothers and Mike Jordan, being caught hand over fist by Guillaume Moreau, proper career single-seater racer. But this is one of the beauties of this event, isn't it? I know we talk about the different driving standards, but here, different types of driver having a great battle.
Well, you know, exactly that. And the Pro-Am concept, it does actually work. And I think, you know, to be fair, the standard of driving is there, but I just think in traffic situations, there's a level of judgment that needs to be accounted for. But in terms of these guys behind the wheel, they do a fantastic job. But when you've got a pro driver in a piece of kit like the Ferrari there, and he's coming up behind you, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be wired into their mirrors there, and it won't be long before he makes his move. But again, he's a professional, and he should be making those moves very easily and very cleanly.
And there's the car that runs in second place, Claudia Hurtgen at the wheel, and that BMW, I don't know how much chance you've had to look at other cars, but it's just soldiered on without really any drama since the race started.
And a major factor in 24-hour racing.
Exactly.
You know, durability, reliability, whatever you want to term it. It's things like this when you don't have a door on the side of your car. There'll be a little bit of an increased drag situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Air conditioning free of charge, but it's one of those situations. You know, if you can't get to the end of 24 hours, it's not worth talking about really. If you don't come in prepared, that's one way to do it.
You can tell it's near the end of the race, can't you, when it gets this crude? Finish at all costs, just get the car in the race.
Just get it in the race, hammer that door in. There'll be some tank tape comes out in a moment as well, yeah, the old faithful silver tape.
So that's a car, believe it or not, with the way it's being abused, that runs in the Gentleman Trophy. You wouldn't think it looking at that, would you? Not very gentlemanly at all.
It may not be running in the next race without a few more repairs, but you know, we have to bear in mind as well, those mechanics, they've been up for 20-odd hours flat now, and many hours before that. They do a tremendous job, and I think all of the people involved in this kind of racing really do a sterling effort.
Here you are, gaffer tape's arrived, so the door's back on.
We were wrong, actually. It's white, not silver.
Oh, okay, well, yeah. It's late in the race. They've run out of silver. They've used all that. They have to get the spare reel out, I think, here. Mike Jordan's class lead is diminishing all the time. Gets out of the way to let the second-place BMW go through, but, of course, he doesn't want to compromise himself and let the Ferrari by as well. So, difficult situation this, but eventually Mike goes wide. Guillaume Moreau nips up the inside. That's going to give the Ferrari the class lead.
Well, I mean, one of those situations where you get caught in traffic, and I think he probably left the door too open there, and BMW is going to get eaten up quite quickly as well by the speed of that Ferrari. But you know, just reading the traffic again on a fast corner like that, you want to be a little bit cautious. Again, towards the end of the race, you do not want to make a driver error when you're only a couple of hours away from the finish.
Very true. So Guillaume Moreau about to go past the second place car. He's in sixth place, but of course running on a different lap because of earlier dramas in the race. Let's just go back to your car, brief as its inclusion in the race may have been, but it's been probably a great weekend for all you ex-F1 drivers getting together and having a bit of a reminiscing session. Johnny was saying yesterday you were going down memory lane.
Oh, we've had a fantastic time. And myself and Johnny just came from the Nordschleife doing the 24 hours there, where we managed to get to 20 hours and then get packed up. But to be really fair, you know, the enjoyment side of it is a big thing for us. We're doing this kind of racing. It's not going to change our career paths. We've had all of that in years gone by. But what we do is we have some good times, but with some professional racing and with some very competitive cars underneath us.
I was going to say, you are taking it seriously. You're not just playing at this. You know, you're here to do well. You want to do well. You're doing everything to make sure of a good result.
No, 100%. You know, we're here in a professional capacity, and very thankful that we've got good equipment with Audi, United Autosports, and some good partners on board. And you know, again, very thankful that I'm driving with the likes of people like Stefan Johansson, Johnny Herbert, Eddie Cheever, Zach Brown, Mark Patterson. All these guys are on the amateur side, very high level. But to be back with some of your old sparring partners is great fun.
When's your next race?
My next race actually is in about 2 weeks' time. A Grand Am race in Watkins Glen in the States.
And are you going to be persuaded to come back to Brands Hatch this year for the VW Sirocco race? Because that was a good race there. It was a good fun there.
VW have asked me.
Excellent. Is that a yes then?
I haven't said yes at this point. And I'm actually waiting to see who the other professional guys are going to be in there. And I'm trying to get Martin Brundle back in. I'm trying to think that Jonathan Palmer may actually have a go.
That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And I think that Johnny Herbert will be back in, and actually me and Johnny have got some things to settle on that track, so we'll see.
Excellent. Oh, good to see you. Sorry you're not in the race anymore, but thanks very much for coming up, and the best of luck to United Autosports for the surviving car up to the end of the race. Well, thanks very much indeed. Now, as you look at Dodge Vipers heading down the pit lane, another car that we saw a little while ago heading into the pit road was the Ecurie-Cos Aston Martin, and we heard from Joe Twyman last night. Ollie Bryant has been another of the drivers of that car, and it's fair to say that Ollie is the person with most modern GT experience. But how's the race been? I know you've had these pit stops, and are we looking good to get the car to the finish?
That's the plan. I mean, we're aiming for a finish. That was always our result, our aim, sorry. And we're just outside the top 20 at the moment, but the problems we've had in the race, we're lucky to still be going, really. I mean, about 6 o'clock this morning I was in the car, and it turned itself off completely out the back of the circuit at Stavelot. Marshall's pushed me behind the barrier, and I thought, right, this is it. So fortunately we put a few tools in the car, and I plugged the radio in, went round the passenger side, spoke to the team on the radio, and we had a spare ECU in the car, so I unplugged the existing one, plugged the new one in, and the car fired up and managed to drive back to the pits. I then, they then sort of fixed it in properly back in the pits and sent me on my way. Then had a puncture going into Eau Rouge a couple of laps later, which was interesting. Got all that dealt with, and then had a really good stint, an hour and a half, I think, with a fuel stop in the middle, doing sort of 26s, 27s, which was good pace, considering we had this sort of temperamental misfire, which we still haven't been able to solve.
Oh, really?
In the whole race. We've tried various different things.
Now, I think the last report we'd had from Chris Needell was that the ECUs were overheating and you kept having to change them, but you were starting to run out. So is that still the problem you've got? Can you get to the end?
Well, we think we found out that the actual turning off of the car, which is obviously more serious than the misfire itself, was because of a throttle body issue.
Oh, right.
So the throttle body was actually shutting itself off and therefore just choking the engine.
Right.
So we've managed to change one of those, and that seems to have stopped it cutting out, but we've still got the misfire, which we've been dealing with since the middle of the night, which you've got to sort of drive through. If you load the engine up, the misfire gets worse, so you've just got to sort of feather your way through it. And I just did a stint then for an hour and a bit, and, it was fine.
Okay.
Alistair's in there now, and I think he's going to either stay to the end or Andrew will get back in.
Now you've got an hour and 12 minutes to go. Stay with us, Ollie, because we're looking at the third place car, and Thomas Jaeger drives it at the moment. Stefan Lemray is one of the other drivers. He's in the pit lane. Let's join him and Haley Coxon.
Keep Thomas on the wheel because, of course, he's the factory driver of Mercedes, so he knows the car better than me, and he is in better conditions to push till the end because the Audi is coming back. But if we don't have any problem, but okay, maybe we could have a small technical problem, but we will see. If we don't have any technical or crash, then we think it could be okay because the Audi has to stop once more because they have to stop 10 minutes before the end for a splash and dash. So I hope it could be okay.
Thank you.
Every year for the Spa 24 Hours, Stefan Lemray managed to find something in the race and gives the team lots of coverage. The Belgian journalist, very quick driver in his own right. And Thomas Jaeger, the factory driver, as you heard, makes his way past the endurance pits, which is where Barwell Motorsport is based, the team that operates the Ecurie-Cos Aston Martin. Ollie Bryant, one of the 4 drivers with me, and as we discovered yesterday talking to Joe Twyman, it's been a major effort from all 4 of you guys to get into the race because there's no one big sponsor here with an enormous checkbook to help you. You had to go out and try and fund this yourselves.
Yeah, we had the idea spurred off in sort of January, beginning of the year. Joe having done the race last year and won it in the GT4 class, and I'd worked Barwell in the past with the Genesis iTech, so we thought that would be a good package, so we sort of lined all that up, and then it was just a case of finding the money, which in the current climate, as you can appreciate, was difficult to do.
Absolutely.
But all four of us just worked away at it, and we got some great deals. Joe managed to negotiate a deal with Motorsport magazine, which then led into some other sponsors, including a hotel in the Cayman Islands,
very nice.
which is one of our major sponsors, is on the bonnet of the car. And yeah, otherwise, just several deals been done by all of us, and including selling space on the way out here and getting stickers made up on Thursday. And the final livery was sort of start of the race. That was the final version. So it was great to get it all together, and really pleased and great to have the name back. And we just want to get to the finish, and that's a stepping stone to move on to better things, and do some more endurance racing, and then take the name back to Le Mans.
Dare one ask what it's cost to do this race, or do you dare not work it out finally?
Yeah, quite a lot, but
very diplomatic answer there.
Yeah, the team, we wanted to do it properly, so we didn't sort of skimp on parts, and we made sure we had everything in place to do it the best job possible with the car. And unfortunately, these electrical gremlins can happen to anybody, and the team have been on the case trying to fix it.
Sure.
We've also had an Aston Martin engineer with us because we're a partner team, and just doing everything we can to try and get through the race and solve these various issues.
Looking at a rather battered BMW there, running in the GT4 class. Now, your car's got 68 minutes to go. One more pit stop.
Yeah, I think for fuel anyway, we do need to stop again, and then it's just a case of whether we leave Alistair in there or whether we get Andrew in there to take the flag. Depends how Alistair's feeling.
Is it a fairly physical car to drive around here?
Yeah, it is. It's quite a heavy car, big V12 up the front, so it's certainly watching the onboard of the Audi guys out there. Certainly looks nice and easy for them, but it's a fantastic car, very charismatic. Makes a fantastic noise, and through the high-speed stuff, it's just phenomenal. So really, really enjoyable.
And this is what it's like in an Audi.
Yeah, exactly.
Easier than your car?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's a very, it's a much later car. I mean, that Aston's been around since 2006, so it's developed and it is a competitive car now. But yeah, the Audi's obviously the latest bit of kit, and run by the factory teams. A very good weapon for this race.
So what happens next for Écurie Écosse? You talk about the future and hopefully getting to Le Mans. So where do you go from here?
Yeah, well, we kind of regroup after this race and sort of unwind over the next week and work out the best plan. We've certainly got these existing partners from the race who are keen to repeat their input, and we'll move on to do something else. Just a case of working out the right package, because there's lots of GT3 series around which you could run a decent car in, lots of different choices of car to use, but obviously GT3 doesn't run at Le Mans at the moment, so if you want to end up down that route, especially if you're going to potentially get some of the partners to invest in the infrastructure and buy the cars, etc., you've got to choose the right car that's going to get you where you need to go. So I think we're going to have to spend a lot of thought on that, and maybe speak to several different manufacturers and work out the best plan, and also the race organisers, because they obviously keep changing their minds too. So we need to don't end up with a car that we can't take to Le Mans.
True, but the first task is in 67 minutes' time to be there at the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's the plan. We all work very hard for it, so looking forward to taking the finish.
Fingers crossed. Good luck for the last hour and what have we got? Just under an hour and 7 minutes now. Ollie Bryant, thanks very much indeed. Good luck to Écurie Écosse for the final hour. And let's, in the meantime, head down to the pit lane once more, because there's still plenty to catch up on during the course of the race. And Greg Franchi, one of the drivers of the race leading Audi, is down in the pit lane. Time we heard from him, and Haley has caught up with the Belgian.
Greg, it certainly hasn't been a relaxing race for you. It's been many challenges, and it looks like you may just finish in quite a decent position as well, considering the problems.
Yeah, now it's just remaining 1 hour for the end for the race. I'm leading the race 2 o'clock in the night. And now it's a big stress, because you had just 1 hour. You have a very, very good job for all the team, for the Audi, for my teammate. And now you have 2 laps for the BMW. And I see just 1 hour, and normally it's everything okay.
Thank you.
It will be a very popular win, this, because it's ostensibly a Belgian team, but a Belgian driver as well here would be great news. Very, very patriotic Belgian crowd here, and no matter what the category is that races at Spa, if it's an international class, you will always find there's lots of support for Belgian drivers. And last year it was a Frenchman, 2 Germans and an Austrian that won, but if you go back 2 years, there were 2 Belgians, Anthony Kumpen and Kurt Mollikens, within the winning car, the Corvette that was shared by Mike Hezemans and Jos Menton. And it could well be Belgium, Germany, Sweden to celebrate a win in this year's Total 24 Hours of Spa. We are now 1 hour and 5 minutes away from the end, and one or two teams, I think, now just going into get-home mode. No more heroics, just bring the cars to the finish. They've got this far. You've just been hearing from Ikuria Kos about how, after all the effort they've put in, they just want a finish out of the race. That car, the number 79 Aston Martin that Ollie Bryant has just been talking about, is in 22nd place, but it will gain one spot, of course, with the demise of Richard Westbrook's Porsche. And you're on board now with 33, Timo Scheider at the wheel, double DTM champion for Audi, although he started off with Opel in the DTM after he moved away from single-seaters. Never had much luck with Opel, had lots of speed, but Opels weren't the most reliable of cars. And as he turns through the bus stop, you saw the battered BMW, the GT4 spec car, bailing out of the way. The car that Christophe Legrand shares with Raffaele Sangiolo, Giuseppe De Pasquale and Wolfgang Haug, and that was the car that's been involved in the Andrew Coccodi accident right at the start of the race. Through La Source then now comes Timo Scheider. The last lap through was a 2:23.2, the best lap of the race a 2:20.2, and there down the pit road now comes the BMW. And the car currently is in 26th place. It's another of the cars that runs in the endurance pits. The two pit lanes added together make up a kilometre. So it's quite a long run through the pit lane. And you're on board now with Claudia Hürtgen in second place. Claudia 2 laps down on the leading Audi, but still this car looking good for second position now. Now, as we discovered last year, even in the last hour of the race, problems can still hit the leading runners, but this car has just gone so strongly, and more drama for United Autosports now. Stranded out on the circuit. Now, is that 23 possibly? Trying to identify, or is it a sister car? It's going nowhere for the moment. And it is 12, in fact. It's Ari Leindijk's car that was lower down the order in 18th place. So, number 12 has ground to a halt. That's coming out of Piff-Paff, I think I'm right in saying, down towards the campus right-hander where the education centre building is for the Cours Paul Frère, and it is stranded on the road. Now, what's going to happen? Can the car restart and limp to the pit lane, or is that going to be a safety car to try and drag it out of the way? So yellow flags are out in the middle sector of the lap. United Autosports that came with high hopes for this year's race, but all sorts of gremlins have got in the way. There's 32. Philippe Albuquerque stayed at the wheel of the car, and we can hear from his co-driver Stefan Ortelli, because he is in the pit lane looking at the moment, a car in 4th place. He's with Haley.
Stefan, it's great to see the Mercedes and the Audi battling it out at the Spa track. We've just spoken to car number 35. He did mention you do still have a splash and dash, which may be an advantage to them.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, for sure, to be now in a position to fight for the podium, it's just great. We're going to push as much as we can. They have their plans, we have our plans. What I can say is we have Felipe in the car, and he's doing a pretty much good job, and he's so fast right now, so I think we keep them under pressure. We'll see how it will goes, but on the other hand, the sister car is P1, and that's the most important thing. I mean, if we can win the race as a team, it will be better than just to be on the podium. So we'll see, we'll push, and we'll continue for sure.
Thank you.
Well, certainly Felipe Albuquerque is pushing, because he was quicker than Thomas Jäger in the first sector, and by 2 seconds he was faster in the second sector. So very definitely he is rising to the occasion. We'll get the gap next time over the line. And is that Leindijk's Audi that's got going again? Yes, it is. So just wonder whether it's that same rogue electrical problem that's affected other cars of the team over the course of the race, where you have to stop and reset, restart, and then you can get going again. But Leindijk, having his, believe it or not, first ever race here, is heading for the pit lane. And the Dutchman, who had never been to Spa before he came to the test day, was a successful Formula V racer as far back as 1972. Raced in Formula Ford 1600, was the European champion in 1975. He's not heading for the pit lane, in fact, he's going to carry on. Raced in Formula 3, and it was in the 1980s that he moved to America. Started off in IndyCar in 1985, double Indy 500 winner, and the 57-year-old heading then now down towards the La Source hairpin. But that has really cost him another big chunk of time. The lap is over 9 minutes, what he should be doing sort of 2:27s to 2:30s. Number 3, Pierre Bryce Maynard now into the pit lane, 8th this car. which tends to be overshadowed really by the sister car number 4, particularly when it's being raced by Frederick Makovici, but now number 3 is the one that is best placed, and so 8th as it came into the pit lane. However, it's going to lose that place very shortly to the number 50 Ferrari, Marco Ciocci at the wheel, because when that comes over the line, which it now does, Marco Ciocci will go through and pick up 8th place. In the meantime, we've got the race leader here, Timo Scheider, coming down towards the bus stop. And other than fuel and tyres, and in one of its longer stops, a change of brake discs and pads, there's been just nothing wrong with this car. Other Audis, yes, they've had their problems, be it gearbox or damage or an accident. In the case of number 99 that led into the night, but this car has just gone on and on and on up front. It took over the lead within the 10th hour of the race and continues to dominate the 24 hours of Spa. Through Eau Rouge now goes Scheider, goes past the stricken Audi of Eddie Cheever. Perfect parking place, Eddie, well chosen, under the big Audi R8 banner, and Audi putting a lot of effort into this year's event, not just in terms of the support for the customer teams, but also with a big hospitality structure, lots of Audi guests here, and also intriguingly in the Audi hospitality area, representatives of the burgeoning Bathurst 12 Hours, because Audi had a 2-car attack at this year's event and had a 1-2 finish. Well, let's have a quick look back at what's been going on in the race so far. We're into the last hour of the race, and with a 62-car grid that blasted into life at 4 p.m. yesterday. Mark Goossens, the early race leader, until he was attacked by his teammate Ludovic Sunier at the bus stop. Sunier trying to get past Peter Cox. He did that perfectly. Trouble was, he was never going to make the corner, and Goossens was the innocent victim of Sunier's erratic driving. Andrew Cocotti was clipped into a big moment at the hairpin at La Source. He went off the road and it did a huge amount of damage to the McLaren. Andrew okay. Then Thomas Jaeger was assaulted by Stefan Ortelli, and although the Mercedes was tagged into a spin, the Audi continued. It was the Audi that came off worse. The front damage ultimately brought the car into the pit lane for over half an hour. Nikimar Melhoff destroyed his Lamborghini. On track, we had this great battle between Audi and Porsche. Christian Menzel's Porsche took over the lead. Then on its next pit stop, it fell back behind the 2 Phoenix Audis. Andrea Piccini tagged into a spin by a back-marking Porsche, and Mark Hayek in Peter Cox's Lamborghini had a big engine failure, and that put the second of Hans Reiter's cars out of the race. An alternator problem delayed the 888 Porsche. Christian Menzel, having led the race, brought it into the pit lane, and that enabled 33 Matthias Ekström to come up into second spot, chasing after 99. It was an Audi 1-2, but from different teams, whilst United Autosport lost car number 11, Eddie Cheever, parking the car in the pit exit slip road as he came through Eau Rouge. He bailed off the track, pulled off the circuit, walked away from the car. So 99 led the way towards midnight. Mark Basseng, Christopher Hassler and Frank Stifler, the drivers. Jack Gerber had an off, slithered through the gravel bed, bounced off the tyres, although that car able to carry on, and it's still going strongly within the top 10. The safety car period before midnight meant that United Autosports put Johnny Herbert's car into the garage to try and get to the bottom of the strange electrical gremlins that the car had. It was out on track. There were cars to be recovered, including the Porsche of GDL Racing, Gianluca De Lorenzi's car, that was parked by the side of the circuit. It wasn't long into the restart, but we had the next drama. Mike Hesselman's Mercedes, running well within the top 10, crashed out against the barrier at the Cours Paul Frère, broke a steering arm. That was the end of that. Then Thomas Duchesne bounced his Ferrari off the wall as well. He limped it back to the pit lane, but eventually, despite a long repair job, gearbox failure has put the car out of the race. Fireworks in the sky, fireworks on the track during the night as the leading Audi crashed out. We lost Lamborghini, we lost McLaren as well, and we lost Mercedes in the early hours of the morning. Mike Parisi parking his SLS AMG by the side of the road. So car 33, Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi, the leading drivers. And for the Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club, all is running to plan. The team overseen by Pierre Dieudonné, himself a former Spa 24-hour winner as a racer. And he was looking at the same pictures as us as Timo Scheider became very frustrated as he was stuck in traffic. But then frustration headed for Vitaphone Racing as Andrea Bertolini pitted, gave the car over to Louis Machiels. It was a long stop. The Ferrari technicians tried to get to the bottom of what the problem was, but there was a pit stop infringement, and in the fullness of time, a drive-through penalty was issued to the Pro-Am Cup leading car. As Machiels rejoined, BMW 76, the Z4 of Team Schubert was up into second place. Edward Sandstrom let Dirk Werner take over. As 33 Audi continued its majestic progress up front. Into the top 3 came the X's number 4 Aston Martin. But then the drive-through penalty was issued to number 2 Louis Machiels, but with a broken radio he didn't get the message. When he did, it was too late. He'd gone past the board 3 times. The car was excluded. He took the drive-through penalty, but the black flag was still being issued. And inevitably, when the car came in, there was only one possible reaction from the race officials. Stop. Car number 2 excluded for not responding to the drive-through penalty in the appropriate time, namely 3 laps, and very frustrated Andrea Bertolini just couldn't believe it. 33 continued to dominate the race. Matthias Ekström replaced Timo Scheider behind the wheel. Discs and pads were changed as Audi looked as though it was going to clean up in the 24 hours of Spa. A punctured tyre for Jack Gerber delayed the 50 Ferrari. The tyre parting company with the wheel as it limped back to the pit lane. So, Audi ahead of BMW, Mercedes and Audi 4th in the 24 hours of Spa, with now just under 54 minutes to go. But the drama wasn't done. Richard Westbrook blasted down the pit lane to rejoin. An engine problem and a big engine fire stopped him at the end of the pit road. The car clunked and clattered, came to a halt, and a fire extinguisher wheeled out to try and put out the blaze. Richard Westbrook's race at an end. And big problems too for the number 4 Aston Martin that very smokily made its way back into the pit lane and is currently in its garage. All of that within the first 23 hours. What's going to happen in the last 53 minutes? There's bound to be a sting in the tail, there always is, as the Ecurie cost Aston Martin there. You've got to look at coming out of the pit lane, and that is looking to try to gain another pace or 2 before the end, one at the expense of the now retired 888 Porsche, and the number 4 Hex's Aston Martin has just rejoined as well, now with Steph Dusseldorp at the wheel. There's number 50 Ferrari, which is currently 3rd in its class, going down the pit lane. Marco Ciocci at the wheel. Now that car is 2 laps down on the Joneses and Jordan Mercedes, that is still on the still in the battle for class lead, but with its most recent pit stop it has lost ground against the number 20 Ferrari. There now is the number 90 Mercedes, and there is now a gap of over a lap, in fact, between the top 2 within the Pro-Am Cup. So you've got the number 20 Ferrari in 6th place. Here is the Team Prezi Spa Mercedes that comes into the bus stop, and as Mike Jordan now accelerates up towards the line, this car currently in 7th place, and as he comes across the timing line now, he is 1 lap down after that most recent pit stop. Gets out of the way at La Source of 29, which is the Giacomo Petrobelli Ferrari in 5th place overall, that car. There's a replay of Richard Westbrook's demise, having been strapped into the car by Christian Menzel, and all seems to have been going well. And the mechanic doing the tyre change, driver being strapped into the car, but it was the big engine fire that put the car out of the race. Pit stop going routinely, fuel in, driver change, new tyres on. Richard Westbrook blasted away, but then he just catches a light, and as he accelerated away, that's when the engine lets go. Flames out of the back, and as he gets to the end of the pit lane, it grinds to a halt, and the audio from on board just underlining how big an engine problem it was as it clunked and clattered to a standstill. Flames grew larger, and with the car stranded at the end of the pit lane, there was a traffic jam for a little while until it was able to be moved out of the way. 85 has had a fairly torrid race as well. The BDS team's Ford Mustang. This is the car of the all-Belgian crew, Bonjour Mumbai, Julian Schroem, Jose Kloos and Rafael van der Straten. And Guillaume Moreau going back down the pit lane, and that means that he will hang on to the lead of the Pro-Am Cup class, and the team looking very pleased with life now. So I think that's the last stop done that they will need to do for that car. It can go to the end, so it looks as though that's going to be on for a class win. But just been a great effort here by the Joneses. Godfrey Jones, in fact, has taken over from Mike Jordan, so that's why it was a longer pit stop, because they had to do more than just put fuel in the car. There was a driver change, tyres, I think, on the car as well. So number 90, Godfrey Jones at the wheel, accelerating now up towards the completion of the lap. This is the class leading Ferrari, which is currently in 6th place overall, and Guillaume Moreau, the very rapid French driver, former single-seater hot shoe, looks as though he's going to be the man to bring it to the end of the race. He's gone through pit exit, speed building now. The pit lane exit parallel to the race circuit. All of this so the cars build up enough speed so that when they blend back in, they're not being dangerous. They're at a proper race pace. And so in the Pro-Am Cup, Ferrari leads Mercedes, Guillaume Moreau leads Godfrey Jones. We've got 49.5 minutes of the race to go. It was a Porsche win last year, Corvette the year before, Maserati the year before that. But it looks as though this year Audi is going to score its first Spa 24-hour win. It's been successful as a brand here in the past in the 1,000-kilometre prototype races, but never in GT terms. And the Spa 24 Hours that for many, many years was a touring car race in the halcyon days of Group A touring cars. It used to get enormous entries, including, in fact, Audis that were competitive in their classes. But when the Group A category of touring car racing fell apart and different national championships had different regulations, there was no real common touring car category to run to. And when the race was won for 2 years in a row by a Peugeot 306 GTI, the organisers thought we need to do something about this and build the event back up again. And going to SRO for a GT grid was the absolute ideal. We had some superb racing and very big grids in the 11 years since it became a GT 24-hour race. And the Audi mechanics at Team WRT ready then for the last pit stop for 33. Timo Scheider, I imagine, will stay behind the wheel, though as he explained to us earlier on, he had to do an extra stint that he wasn't expecting to do in the night, so he's had very, very little sleep. But as long as he's still alert and happy enough behind the wheel, they'll probably leave him in car 33 to take the checkered flag. Timo won this event when he drove with Michael Bartels and Eric van der Poel back in 2005 in the Maserati MC12. That was the first year the MC12 won the event. First full season, in fact, as a GT1 car. But now very much part of the Audi factory. He has driven, of course, in the DTM, double champion, and was loaned out to a Porsche team last year as well. So, for this weekend, a GT3 racer, and by the look of what was going on in the pit lane, it's going to be a Belgian driver to bring the car home. Greg Franchi, I think, is getting ready now, suited and booted, to take over. Dramas continue, though, and that's 56, stranded by the side of the road. Marc Fagianato out of the Cup class for the Gentleman Trophy for the older spec Porsches. And Marc Fagianato has pulled off, heading down towards the right-hander campus, which goes past the educational building, educational centre, and it's ground to a halt. It's off the racing line, but I'm afraid to say that's a car that doesn't look like it's going anywhere for the moment. And 98 has been off the road as well. Andrea Piccini in the surviving car from Audi Sport Team Phoenix, getting it wrong at the bus stop, but Andrea Piccini continues in 12th place. Timo Scheider, in the meantime, goes up through Les Combes, and as he does so, now being able to run at a conservative pace, knowing that with 3 laps in hand he's not going to be caught. Problems now for 41, which is Jonathan Hershey, not going all that rapidly in the Ford GT. He was slow coming out of the bus stop, didn't pit. The car's improving its pace, look, as it goes down towards Eau Rouge now. Rattles over the curb as Jonathan Hershey, the former Swiss Formula Renault champion. They had a couple of years in the Eurocup Megane Trophy, became a GT racer last year. This car shared with Marcus Paltela and Antoine Leclerc, currently runs in 11th place. So whatever the problem was coming past the pits, looks like he's managed to get round it, and the car at a proper pace once more, heading now up towards Les Combes. Through the right, left, right, heading now down towards Bruxelles. And there's 33, race leader Timo Scheider. Car 32, the sister car of Felipe Albuquerque, under investigation for overtaking under yellow flags. So the story not yet over for 32, even though they're pushing on to try to catch the Mercedes of Thomas Jaeger. It may be that there's a penalty looming for the Portuguese racer. No such problems for Timo Scheider then, as he comes into Blancpain now. into the braking area for the bus stop. This car 3 laps up on the opposition, and in it comes. And I would imagine now that they're going to let, if there is a driver change, yes, Greg Franchi to take over. It would be a very popular finish, I think, that. A Belgian team with a Belgian driver behind the wheel to bring the car home into the last 45 minutes. And Greg Franchi, not as well credentialed as his 2 co-drivers, but is an ever-improving young driver and has been an integral part of the Belgian Audi Club attack on the Blancpain Endurance Series this year, as well as racing in the European GT3 Championship. So he understands the cars, he knows the discipline, that's for sure. And Greg Franchi steps forward, and Timo Scheider is not for getting out of the car, is he? Or is he? No, he's happy to continue. Greg Franchi says, do you want me to take over, or are you okay? Timo says, no, I'm good to go, thanks. So I think Greg was on standby more than anything, perhaps then, in case Timo Scheider was feeling particularly weary. He seems to have spent most of the race driving the car. So he says, no, I'm okay. So Greg Franchi denied, therefore, the chance of bringing it home. Interesting decision, that. But Timo Scheider was certainly not budging, was he? New tyres being brought out. Timo, former winner of the event, Matthias Extra, having his first Spa 24 hours, set for a victory. His first in a 24-hour race, despite the fact he's done the Nürburgring 24 hours. I think his best result, and that's been a 5th, most recently, in fact. But it looks like a win will come at Spa. A circuit he's not raced at since about 2005, when he last raced here in the DTM. And Timo Scheider, in a moment or two, is going to rejoin once the new Michelins have gone on the car and it's been dropped down off the jacks. Been another great weekend at Spa for this year's 24 hours. Over 60,000 spectators have enjoyed the action, and a quick check at the front to make sure that there's no debris in the radiator that's going to make the car overheat. And again, with so much time in hand, they can easily afford to just take a little bit more time to make sure that all is well. And so engine fires up and the car now leaves the pit lane with 43 minutes of the race remaining effectively now for Timo Scheider. Last pit stop done. All they have to do now is sit and wait. So he makes his way down the pit road. There you can see car number 124 with all the sticky tape on the door. That was the Porsche we saw being attacked by a hammer to try and straighten out some damage. They've taped up the door, and this car now in the hands of Sebastian Asch, running in 20th place. It's second in its class as well, and it is a lap down on its class rival, but it is lapping quicker. Lots of time was lost early on with a big gearbox problem, having had a very comfortable class lead, but the good news is Milner Motorsport have got it back into the race, and so Sebastian Asch lapping quicker than the class rival Porsche ahead, number 19, which is currently being driven by Mathias Hakema. Can it catch in 42 minutes of the race? I suspect not now. The gap's probably just too wide. The damage of that car, meaning that the Porsche, when it gets to its next pit stop, is going to have a bit more TLC on the driver's side door. And as we get towards the conclusion of the 24 hours of Spa, a man I'm sure who would much rather be out on the circuit has joined me in the commentary booth, and that is Michael Bartels. And let's give that for Michael. And first of all, commiserate, because a race that had so much potential for you with the new Ferrari 458, but you've had all sorts of problems, I know.
Well, it started already with some problems on Thursday in the qualification runs, and but in the race we found a good rhythm, a strong rhythm. We could move quickly up to the top 5, and then we are running basically consistently in the direction of a possible podium finish, until then the black flag came.
Just go back one stage. Andrea brought the car in, Louis took over, but what was going on that brought the car in? We saw engineers with the computers and looking into the engine. What was that problem?
There was an alarm on the display, showing fuel pressure, and we came in to check it, and then people connected their laptops and data analyzing systems, and there then I think was a mistake to fire up the car when it was up in the air, and this is why we got the stop and go or drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
And this was then the job of Louis to come in and, okay.
But he could not hear you. He had a radio problem.
There was a radio problem. It was working in the beginning. Then, for some reason, the radio connection was not anymore there to the driver and opposite. And we tried to show him everything. Also, of course, the race director or the people on the start-finish line showed him drive-through. And I think he was so concentrated and focused on his stint that he didn't see it.
Sure.
And he didn't see because if you are early in the stint, okay, you are not taking care about so much, about how many laps to go, but you look in the end.
Sure. And this was the black flag, your team waving him in. You had the pit boards, the lights on the board as well, but as you say, so focused was Louis that he just didn't see.
Yeah, it's a shame because he did really a great job, but this kind of mistakes, we learn from it. We try to, of course, prepare in the future things even better to avoid this kind of problems or misunderstandings. You know? And from there we try to approach our next goals.
When the black flag was coming out, did you have a chance to go to see your friend Eduardo Freitas, the race director, to say, no, please don't, we have a genuine reason for not taking the penalty, we have this problem, or was it too late? It was a decision made by the officials.
It was too late.
Yeah.
Once the black flag is out. It was just, I think, there was no space to discuss because it was 7 laps. And we have to take it like it is. Of course, it's very sad for all of us because with a new project like this coming here to Spa, the car was touched ground first time 4 months ago in Adria for first rollout, and after 4 months we worked hard on reliability. And we didn't get the car on the podium now, but one of our cars with Kechele, Bobby and Petrobelli is running in 5th position. They did a very good job.
You said to me at Navarra when you won, we've proved we can be reliable for 3 hours. Now we need just another 21 of reliability. Well, the car is still there. It's going to finish.
Yeah, and there are some other Ferraris in the top 10. We have on 6th place the French team, and then we have AF Corse in 9th place. So we were not absolutely, of course, on the level of Audi here, but I think Audi drove here in a really amazing performance, which nobody could stay with. This means, of course, we have to keep on doing our homework. Next race is 4 weeks away. It looks like it's a long time, but it's around the corner, basically. After, you have to prepare now a lot of things. After the race of Spa, the car needs to be rebuilt, but we are looking forward to go to Magny-Cours, and I think we learned a lot about the car here again, and we try to bring it on the next level of performance for the next 2 races in the Blancpain series.
Excellent, Michael. We look forward to seeing you at Magny-Cours. Thanks very much indeed, and commiserations once again to Vita 4-1 Racing. So Michael Bartels, disappointing for him, out of the race, but as he says, Audi has done a quite stunning job in this race. And of course, overseeing all of this in the pit lane is Wolfgang Ullrich. And we heard from him early on in the race. It's time we caught up with Wolfgang Ullrich as we're into the last 36 minutes. He's in the pit lane talking to Haley.
Dr. Ullrich, it's been quite the 24 hours for the two teams. You must be proud.
Yeah, until now it's running good, but there is another more than half an hour to go, and I have really learned that 24 hours not over before the real end. Therefore, okay, we are in 2 good positions at present. The car number 33 is in the lead, and the car number 32 is at present in 4th place. Tries to catch up for 3rd, which I think is theoretically even very difficult, but you never know what happens. Important that there is no issue coming, that the guys that are in the cars just take it safe and drive it home.
Yeah, Wolfgang Ullrich knows all about 24-hour races, be it Le Mans, now Spa, be it the Nürburgring 24. Hugely experienced, and of course the man that has done so much to changed the image of Audi through motorsport into a must-have brand these days. And with 33, Timo Scheider leading the way. We're 35 minutes away from the checkered flag. Are we 35 minutes away from an Audi win? Well, tempts fate to say just how well this car has gone, but it has just gone like clockwork. You're on board with 33, Timo Scheider. Let's ride with him. Climbing up towards Blancpain, speed building all the time, and as he comes now into the braking zone, watch his feet, watch his hands on the brakes, down to that paddle shift box, through the right, through the left, through the right, out now of Blancpain, down to Bruxelles, rides the curve, and when you look from the outside you think yes, he's going at a fairly reduced pace now just to get to the end. You go on board and you see still how much commitment is being put in. Scheider goes now through Pouin, a corner everybody loves at the Spa circuit. You've got to be brave to do it at the right speed, but it is a very fast corner. And now into the Piff Paff with traffic ahead. Looks like that might be the Ecuria Cos Aston Martin that's going to be negotiated first of all, but in a moment the gap will open up, and yep, the Aston pulls to one side. It's Andrew Smith at the wheel of the car, so that goes a lap down on the race leader. It's in 21st place at the moment, the Cos Aston. And there are one or two rather weary people in the Belgian Audi Club garage. Vincent Vos, the team manager, himself a very successful Belgian racer, but these days concentrating on running cars and running teams. Doesn't do quite as much racing as he used to, but all the mechanics now coming out on parade with their cars first and fourth. And in 12th is the surviving Audi from Team Phoenix, which has got at the moment Andrea Piccini at the wheel. Timo Scheider, it's 531 laps done, and of course this is the car that leads the Pro Cup. In the Pro-Am Cup now, there is a lap still between the leading Ferrari and the second placed Mercedes, but I still think that the Pressy Spark squad are going to be delighted with second place in class. It'll be a great effort for them, that great achievement. There's the leading car then as it goes through a Rouge. Now as far as third and fourth is concerned, it is Thomas Jaeger's Mercedes lying third at the moment. Behind is the 32 Audi, Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel, which is lapping faster, and it's on the same lap as well, but it's quite a large gap that needs to be made up here. That's the second place car you're looking at. Edward Sandström took it over on the last pit stop, the Dubai 24-hour winner. Edward Sandström, the Swede, who's also been a winner this year in the GT3 European Championship. You're riding with him, comes up through Radion. And this is another car that has put in such a good, solid run, underlining how you win endurance races, not just by speed alone, but by keeping out of trouble and having a good, solid, reliable package. Out of Blancpain, now down towards Bruxelles goes Edward Sandström. A little bit deep into the corner, fights for the clipping point, coming to the second apex in the centre of that long right. Now through the left-hander at Speaker's Corner, downhill towards Pouin. That left-hander, a corner that used to catch people out with regularity when there was limited runoff area, but now that there's a bit more tarmac runoff, same as at Pouin really, people able to get away with any incidents they have. It was at this corner a little while ago we saw Thomas Jaeger running wide off the circuit, picking up some marbles on his tyres but getting away with it, and now through Piff Paff comes Sandström, the Swedish driver, starting to really make a name for himself after a very successful campaign in GT3 racing. And in the pit lane now, mechanics studying the timing screens, and key to all of this, they're looking at the clock, seeing just how much time there is left, and it's now just over half an hour of the 24 hours of Spa. best vantage points from on high, you know. So, great view of Spa being gained from the DHL hot air balloon that hovers over the circuit. And a superb circuit in the Ardennes forest with this great history of the 24-hour race here. Goes back, not continuously, but it began in 1924 when Henri Sprangel and Henri Becquet were the winners. But it had its long period of being for touring cars, now very definitely ensconced as a GT race, and all the better for it, I think, because the entries that we've had, exceptional, and still there are problems, I'm afraid, for Audis. This is, again, United Autosport. Smoke out of the back of number 12, Arie Luijendijk at the wheel of it. We've seen the car not that long ago, in fact, stranded on the circuit. It got going, but now it's looking a bit smoky. 29 minutes to go. Proves the point that still things can bite right at the very end of the race. And how bad is that smoke? Still evident. It's not getting any worse, but it's still there. Is it going to pit this time, or can they limp round to the end? United Autosports this year running 3 cars. 2 survive, but Eddie Cheever's car, as we know, we lost last night. And there, a look at how much smoke was coming out of it as it went past the endurance pits. Yes, lots of smoke there. That's when it was at its worst, going up through Eau Rouge. And the woe continues for Hexis AMR, because a punctured front right is now going to bring Steph Dusseldorp back into the pit lane. And this car that has yo-yoed up and down the order currently is in 15th spot. That's the investigation of number 32 Audi that I mentioned a while ago for possibly overtaking under yellow flags. No further action, so 32 escaped censure, and Felipe Albuquerque still in 4th place. Now 27.8 seconds away from the 3rd place Mercedes, and catching, he is 4 seconds a lap quicker. So in other words, Albuquerque could yet get 3rd place. It could be an Audi 1-3 here, not just an Audi 1-4. And the leading 5 cars all running in the Pro Cup. There's Bert Langin looking on, his car 4th, but might get 3rd in this last, what have we got, 28 minutes of the race now. Bert Langin, despite his success in GT racing, not yet a Spa 24-hour winner. It won't be this year either, but I can guarantee he'll be back for another crack next season. Timo Scheider goes out of Raidillon past the stranded United Autosports R8, and as he goes towards the first sector up towards Les Combes, we'll get an indication of what his pace is like on this lap. It's quicker than last time, in fact, so just fractionally faster than a lap ago. Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Ferrari, Aston Martin within the Pro Cup. Shows you that many different brands represented in the Blancpain Endurance Series. Points were scored at the 6-hour mark and at the 12-hour mark. Nothing at 18, but you do get double points, effectively the normal complement of points, at 24 hours. So half points given at 6 and 12, full complement at 24. And at the moment, it looks as though the bulk of the points are going to go the way of this 33 Audi. Great news that for Greg Franchi, Stefan Ortelli and Bert Langin and Felipe Albuquerque, who are also regulars in the Blancpain series, are going to finish behind, so the bulk of the points will go Greg Franchi's way. Now there is the 3rd place Mercedes. Thomas Jaeger in the first sector was being caught by about a second and a half. He runs a little bit wide onto the curb at Pouin. Again, he survives that, but number 12 has expired in the pit lane, so it got as far as pit in, but then Arie Luijendijk has stopped, so the car needs to be towed out of the way, and quickly as well. Otherwise, when somebody else arrives on the scene, we're going to have more problems because they can't get past. So you understand what drivers try and do, limp it back, but when the cars stop in a narrow pit entry like that, or in the case of Richard Westbrook, the pit exit, then more problems are created. So the car is now towed out of harm's way, and the team will try and work out what, if anything, they can do to get that car back into the race for the remaining 25 minutes now. Now Thomas Jaeger still charging on in number 35. Is it going to be a podium for the Mercedes? There's also that question mark over a late fuel stop for number 32. In Sector 1 on this lap, Audi was quicker. In Sector 2, Audi was much quicker by 3 seconds, so the gap is coming down all the time. Through there goes Jaeger, 25 minutes to go, and in a moment we should get the Audi of Felipe Albuquerque over the timing line. He's continuing to bring the gap down and down and down. Through he goes, and they go by that lap nearly 6 seconds faster, so getting quicker and quicker all the time is Albuquerque now as he goes through the hairpin at La Source. Albuquerque being held up a little bit in traffic as he goes up through Radion. So Thomas Jaeger heads up towards the chicane at Lécombe, the gap down to 15.9 seconds now. So it's on this, isn't it? So Felipe Albuquerque is going to be able to catch, I think, before he needs to worry about a pit stop. But if he does have to refuel, that's going to cost him the time. It'll give the place back again to the Mercedes if that doesn't have to stop. The team manager of car 12 now, having to go and see the race director, I suspect to be given a ticking off for the way that Arie Luyendyk pitted and parked, really, or pitted and expired, which wasn't great news. So the car's out of the way, but I think the United Autosports team are going to be told, tell your driver not to do that again if he's got a car that is that slow. You can't block up the pit entry lane. Wide over the curb coming out of Pouin again goes Thomas Jaeger in sector 1. He only lost a 10th, in fact, against Albuquerque, but it's over the cumulative lap. But we need to see how this gap is faring. 15.9 seconds it was. Felipe Albuquerque continuing to hustle on, but if he's only gaining a 10, that's not enough. He needs a lot more than that. As he comes out of the pith path now, 23.5 minutes of the race to go, and with the WRT Audi leading by 2 laps over Team Schubert BMW, that looks resolved, but third place still up for grabs. Fifth is the surviving Vita 4-1 Ferrari that Michael Bartels was talking about. It's deceptive in that it doesn't run in a regular livery. It's black and red, not the turquoise and black. Now, there you've got the Nissan, Alex Buncombe at the wheel of the GT4 leading car, shares with Jordan Tresson, who came out of the PlayStation Academy as a winner and has done very well in GT4 racing. And the Nissan is set for a GT4 win. Jordan Tresson, in fact, in the pit lane at the moment. We can hear from him. He has been joined by Haley Coxon.
Jordan, sorry to pull you away from the timing screen there. There's only a few minutes to go. You've dominated for the past few hours, and it looks like you can take the GT4 Cup.
Yeah, but it's still not finished. It's a very long way to go still. So yeah, we have 21 minutes to hold on. The car is doing well for the moment. I mean, Alex is taking care of the car. So yeah, just 20 minutes to wait.
Thank you, Jordan.
They've had their problems, dampers, punctures, electrical dramas, but the main opposition, the Lotus of the Mansells and Eduardo Piscopo, had an oil leak that became a big fire and put them out of the race. The gap is down to 11.2 seconds now between third and fourth places. Thomas Jaeger to Felipe Albuquerque as he comes now there, the Portuguese driver up towards Lécombe, and they move themselves on track there, as you can see, ahead of the second place BMW. Edward Sandstrom, I think now is just making sure that gets to the flag. Albuquerque, though, is still pushing on, 3/10 quicker in sector 1. There you can see the surviving Vita 4-1 Ferrari I was talking about, running in the different colour scheme. So red and black, not turquoise and black, which is the normal Vita phone, now Vita 4-1 colour scheme. And Frank Ekela, who is a regular Vita 4-1 driver, being joined by, from Scuderia Vittoria, Matteo Bobbi and Giacomo Petrovelli. They've worked well together as a combination of drivers. And although they had a stop-go penalty for using non-regulation tyres, non-marked tyres 2 or 3 hours ago, the car's still going well, running in now 5th place, Giacomo Petrovelli at the wheel. Thomas Jaeger, in the meantime, in the first sector of the lap, was over a second slower than was Felipe Albuquerque. So the gap continues to come down and down. You can see there the Audi chasing on in 4th place at the moment, but 3rd could be on the cards here, depending on whether they are going to need to have another stop for some fuel. It'll only be a splash and dash, but it will cost time, particularly with the pit lane speed limit having to be adhered to, and when it's a long pit lane, over a kilometre in length at Spa, with the 2 pits combined, then it's certainly going to go against the number 32 Audi. To the bus stop comes Thomas Jaeger. His last lap was a 2:28. Albuquerque's last lap was a 2:23. So the gap has gone from 15 seconds down to 11, and up over the line Now goes Jaeger, another lap in the 2:28s, and Albuquerque a 2:21, so the gap from 11.2 to 4.8 seconds now. Over the line they both go, out of La Source, so this is the battle to look for now for the last podium place, and of course not just for an overall podium, but third within the Pro Cup as well. Fifth, another of the Pro Cup cars you're looking at, Giacomo Petrovelli's Ferrari. Car climbs up through Radion. Thomas Jaeger flashing the headlights at the Ferrari up the road to say, I need to get past you, I'm in a bit of a hurry here. And the Black Falcon team looking on, hoping that that car's going to be able to hang on to third place. It won't be able to do so on pace, but it might be able to on its fuel efficiency. We heard Stefan Lemray talking about the fact that they thought the Audi would need to make another pit stop. Well, does the Mercedes? Can it go to the end on the fuel? Albuquerque flashing his lights as he comes towards Bruxelles here. The car he's flashing his lights at is the one that he's chasing. So it's going to be a genuine battle for third place this when they get themselves together, and it won't be long before the two cars are together. Just 19 more minutes of the race to go. Down towards Pouhon they come now. In the first sector of this lap, the gap was down again by 1.6 seconds, so Felipe Albuquerque pushing on remorselessly now, getting closer and closer and closer to Thomas Jaeger, who, you get the feeling, doesn't want to up his pace because he wants to run at this rhythm and try and avoid a last fuel stop with the car, if possible. So it may be that he's content to let the Audi go in the knowledge that it's going to have to make another stop, but it's a bit of a gamble if that is the plan. The two cars are together. It was 4.8 seconds at the start of the lap. It's probably going to be a different order at the end of this lap that they're on, because Albuquerque goes to the inside, but the door is closed by Thomas Jaeger. No way through there. The fight for third, nose to tail. More flashing of the lights from Felipe Albuquerque, but this isn't about market. This is a car he's got to fight a way past, and it's not going to be easy. Through Blancpain they go. You can see all the rubber by the side of the road, all the marbles there, ready to catch you out if you do run wide. Jaeger runs over the curb, and he's having to put up a really spirited defence now. Felipe Albuquerque looking for a way by. Jaeger defends. Albuquerque still busy flashing his headlights, but he's going to have to work for this. Can't expect the car to get out of the way, and he does indeed pit, so that is going to widen the gap. And with 18 minutes to go, does that take the pressure off Black Falcon Racing? They think it does. They reckon that's the place given to them. Towards La Source comes the Mercedes. So we'll see what the gap is going to be next lap through, because it will include the pit stop. That'll be the starting point to see if it's at all possible for Albuquerque to do anything at all about bringing down the gap. I don't think it will be. He might be able to reduce it, but not enough to challenge for position, unless the Mercedes has to make another pit stop. And now you understand why Jaeger is seemingly content to run at this slower pace. So the gamble has paid off. Albuquerque pits. Fuel put into the car. And Felipe Albuquerque now blasts away back into the race. And as he does so, he's got the long drive remember down the second part of the pit lane. As out on track, Thomas Jaeger heads out of Les Combes. So the Mercedes run by the Black Falcon Racing team. Dunlop shod car. Into Michelin Audi ahead of the Dunlop shod BMW, the Dunlop Mercedes, Michelin Audi in the top four. And there is Albuquerque heading down the endurance pits. And that gives you an idea of his speed, of course, still very limited before he gets to the right line at the end of the pit lane. There's just no chance now that he's going to be able to catch the Mercedes unless the pit stop is due or a problem befalls the car, but I don't think it will, given the reaction of the team. So back on track goes Felipe Albuquerque and Black Falcon Racing team with the best placed of the Mercedes SLS AMGs that we've got in the race. The second is run by a different team in 7th place, run by Team Pyro, the British squad, for the Joneses, and Mike Jordan, that's heading for 2nd place within the Pro-Am Cup. 32, Felipe Albuquerque then back into the race, but effectively a minute has been lost by having to have that pit stop for a top-up of fuel. The Mercedes and indeed the BMW Z4 that's ahead in 2nd place have rather been sleepers. They may not have had the outright pace, but they have been steadily working their way up the order early on, consolidating places within the top 3 for the last few hours, and now both this car you're looking at and the Z4 in 2nd overall, looking for podium finishes. Excellent efforts put in by both teams. The Mercedes growls over the line, and as it does so, having just lapped the Ferrari, Rio Moro's trying to unlap himself again. A bit of a battle here, but it's irrelevant in a sense because they're on different laps. The Mercedes is third, the Ferrari you're looking at is sixth, but Moro wants to get past, and Jaeger, I think, is not prepared to take any chances about letting cars by. He wants to hang on to the place that he's got, doesn't want to risk anything getting past that may be the wrong car to go by. It's all very well letting traffic go through, but if you let what you think is a marker go past and it turns out to be a car that you should have been battling against, you look a bit red-faced. So Jaeger trying to hang on to the spot here as he comes up towards Les Combes. Comes to the braking area, turns his way now through the right, the left, the right, and 14.5 minutes remain in this year's Spa 24. Downhill goes Thomas Jaeger, and third place is his for the taking now, along with Kenneth Heyer and Stefan Lamoureux. But Jaeger really has done the bulk of the driving in that car. But this, the race leader, 14 minutes on the clock for Timo Scheider, and we saw Greg Franchi try to get into the car at that last pit stop, but Timo Scheider saying no, I'm happy. So very straightforward last pit stop for Timo Scheider in what seems to have been a very straightforward race. Other Audis, as we have seen rather graphically, have had their problems, but Audi flags still wave in readiness of a win. 13.5 minutes away. Vincent Voss there in the WRT headset talking to Wolfgang Ulrich in the pit lane. Vincent is about to celebrate a win for his team, I would suggest, because Timo Scheider, along with Matthias Ekström, brought into the team at the behest of Audi management. Certainly done a very good job working with Greg Franchi. But Timo, with his experience of long-distance racing from his time in the FIA GT Championship, as well as Le Mans and Nürburgring 24-hour races, is going to bring the car home, and he accelerates now down towards Eau Rouge once again. 13 more minutes of the race to go, and at the moment he's lapping in the 2:26s. Thumbs up from Greg Franchi, getting closer and closer all the time to, for him, a first win. For Timo Scheider, a second. For Matthias Ekström, a first win within the Spa 24 hours. So 33 turns its way through Les Combes, and with lots of Audi support all the way around the circuit here, as you can see. Timo Scheider now just having to make sure that he doesn't do anything wrong. He's got this 2-lap buffer over the opposition. He just needs to bring the car to the flag. So a different type of Audi, victorious at Le Mans this year. It looks as though it's going to be another 24-hour victory with the Audi name next to it. Over the last few years we've had Porsche, Chevrolet through the Corvette, Maserati, Chrysler, Peugeot, BMW, Nissan, Ford, Jaguar victorious. But Audi is going to add its name to the list of Spa 24 winners. BMW set for second place. There's the Z4 of Team Schubert, Edward Sandstrom bringing the car home. This third round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, as expected, given us a fascinating race, and 33 Audi leading the way. Timo Scheider then at the wheel. Let's hear from another of his co-drivers, Matthias Ekström.
Matthias, there's less than 20 minutes to go. It looks like you could take a win. What a race it's been for the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, I have had some trials of 24 hours in Nürburgring, and this is the first time I do it outside there. First time at Spa, and so far we are having a great day, but my experience says you can't celebrate anything until the race is over. So for the moment Timo is having everything under control, but I'd rather wait and see, because 24 hours is 24 hours, not 23 and a half.
And your Audi R8 seems to have been rather consistent throughout the whole 24 hours.
Yeah, I think our team did a good job. At some stages we were pushing everything we could to really try and be the quickest car on track. But then when other drivers and teams had troubles, we went into a safe mode and tried to drive more smart and take care of the car, not to have any issues. So far it looks that it paid off.
Thank you.
Just 10.5 minutes then of the Spa 24 hours to go. Haley Coxon in the pits, David Anderson trackside for the last 10 minutes of the race being dominated by the car you're looking at now, the Audi of the Belgian Audi Club, Team WRT. You heard from Matthias Ekstrom, one of the drivers. Greg Franchi is the second, and Timo Scheider is the man behind the wheel now. He's going to bring the car home. Timo started it, he's going to finish with the car, and he is a former winner of the event, but it'll be a first-time win for Matthias and for Greg as well. Running behind them on track is the number 50 Ferrari, Nicky Caddy, in 9th place overall. Second is the BMW, making its way out of La Source now. Edward Sandstrom at the wheel, turning past the endurance pits, and the car ahead of it is the one that runs in 5th place, Giacomo Petrovelli, in the black and red Vita 4-1 Ferrari. Effectively an amalgamation for the weekend of Scuderia Vittoria, for whom Matteo Bobbi and Giacomo normally drive. Many of their engineers here, but the car being run this weekend by Vita 4-1, and it comes now up towards Les Combes. The car in 5th place overall, and 14 laps away from the race leader, but that's after 1 or 2 rather lengthy pit stops, and also 1 or 2 penalty pit stops as well, with the most recent being a stop-go for using non-regulation tyres. Team Schubert running the BMW, but currently is in 2nd place, and we've talked about how the leading Audi has positioned itself at the top of the leaderboard since the 10th hour. Well, this car has been second since the 11th hour of the race, so there's no stopping number 76 for the moment, at least. Fingers crossed it can carry on in this unstoppable mode for another 9 minutes. Edward Sandstrom, who has done a superb job in this car. Dirk Werner has also, as you might expect from one of the star BMW racers, delivered every time he's been behind the wheel. Claudia Hürtgen has also done, as you would expect from her, a very, very rapid job indeed. And so, good combination of drivers. And the car has run very reliably, if not as quickly as it perhaps needed to against the might of Audi. But given that 3 of the 4 Audis have had problems, it's perhaps the bad fortune of the BMW team that the 4th one hasn't gone the same way. The one car that's had a very solid run, irritatingly, is the one that's ahead of them. And then in 3rd place, another car that seems to have run faultlessly, if not with the ultimate pace. This Mercedes had a bit of damage earlier on in the race when it hit Alain Lee's Audi at the bus stop. There's red sticky tape holding the front of the car down, but other than that, it's another one that's gone so solidly through the race. And now with just 8 more minutes to go, Thomas Jäger comes over the line looking good here for 3rd place, along with Kenneth Heyer and Stéphane Lammeret. Out of La Source, downhill goes the Black Falcon run Mercedes. In 4th place, Felipe Albuquerque, after his recent pit stop for fuel, doing his best to try and narrow that gap once again, but it's just not happening for him at the moment. He also got himself caught up in some traffic, as well as having a big deficit to make up. Up towards Les Combes, then comes the Mercedes. 62 cars started, and the number of retirements growing all the time. Some out through accident damage. Quite a lot have gone through gearbox and clutch-related problems. A few engine failures thrown into the mix as well, but as you heard Mark Blundell saying, in some cases the driving standards have been rather disparate, and so the pros have been very pro, some of the AMs have been very amateurish. Although Ludovic Sunier is an example of somebody who should have known better, causing that accident that effectively eliminated both competitive cars of the Pro Speed team right at the start of the race. A remarkably odd manoeuvre coming into the bus stop. There was no way he was going to make the corner, as you saw in the highlights package, and so that took his car out of the race and badly compromised the sister car that was leading the race until it was attacked. And Sunier is somebody with a lot of experience, so should have known better. That's the car that leads the Pro-Am Cup. 6th overall, Guillaume Moreau, with the Joneses and Mike Jordan behind them in the Mercedes. And 3rd in the class is number 50, which is the Matt Griffin, Nicky Caddy, Marco Giocci, Jack Gerber Ferrari. Good solid run by that car as well, having had punctures, having been in the gravel, having had a drive-through penalty. But the never say die attitude of the drivers involved, just get in the car, go as fast as you can, with the best in the stint, try and bring it up the order. He's going to pay dividends. They'll be on the podium seemingly in the Pro-Am Cup. So Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari within Pro-Am. The Gentleman Trophy, which is 18th and 19th, the top 2 cars. A Porsche 1-2 there. and the gap between them is still a lap as the Muller Motorsport car tries to catch Level Racing. Now that is Godfrey Jones at the wheel of the 7th placed Mercedes, but crucially 2nd within the Pro-Am Cup, and he has led the class after Mike Jordan's great stint earlier on in the day, but ultimately the pace of the Ferrari just a little bit too fleet. But I think a podium, 2nd in class, will be a great achievement, and this another car that has run so well over the last 23 hours and now 55 minutes. Not the same car that they run in the British GT Championship, the Joneses. That's here in the garage, but this car they bought for this event, and running on Avon tyres because they got all the data for that. They run Avons in the British GT Championship, and they weren't terribly keen on running in the wet, but they've had a good run in the dry conditions that we've had for the bulk of this year's Spa 24 Hours. Not been exclusively dry, but mainly dry, and so they're going to come through seemingly the 2nd in class ahead of the Ferrari. There it is, number 50 Ferrari, and Nicky Cadai, a very very quick Italian youngster, is going to bring it home. Matt Griffin led at the end of the first hour, in fact, in that car. They got his drive through, fell down the order, and Jack Gerber has been off the road a couple of times. They've had punctures, but the 4 drivers have all done a great job in that car, kept it in contention, kept it in the top 10, and it's heading there now for a podium and for 9th place overall. Into the last 4 minutes for Timo Scheider, and he's going to get 2 more laps out of this, I would suspect, as he comes now with, look, 32 Felipe Albuquerque running with him. There's 50 Nicky Cadai, 9th place Ferrari, accelerating now up towards the timing line, and the leaders go through with 33 and 32 getting themselves together for the photo finish here. So 3.5 minutes on the clock with this lap and 1 more. That is the car that is 18th overall, currently leading the Gentleman Trophy. And Matthijs Harkema at the wheel of the Level Racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup S. That's the car that's chasing it, 124, which now has Sebastian Asch at the wheel, son of Roland Asch, another touring car legend in Germany of years past. And the sticky tape that's doing its best to keep the door on the side of the car is almost giving up the unequal struggle. GT4 being led here by the Nissan, Tresson, Alex Buncombe and Chris Ward, the 3 drivers. And although GT4 has lost a couple of cars of note, the Lotus of the Mansells and the Aston Martin, also the Speed Lover team, it's been an interesting race as ever within the GT4 category. And it looks like it's going to be a Nissan win. The opposition now is the BMW that's just ahead there. You can see the car with its flapping bodywork. It's been like that for quite a long time now. Not much has been done about it, but it's still going. With Giuseppe De Pasquale at the wheel of the car, but Timo Scheider has negotiated him without any dramas. Comes downhill, and with 2 more minutes on the clock, he'll get to the end of this lap and be able to squeeze 1 more out. Though the flag goes out the first time the leader crosses the line once the 24 hours are elapsed, and as now Scheider goes through the pith bath. Excellent performance turned in by him, by Matthias Ekstrom and by Greg Franchi, and of course by the guys in the pit lane at the Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club. Pierre Gudonnet, the sporting director, having overseen all of this along with the team manager Vincent Voss, who himself of course has been a very successful racer on Belgian soil, and overseeing everything Audi here is Wolfgang Ulrich, who may be disappointed with the results of some of the cars, but a 1st and a 4th is not bad at all for a first concerted attack in GT3 terms on the Spa 24 Hours. They ran a car a couple of years ago in development form, but now looking after customers and with a much greater Audi presence, you know that this is an event that matters to Audi. And on to the last lap now with just over a minute to go. Goes Timo Scheider, Felipe Albuquerque running behind him in 4th place, and now the Audi mechanics make their way, as you see so many years running at Le Mans, flags in hand to the pit wall, because next time the cars come across the line they can celebrate a win. I suspect for marketing reasons here, 98 and Andrea Piccini they find it a useful thing to back off and just slot into the formation. Andrea Piccini is ahead of Timo Scheider on track. He's running in 14th place. He's not going to catch the car ahead because he's 2 laps behind. So to get all the Audis together for photographs will be quite a good thing, I reckon, now. And Andrea Piccini gets out of the way, lets the WRT cars go by, lets one go by anyway, lets Timo Scheider through. Felipe Albuquerque moves through as well. And so we're going to get the photo they want, the 3 surviving Audis together as they come up towards the line. So down towards Pouhon for the last time. Audi has come, seen and conquered at Spa. 1 car eliminated after a big accident. The 3rd you're looking at lost time with a gearbox problem. That car you're looking at lost time with suspension damage after contact yesterday afternoon. But they're 33. The race leading Audi R8 has had a faultless run. And it's going to be in half a lap's time a checkered flag to be waved, along with lots of Audi flags waved as the 3 cars come across the line. All the teams now getting themselves ready on the pit wall. Some have had a rather harder night than others. United Autosports guys, I can see, getting ready to cheer their car home. Hexis hanging off the debris fencing, ready to, at the end of what's been quite a marathon race for the French team, cheer both cars home, one for 8th, one for 15th. We'll go through the classification once they've come across the line, but with only a couple of 3 corners to go now, we have Audi's 1st, 4th and 14th. And Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom and Greg Franchi set for victory in the Spa 24 hours. Up towards the bus stop they come. The United Autosports car there is going to get 1 more lap out of the race, I think, but for Matthias Ekstrom, Greg Franchi and Timo Scheider, the man behind the wheel, it's going to be a win for Audi in the Spa 24 hours. The car comes towards the checkered flag and Audi scores victory here at Spa-Francorchamps. The 24 hours of Spa is won by Timo Scheider, by Matthias Ekstrom and by Greg Franchi. 2nd will be BMW, 3rd will be Mercedes, but home for 4th is the sister Team WRT Audi of Felipe Albuquerque, Bert Longchamp and Stefan Ortelli. And to take 4th place, having been way down the order, having lost half an hour in the pits yesterday afternoon, is a very good achievement indeed. And there's Matthias Ekstrom clambering down from the debris fencing to celebrate a victory. And Timo Scheider, who's done the bulk of the driving in that car, a very happy man. His 2nd win in the Spa 24 hours. 1 for Maserati and now 1 win for Audi. Timo delighted with that, understandably. And everybody on the pit wall and the endurance pits joining in the atmosphere, cheering the cars home. It's a great tradition in 24-hour races. And with the grandstands opposite both pits as well. Good reaction from all the fans that are here. This is the car for 2nd place then. Edward Sandstrom, Claudia Hertgum and Dirk Werner in the Team Schubert BMW Z for tremendous achievement. The car in the end 2 laps behind, but for a much smaller budget operation to take 2nd place, tremendous effort. And 3rd should go the way of Black Falcon Racing. Now, just looking at that United Autosports Audi that has fallen in behind the winning cars, I'm not convinced that that wasn't ahead when they came over the line, and therefore probably needs to do another lap to take the checkered flag here. But it's not essential to take the flag as long as you've done 75% of the distance covered by the race winner. But UA may have just slightly slipped up on that. We can wait and see. In the meantime, we've got the Hexis Aston Martin lights flashing coming over the line, and that's the number 3 Aston Martin, 8th after its trip in the gravel. And home comes then for 2nd in the Pro-Am Cup, the Godfrey Jones driven Mercedes. There over the line is number 16 Marius Ritschkes, who's going to be in 16th place, and the GT4 winning Nissan in the background comes now to take the checkered flag as well in the hands of Alex Buncombe at the end of the race. We'll get the drivers towards the podium shortly, but the 24 hours of Spa, as ever, giving plenty of drama, plenty of excitement, plenty of talking points as well, and the flags of nations being waved, the flags of the Martians being waved as well as they come through Les Combes. Different shapes of BMW there, look, the M3 and the Z4 behind. And Ecurie Cost comes home in the end in 20th place as across the line comes Andrew Smith. The Scotsman brings the Aston Martin home after a really busy race, and the good news is for the team that the planners were, they've got the car to the flag, that's essential, and that'll be a very popular result, very well deserved result for another low budget operation. Deals being done, scrimping and saving to get the car into the race, and the Avon Shod Aston Martin finishing then in 20th place. Bert Longchamp there celebrating 4th place. So a very, very good recovery indeed, that. So, celebrations up and down the pit lane here at Spa. And the winning drivers shortly will make their way up onto the podium. We'll be able to hear from some of them, no doubt. And just caught a glimpse in the pit lane of Stefan Rattel, the reins behind GT Racing internationally. It is an event these days, the Spa 24 Hours, promoted by SRO with the RACB here. I think Stefan will be well pleased with the crowd attendance, as well as another tremendous race. And last year, when it was announced there'd be no more GT2, people wrinkled their noses and said, oh no, it won't be as good without the GT2 cars. Well, it's been a bigger entry, it's been a great race, and it was a wide open race going into it. Nobody really could predict a winner. I suppose with the resource of Audi, it was always expected that Audi probably would be favourite, but which car? That was a real unknown. And in the end, only one of the 4 in the Pro Cup got through without any problems. So, Audi Sport, Team WRT, Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi win the Spa 24 Hours. Second in the Team Schubert Need for Speed BMW Z4, Edward Sandstrom, Dirk Werner and Claudia Hürtgen. Third, the Black Falcon Mercedes of Kenneth Hyatt, Thomas Jäger and Stefan Lemre. And fourth for Audi Sport Team WRT, Filippi Albuquerque, Bert Longchamp and Stefano Ortelli. Fifth for Vita 4-1, Matteo Bobby, Frank Kekela and Giacomo Petrovelli. And then in sixth place to win the Pro-Am Cup, Ludovic Bade, Franck Morel, Guillaume Moreau and Jean-Luc Bobelic, ahead of a tremendous effort by the Jones brothers, David and Godfrey, and Mike Jordan in the Prezi Spark Mercedes. Eighth goes the way of Jan Clary, Julian Rodriguez and Pierre Bryce Maynard for Hexis in the Aston Martin. Ninth in the end to Jack Gerber, Matt Griffin, Nicky Kedai, Marco Ciocci in the Ferrari for AF Corsa. And 10th to the number 43 BMW that crept back into contention in the late hours, Jeroen Den Boer, Simon Knapp and David Hart. 11th, Jonathan Hershey, Marcus Palteler, Antoine Leclerc's Ford GT. And 12th, Andre Leved, Brett Curtis, Peter van der Kolk and Jeroen van den Heuvel. In 13th place for United Autosports, car number 23. It's had its problems, but Richard Dean, Zach Brown, Johnny Herbert and Stefan Johansson come home 13th. 14th, Marcel Fassler, Andrea Piccini and Mike Rockenfeller. And 15th, the troubled Aston of Fred Makovici, Henri Moser and Steph Dusseldorf. 16th for Raf van Thor, Marit Rischkes, Prince Bernhard van Oranje and Dennis Retterer, ahead of Philip Broek-Koren, with Cotin, Herkomer and Dujardin joining him in the Porsche, ahead of Martin Rich, Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch and Jochen Krumbach in 18th place. 19th, the United Autosports Audi, Leyendyk, Lee, Mines and Richard. And 20th, Ecurie Ecos, Ollie Bryant, Alistair McCaig, Andrew Smith and Joe Twyman. 21st on distance, but never getting to the flag, Richard Westbrook, Christian Menzel, Mike Sturzberg and Hans-Guido Riegel. The GT4 winners, 22nd, Alex Buncombe, Jordan Tresson and Chris Ward. 23rd goes the way of the Dodge Viper of Sigma Motorsport. And 24th, the Porsche run by RMS of Marc Fagianato, Thierry Steffek, Thierry Pignot and Franck Racinet. 25th, the number 60 McLaren. 3 started, 1 finished. Adam Christodoulou, Glyn Geddy, Phil Quaife and the New Zealander Roger Wills, ahead of the Viper of Dominic Lurie, Ben Arsalan, Jean-Marc Merlin and Guy Claret. And then the BMW M3 of Christophe Legrand, Raffaele Sangiolo, Giuseppe De Pasquale and Wolfgang Haug in 27th, the GT4 spec BMW. 28th, the old boys from Belgium, Marc Douay, Jean-Michel Martin and Eric Bachelard. Timo Scheider in the pit lane, a very happy man indeed. And it's going to be the so-called endurance podium that is used here. In other words, the drivers don't use the Formula 1 podium, they use the traditional podium over the endurance pits, and you can see just how pleased Timo Scheider is. Superb effort, and gives the car a big whack on the roof to say, well done, you've not let us down. And Timo will be up on the podium shortly, along with Matthias Ekström, and of course with Greg Franchi. There'll be a great reception, no doubt, for Greg as a Belgian driver, winning for a Belgian team in Belgium's key 24-hour race. Zolder has a 24-hour race as well for Belcar, but it's not on the same level, certainly in terms of prestige, as the Spa 24 Hours. And the German driver, Timo Scheider, delighted with that, making his way slowly to the podium, because he's got all these photographs to take, will be taken of him, first of all, grinning from ear to ear. And despite the offer of being relieved for that last stint by Greg Franchi, he stayed in the car. And Thomas Jäger there, the former Mercedes DTM racer, congratulates him. Thomas Jäger having finished in 3rd position. So The officials will round up all of the drivers, get them up onto the podium. It's not the work of a moment, this, with 3 and in some cases 4 drivers to a car. And then a top 3 in each of the classes with Pro, Pro-Am, Gentleman, Cup and GT4. It becomes rather crowded. There is Edward Sandstrom embracing Timo Scheider. And Bert Langevin, having finished 4th, has already got the champagne open. So he may not make it to the podium, but he's having his own impromptu celebrations in the pit road. See the Nissan in the background, the GT4 winning car. So the drivers then taking off their crash helmets and balaclavas, getting some welcome fresh air, and then make their way to the podium. Edward Sandstrom there. Thomas Jaeger leading the drivers up the stairs. And Timo Scheider is going to talk to us, I think, in a moment. Amy has organised where she needs him to stand, and we can hear from the man that brought the car home and has done a superb job for Audi Sport Team WRT. Audi engineers celebrating in the pit lane, and the Spa 24 Hours with this amazing 62 car entry was always going to be a fascinating race, and it has not disappointed, that's for sure, with battles raging on right the way to the end, with that third place situation very nearly changing before the Audi of Felipe Albuquerque had to make that last pit stop for fuel. Felipe there in the background being interviewed for Audi's media purposes about his drive, but again, it could have been a rather different story had they not lost all of that time yesterday evening after the contact. Right, let's hear from the winners. We'll start with Timo Scheider. He's with Haley.
Timo, congratulations. We spoke earlier. You did say there's still a little bit of way to go, but here you are taking the overall win.
Yeah, it's an awesome feeling. I just said it to the guys over the radio. The WRT guys did an awesome job doing that for the first time. Just 2 years in the GT Championship. So a fantastic job from them. The car, the R8 LMS, was just fabulous to drive, and it was an amazing weekend for all of us.
Thank you, Timo.
You're welcome.
Understandably a delighted Timo Scheider, and he makes the point about how well the team has worked. He's absolutely right. That car has not missed a beat in 24 hours. And the Audi R8 LMS, then the victorious car, Audi's first win within the Spa 24 hours. Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom and Greg Franchi. And Timo did a good job in the first stint. The car ran 4th, dropped to 6th in the second hour, then it was up to 2nd, led for a couple of hours, and then really asserted itself within the 10th hour of the race and has been at the top of the classification ever since. Edward Sandstrom brought the 2nd place BMW home. Time we heard from the Swedish driver now.
Congratulations, Edward. Another great result at 24 hours.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Couldn't believe this after qualifying 49, and we had a terrible start of the weekend, but it ended up fantastic. So Team Need for Speed and Schubert have made a great job, and I'm so thankful for them.
Thank you.
A tired-looking Edward Sandstrom, but again, superb job done by him, by Dirk Werner, by Claudia Herken, and by Team Schubert that run the Need for Speed BMW. And in the end, 2 laps behind the race winner, but 2nd, great result for that car that qualified way down the grid in the mixed conditions on Thursday evening and worked its way into contention and finished, as I say, in 2nd place. And a Mercedes for 3rd as well, brought across the line by Thomas Jaeger.
Thomas, you definitely had a fight all the way to the end there. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We are very happy with the SRS AMG GT3 finishing here on the podium. We had lots of difficulties during the race, and that's why we are absolutely, it's incredible, just simply. So thank you to the team. Great car, very reliable, and was a great result for us.
Thank you.
That's another car that just got stronger and stronger as the race wore on. 28th it was at the end of the first hour, 3rd at the end of 24 hours of the race. So Thomas Jaeger finishing in 3rd spot, and we should be able to have the top 3 teams very shortly on the podium. Top 3, of course, overall and in the Pro Cup. Fans gathering underneath the podium, ready for the celebrations here. And the winning drivers being rounded up. Co-drivers brought from the top pits, the F1 pits, down to the podium through the paddock, and they'll be in business pretty soon. So the Belgian fans being well revved up, you can hear in the background, to celebrate the efforts of Greg Franchi. So the Audi flags fly, and the drivers will be up on the podium very shortly then at the end of the 2011 Spa 24 Hours. Even the Michelin man is there, Mr. Bibendum, looking pretty happy with his tyres having helped Audi to score victory. And the Blancpain Endurance Series, which heads next to Magny-Cours for an evening race and then finishes at Silverstone, is ever more intriguing now with the way the points have been distributed over the last 24 hours, with points at 6 and at 12 hour marks, plus of course at the very end of the race itself. So with Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom and Greg Franchi victorious for Audi, BMW finishing second and Mercedes third. 3 German brands looking out the podium here in first 3 places overall and in the Pro Cup. See in the midst of all of that in his Tyrolean hat, Hans Heyer, ready to cheer his son when Kenneth gets onto the podium. But Timo Scheider, a delighted man when he came across the line, understandably so, taking Audi to a maiden win within the Spa 24 Hours. Out of the car, punches the air with delight, and Timo Scheider, now very much a star of DTM, having his second Spa 24 Hour victory. So the fans are ready, but we just need the last co-drivers, I think, brought to the podium. Then we're going to be in business as the Audi team makes its way down the pit road. And the other class winners will be there from the Pro-Am Cup, from the Gentleman Trophy, from the Cup class, and for GT4 as well. But here comes Audi, marching down the pit lane, ready to join the celebrations. As Andrew Smith from the Acuria Cos team, well chuffed he's brought the car to the end. So we have the drivers then, the third place onto the podium, and Stéphane Lammeret, the Belgian journalist, along with Thomas Jäger, Kenneth Heyer are there. And with the Belgian driver in that team, understandably, great reception for Stéphane Lammeret. Then out for second place will come from the number 76 Need for Speed Team Schubert BMW, Claudia Hürtgen, Edward Sandstrom and Dirk Werner, led by Claudia Hürtgen, on to the second step of the podium. But the roof about to be raised, I think, when out will come Matthias Ekstrom, Timo Scheider and the Belgian driver Greg Franchi as the winners of the Spa 24 Hours for 2011. I said it was going to be noisy. There's the evidence as the winning drivers stand on the podium at Spa-Francorchamps. Now for the Belgian team, the Belgian national anthem. So for Greg Franchi, Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom, and for the team that runs the car, Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club, the Belgian national anthem is played, and celebrations all round on the podium. Timo Scheider doing a superb job, doing the lion's share of the driving, and along with Greg Franchi and Matthias Ekstrom, victory goes to Audi at Spa. Stéphane Rattel steps forward to hand over the trophies to the third place drivers of Stéphane Lammeret, Thomas Jäger and Kenneth Heyer. And the Mercedes, run by Black Falcon, has done an excellent job in that race to keep out of trouble, to run consistently and to come home in third place after a couple of incidents, but a great result indeed. And there is Stefan Lerre receiving his trophies. Very, very happy indeed with a podium finish here. And then for second place, the trophies are about to be presented to Claudia Hurtgen by Patrice Ress, the CEO of Total Belgium. And Claudia receives her Blancpain Endurance Series trophy and Spa 24-hour trophy. And then the trophies will be presented, of course, to Edward Sandstrom and to Dirk Werner, who has been an integral part of the success of that BMW Z4. Dirk, with great pedigree of racing all manner of BMWs, very, very quickly indeed. I mean, raced many, many years ago in the Ford Puma Cup, in which he was a champion in Germany, then Renault Clio V6s, and a former Porsche champion as well in his home country, but these days very much a BMW specialist. And now François Cornelis, the president of the RACB, steps forward to give the trophies to the race winners, starting with Timo Scheider. And then a moment to Matthias Ekström and to Greg Franchi, winners by 2 laps of this year's Spa 24, and the gap between second and third, 8 laps in the end between the Need for Speed Team Schubert BMW and the Black Falcon Mercedes. Greg Franchi delighted with his win, understandably so. Belgian driver having the biggest win of his career, that's for sure. And Matthias Ekström receiving his trophies as well, third member of that winning team. And everybody, I think, is just about ready for the champagne once the team awards have been handed over to the Audi Sport Team WRT, a team that supports the GT3 European Championship as well as the Blancpain Endurance Series. And at the driver's feet is the champagne. The celebrations well underway at Spa then at the end of the 24 hours. A win for the Audi team. 62 cars started, just about half of that number classified as finishers. But through it all, without missing a beat, has come the number 33 Audi R8 LMS. Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi, the winners of this 63rd running of the Spa 24 hours. And there you can see drivers attacking one another with the champagne on the podium. Mr. Mabendum getting in the camera shots as well in the background. So the top 3 drivers overall and within the Pro Cup class celebrate. And they'll make their way from the podium shortly, ready for the Pro Am Cup. Top 3 teams to make their way out onto the podium itself. So let's confirm how Pro Cup looked at the end of 24 hours. You've seen the top 3 because it's the top 3 is overall, with a win for the Audi R8 of Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi. Second, the Need for Speed BMW in the hands of Sandstrom, Werner and Hurtgen. Third, Iker, Heyer and Lemre. Albuquerque, Lonja and Ortelli fourth, ahead Matteo Bobbi, Frank Kekler, Giacomo Petrobelli. Sixth, Jan Claire, Julien Rodriguez and Pierre-Bryce Mayner. With seventh, Jonathan Hershey, Marcus Pautala and Antoine Leclerc. Eighth went to Marcel Fassler, Andrea Piccini and Mike Rockenfeller's. Audi 9th, Fred Macavicki, Henri Moser and Steph Dusseldorf. With 10th, Olivier Pla, Julien Jousse and Patrice Guélard in the Ferrari. With the Cousins Porsche and the Van der Poel Ferrari withdrawn many, many hours ago with their problems early on in the race. And there you can see the other retirements out of the Pro Cup. And in front of the screen, the Blancpain Lamborghini being towed back to the paddock, having been abandoned out on the circuit. One of the early casualties when its engine blew. Of course, the 2 McLarens out of the Pro Cup retirements early on. But through it all, Audi victorious ahead of BMW and then Mercedes. And this was how the cars came over the old start and finish line, with the Audis having got themselves together. The dream photograph for Audi's promotional purposes at the end of the Spa 24 hours. So the other class podiums will be getting underway shortly here, as some of the fans start to head for their campsite, head to the bar or head for home. Another huge crowd here at Spa for the 24 hours. Over 60,000 people have been to watch the ultimate GT race as they're making their way out onto the podium. Come the AF Corsa drivers, third in the Pro-Am Cup. But what a race it has been for the Audi team, Audi Sport Team WRT, taking the race win. But although the car ran faultlessly, they could never really relax, because all it would take was one drama. Suddenly the lead would diminish completely. So from a grid of 62 cars that got underway at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a race full of drama that, of course, had early on Mark Goossens leading the way in the Porsche, and that was a car that barely did a handful of laps before it was knocked out of the way by its teammate. Let's look back on the best bits of the Spa 24 hours. An awful lot has happened. That's huge grid on the rolling start. But when the pack was unleashed, it was the Porsche that qualified second that grabbed the race lead until Goossens' teammate Ludovic Sunier tried this silly move up the inside and effectively took both cars out of the race. Andrew Cocotti was the first significant retirement, though. A big accident at the hairpin at the source, the car bouncing off the barriers on both sides of the circuit. Andrew okay, sore and shaken, the car very badly damaged, and the Mercedes that ultimately would finish in third place whacked into the spin at Le Con by the Audi that would finish in fourth place in the end. Then a retirement. Nicholas Marmelhoff destroyed his Lamborghini coming into the pit lane. And the Porsche of Richard Westbrook and Christian Menzel battling with Andrea Piccini's Audi out on track. Piccini was knocked into a spin by Fabio Spergi's Porsche coming out of the bus stop. That delayed the car to the tune of 11 seconds. But an early retirement was the Blancpain sponsored Lamborghini of Mark Hayek. Peter Cox having led the race in that car. And Hans Reiter distraught. Both of his cars out so early in the race. The Manthey-run Porsche had been looking strong. It had led the race in the hands of Westbrook and Menzel, but an alternator change dropped that way down the order. Matthias Ekstrom brought 33 into contention, having taken it over from Timo Scheider. But an Audi with less fortune was Eddie Cheever, who parked the car at pit exit, having bailed out of a lap when he suddenly realised he had an engine issue. 99 was the leading car going into the night. Mark Basseng, Christopher Hasse and Frank Stippler. But it was a car that didn't make it to dawn, crashing out in the night. Off the road also in the darkness went Jack Gerber, but his Ferrari was able to rejoin as the 23 Audi headed for its garage. The car ultimately finished in 13th place, but when Johnny Herbert was at the wheel, it needed to go into its garage and have an electrical gremlin sorted out. The safety car was deployed in the darkness to retrieve the GDL Racing Porsche that was stopped by the side of the road. A big accident took the 22 Ferrari into the pit lane with damage when Thomas Duchesne was at the wheel, and the fans started to become more interested in the concerts and the fireworks than in the battles out on track. Lamborghinis and McLarens parked by the side of the road, joined by Mercedes, that having crashed out in the night was the number 99 Audi that had led, and that gave the advantage to 33. The car, the same type of Audi, but run by the sister team of Team WRT, and Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom and Greg Franchi never headed, having got into the lead within the 10th hour of the Spa 24 hours. Timo Scheider held up in traffic, much to his frustration, but they always had a healthy advantage. For Vita 4-1, problems when an alarm light came on, fuel pressure problems, but the engine was fired up when the car was still up on its jacks. That, therefore, was a pit lane regulation broken, and a penalty would soon follow. Louis Machiels had taken over the car, but his problems became ever greater as the radio packed up on him. Dirk Werner, Edward Sandstrom and Claudia Hertgen had worked well during the night to bring the Z4 BMW up into second place, and Dirk Werner took the car over to maintain its good run. Louis Machiels was given a drive-through penalty for the pit lane infringement, but with a broken radio, he didn't get the message. They even resorted to using the pit board of the redundant number 1. That car having retired, Machiels eventually did serve the drive-through, but it was too late. It was 7 laps after the penalty was issued, and for having ignored the drive-through penalty instruction, the car was black flagged, and then it was disqualified. Andrea Bertolini, who worked it into contention in 4th place in the class lead, couldn't believe his luck. Somebody else who couldn't believe their bad luck, Richard Westbrook, who blasted out of the pit lane after a routine stop only to find the engine broke behind him and caused quite a conflagration. The fire was put out, but the car was a retirement as smokily back to the pit lane limped number 4, the Hexis Aston Martin, that got back into the race and ultimately finished in 15th place. but one car, one constant, just never missed a beat. It was the Timo Scheider-driven Audi, and despite an offer from Greg Franchi for him to do the final stint, it was a case of thanks but no thanks from Timo Scheider, so the Belgian driver would watch from the sidelines as Timo Scheider brought the car through to the finish of the 24 Hours of Spa, with the sister car in 4th place brought over the line by Felipe Albuquerque. The first Spa 24-hour victory for Audi. You get the feeling it's not going to be the last, and the WRT team celebrate a victory. The cars finishing 1st and 4th. A superb effort done by Timo Scheider. Matthias Ekstrom, his first 24-hour race win, and Greg Franchi, the biggest win of his career. The drivers on the podium, and 3 elated drivers as they celebrate their win at the Spa 24 Hours. From Haley Coxon and from me, David Addison, though, for now, from Spa, it's goodbye.